Right now, voters are packing their polling places and making their voices heard. After months of campaigning, all eyes are now on Pennsylvania.
I believe that when we vote, we win.
I left the voting booth and I felt like very powerful.
Donald Trump is looking to stage a White House comeback, while Kamala Harris looks to make history as the first woman president in a historic race that has the country almost evenly split.
To be this close, it's really monumental.
The ballots are being counted. Now it's the race to 270.
Thank you for joining us for our special coverage of Decision 2024 on this election day. I'm Jacqueline London.
I'm Tracy Davidson. We have 8 straight hours of election coverage that will take us up to midnight tonight, with updates on all of the closely watched races here at home and across the country. And there's still time for you to vote. Turnout is expected to be large today. Polls close at 8 o'clock in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. If you are in line by 8 o'clock, you will be able to vote. People in Pennsylvania lined up at the polls when they opened at 7 this morning. Skyforce 10 is over one of those polling places right now in Montgomery County. This is what it looks like at the Ricketts Community Center in Pottstown.
We have a team of reporters spread across the area covering the races most important to you. We are live at polling places, candidate watch parties, and ballot processing centers in New Jersey, Delaware, and Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania could be the key to the presidential election. Both candidates have been focusing on the Keystone State because of its importance.
Pennsylvania carries 19 electoral college votes, which is one of the most on the East Coast. Meantime, New Jersey has 14, Delaware has 3. But the presidential campaigns have spent a lot of time and money and resources focused on those 19 votes in the Keystone State. And we're getting a better sense of how both sides are feeling about their chances in Pennsylvania.
NBC10 political reporter Lauren Make is joining us with an update. All right, Lauren, big day. What have you learned so far?
Well, both sides, guys, are telling me that they are feeling optimistic about Pennsylvania. And interestingly, one thing they are both pointing to is support outside their base, drawing in voters who might typically vote the other way in areas where their strength usually isn't. We'll see if that helps either one succeed in Pennsylvania. Hours before the polls opened, the Harris campaign closing out election eve in Philadelphia.
That hope and joy from last night will bleed over to today, and they will continue to march to the polls.
Jamie Harrison is chair of the Democratic National Committee. We spoke on Election Day.
Tell me how you're feeling at this moment about Pennsylvania.
Well, listen, I'm very optimistic about what's going on in Pennsylvania, and that's partly because of the ground operation that we've had in that state.
Harrison pointing to door-knocking operations, and when it comes to winning over voters, visits from Vice President Harris herself in Democratic strongholds like Philly, but also more traditionally Republican areas.
So I think she's going to be strong in the urban and suburban places, but I think she'll cut the margins. That she and Tim Walz would cut the margins in some of the rural parts of Pennsylvania as well. And the strength of her campaign is really women.
While Harris campaigned across the state yesterday, she made Philly her last stop.
How important do you think pure turnout in Philadelphia will be, though?
Oh, it's really important. We know that we have a bunch of support in Philadelphia. You got to turn it out.
We're feeling optimistic about Pennsylvania. We're seeing that with the early vote numbers. We're seeing that with the turnout today. And of course, President Trump and J.D. Vance have spent a lot of time in Pennsylvania.
Tommy Pigott is with the Trump campaign. While Democrats are looking to hold on to Battleground Pennsylvania, Republicans want it back.
Where are you watching tonight? Where do you think we should be watching tonight in terms of where you think you're going to have strength in Pennsylvania, where we might be able to see those start to come out in the numbers?
Well, I think two things that we're really watching is first, rural turnout is up everywhere. We've seen that in terms of the early voting. We've also seen that in terms of turnout today. And then the second thing we're seeing is President Trump is polling historically high amongst traditionally Democratic constituencies.
Former President Donald Trump and running mate J.D. Vance have also made repeated stops to Pennsylvania, including Trump's stop in Reading yesterday.
Do you feel like you've done enough to shift things from where they were in 2020 to get a win in Pennsylvania?
Well, I'll never say we've done enough until we run through the finish line on Election Day. We're still working as hard as possible, taking nothing for granted, but the team has worked as hard as possible.
Well, Pennsylvania has one less electoral vote than it did in 2020, as you mentioned, Tracy, but it is still hugely important. And coming up at 6 o'clock, I'm going to walk you through how Pennsylvania could play into the electoral college race. It really could be a key for either of these campaigns.
Yeah, when you do the math to 270, Pennsylvania, both both people want that. What are you seeing in terms of mail-in ballots?
Yeah, at this point, in Pennsylvania, there are almost 2 million mail-in ballots that have been returned, about 1.9 million. More than 1 million of those are Democratic ballots. They come from Democrats. Doesn't mean they're voting for the Democratic nominee, but they come from registered Democrats, and about 622,000 of them come from Republicans. Now, we know that Republicans really pushed more on getting people comfortable with mail-in balloting, but it is something that has been criticized by former President Trump. So we'll see how successful they are in that, and whether those are really just subtracted from the votes that they might get on election day, or whether they get some new voters out of it.
And unlike many other states in Pennsylvania, they don't start counting those mail-in ballots until polls close tonight, right?
Yeah, they had to wait until 7 o'clock this morning to open them and start processing them. So that is what really holds things up and makes things take a little bit longer in Pennsylvania than they do in some other states, like Florida, for example, where they've got a longer period of time to get those ballots ready, just getting them out of the envelope, flattening them out, opening them and starting that process. That takes a while. So that process is underway now in Pennsylvania, but we're talking, as we said, more than almost 2 million at this point, and that was as of 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Right. All right. A lot to watch. Thanks for keeping us updated, Lauren. Thank you.
Well, as you know, the race for the White House is coming down to the wire. Polling shows razor-thin margins between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. We have team coverage of the race from NBC News for you. Alice Barr is in West Palm Beach, Florida, with the Trump campaign. Let's begin, though, with Bree Jackson. She's in Washington, D.C. with more on Kamala Harris and her campaign. Bree?
Tracy, tonight, Vice President Harris is still making her last-minute pitch to supporters. We're told that she was at a phone bank earlier today, trying to energize supporters and get them to the ballot at the last minute. Tonight, later on, she will be here on the campus of Howard University. This is where she's having her election night watch party. Now, this is known as the Yard, this area that you see here behind me. It's a really popular spot for students, but university officials also tell me that this has served as the backdrop for several U.S. presidential speeches, including from Calvin Coolidge, Lyndon Johnson, as well as President Barack Obama. And tonight, crowds gathered here will hope to witness history themselves. The day is finally here for Americans to weigh in on the presidential race.
We have the right to vote, and that's what I came with my daughter to vote and to show her how important it is to vote.
I've been looking forward to this, and I'm looking forward to it being over.
After launching her campaign just 3.5 months ago,
I accept your nomination.
Vice President Harris made her final pitch to voters. Standing in front of the Rocky Steps in Philadelphia, Harris, who has said she's the underdog in this race, reminding voters what's at stake in this election.
We have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics that has been driven by fear and division. We are done with that. We're done.
If elected, Harris would start a new chapter in American history as the first woman president. She vows to be a leader for all Americans and urges supporters to do their part this election day.
We must finish strong, and this could be one of the closest races in history. Every single vote matters.
Today, voters will decide who wins the White House. And says it is prepared for legal challenges. They say bottom line, they have lawyers across the country ready to protect election results. And they say they expect to have some challenges from their opponent, former President Trump. And my colleague Alice Barr is in Florida with more on that campaign.
Bree, I am live inside the Palm Beach Convention Center, where former President Trump is expected to come address supporters later tonight. Earlier this morning, he headed out to vote and to reflect on the path that's gotten here and what lies ahead.
Former President Trump casting his ballot today in Palm Beach, Florida, alongside his wife, Melania.
I feel very confident.
A closing act of 9 years of near nonstop campaigning.
We have a great country, but we have a country that's in trouble.
Capped by a final rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan last night.
My last rally, can you believe it? The rallies, these big, beautiful rallies.
The former president visiting campaign staff before watching results come in at Mar-a-Lago. With the vote count likely to stretch beyond tonight, he's been sowing doubt.
What the hell's happening in the inside of those machines? If you wait, we want the answer tomorrow, tonight.
Though today acknowledging he may not declare victory tonight as he did on election night in 2020 before all the votes were counted.
Could you see a world where you don't declare victory tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing the same things that you're hearing. I'm hearing states where I'm up by a lot, but they won't have a final number for a long time.
Later adding,
If I lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it. And I think so far, I think it's been fair.
voters now having their say as the nominees and the nation wait for results.
Former President Trump has made several references to this being his last campaign. Asked that directly today, he said, "I would think so." Tracy and Jackie, back to you.
All right, thanks so much.
And back here at home, we're learning more about problems at the polls in Burlington County. It is leading to massive lines and people waiting hours to vote.
NBC10 Siobhan McGurl is live in East Hampton with an update. Siobhan, what do we know at this point? What happened?
Hey guys, so far right now, we're at First Baptist Church in East Hampton Township. The current wait line, I'm told, is 4 hours to get through this line. A big headline here, though. I went inside, I spoke with the poll workers. They tell me no issues actually here. Technology is running really smoothly. Everything is working the way it should. They said this line is actually the outcome of unprecedented turnout. You can see people have their chairs here, a dog out with everyone. Sir, we spoke with you. You said you've been waiting in line an hour. So
we have a timer. Yeah, I have a timer.
Showing.
An hour and 12 minutes.
How are you feeling?
I'm good. Weather's good. So, you know.
Morale high.
Hey, definitely.
And it's
definitely.
not deterring you from voting.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
We've been hearing that from a lot of people. Too important this election. You can see they have the chairs out. This is Kyrie. He's out with his mom for the first time. He's waiting in this line as she's here to cast her ballot. We said morale is high along this line. This is Sarah. She's a first-time voter. These are all empty pizza boxes because she actually just ordered pizza for everyone waiting in this line, knowing they're going to be waiting 4 hours. Tell us about what you did.
So hi. I was on TikTok earlier, to be honest, and I saw something. I think it's called Pizza for the Polls, where you can donate, and then that money goes towards people who are waiting in line for like hours. And if you send a picture in and you explain where you are, then they give free pizza to everyone.
We were talking before, Sarah, 4 hour line. Were you nervous that this might deter people from coming out?
Yes, absolutely. Because I know I was waiting in line and I was starting to get a little hungry, and I know it's my civic duty to stay in line and vote. But I know not everybody feels that way, and they have places to be, and sometimes you get a little hungry.
Sarah's hoping pizza will help. As we walk the line, I just want to reiterate again, no issues at this polling location, according to the poll workers inside. Earlier in Burlington County, there were some tech problems. It delayed some of the things starting off. But here at this polling location, they say that they're just seeing unprecedented turnout. They say they actually brought in another voting booth to make sure that they could handle some of this. And again, the issues that they saw in Burlington County earlier this morning, Wi-Fi related things of that nature, the county tells us those issues have since been resolved. This is the line here. You can see it wraps around to the front of this building, and then it wraps around again inside. The county is stressing as long as you are in line at this polling location by 8 o'clock, you will be able to cast your vote. In Burlington County, I'm Siobhan McGurl, NBC 10 News. Send it back to you.
That's a lot of pizza, Siobhan.
It
Keep
is.
those people happy. Good for that young lady. Thank you.
Nothing like pizza to energize, right? Philadelphia Mayor Sherelle Parker joined her predecessors at the polls as she cast her vote for Kamala Harris. Mayor Parker went to the polling location on Lemkiln Pike in West Oak Lane alongside former mayors Wilson Good, Michael Nutter, and Ed Rendell. They called this an historic presidential election.
Everyone knows that the path through the White House comes through our Keystone State of Pennsylvania, and you can't get there without Philadelphia.
We're not going to have a speedy count, and people should not take anything from it. It doesn't mean there's chicanery going around. It's just the law, and we'll get it done, and we'll get it done properly.
The mayor said, let the system play out, and all the ballots might not be counted by tonight.
Meantime, voters in Atlantic County turned out to the polls today. So far, no reported issues at polling places in Galloway Township and Pleasantville. Voters in New Jersey have several key races to decide, including Utah Senate seat formerly held by Bob Menendez. We'll have more in that race in just a few minutes.
In the Pennsylvania suburbs, voters in Bucks County and parts of Montgomery County are casting ballots for U.S. Representative in Pennsylvania's 1st congressional district. Republican incumbent Brian Fitzpatrick is facing Democratic challenger Ashley E. Haas.
NBC 10's Deanna Durante joins us live now from Langhorne with an update on voter turnout and the importance of the election. Deanna?
Well, here at the Middletown Township building, you can see there are volunteers outside. Lots of signs as you walk in. I poked my head in just a little while ago. So far, no long lines. Now, we did see some lines first thing this morning when those polls opened, but people have been walking in, casting their ballots. When I went into the main room there, the council chambers where people were voting, a lot of bustle, people talking, people voting. But again, no one waiting in line. Of course, in Pennsylvania, we have paper ballots, so you don't have those technical issues or Wi-Fi issues that you may see in other states. But folks tell us that this is an election that matters.
The only way you can keep our country. Yeah. To vote.
For voters in Bucks County, they may not be all red or all blue.
I voted. I follow the election very well. I can tell which ads are all false. You know, both sides had false ads, some more than others, but I chose who I thought was the best candidate.
But they say they know the importance of their vote.
What's this election mean to you?
Everything. Women's rights.
Hopefully a lot of change. We need to get the economy back in line. You know, it's just ridiculous how everything's getting so expensive. You know, price of everything are going up and our raises are only 2%. So we're losing money.
While voters have been careful today talking about who they voted for, many are not shy about the reasons behind their vote.
We have our fingers crossed. We're worried about the state of the country and the world.
And they know despite voting today, the wait ahead for a winner could be long.
Days. I think we're going to not know for days.
Pennsylvania will be a late call due to mail-in ballot counting. State law requires county election workers to wait until the polls opened on Election Day, 7 a.m. this morning, to start processing, removing those ballots from envelopes and counting mail-in ballots. In Bucks County, demand for those mail-ins was so great the deadline was extended for days for voters to apply and vote by mail. Also, Pennsylvania counties cannot start to release that information about those mail-in ballots until after the polls close at 8 o'clock. That means that you will see a lag in the state reporting here, especially in these areas where mail-in ballot demand was high. Many people, you heard the former mayor say it just a little while ago, that there will be a lag in the counting here as to when Pennsylvania may be called. Probably not for several hours or, like you heard, one woman's opinion, days in this race until all those ballots can be counted. That's the very latest reporting live in Langhorne, Bucks County. Deanna Durante, NBC 10 News.
All right, Deanna, and let's give you a look at other races we are keeping an eye on, starting in Pennsylvania.
The race for Attorney General in Pennsylvania, wide open, no incumbent. Eugene DePasquale, a former state representative and Auditor General, is running for the Democrats. His Republican challenger, Dave Sunday, is the current DA for York County. Another congressional race we are watching closely in Pennsylvania, the 7th district for the U.S. House, which covers the Lehigh Valley area. Democratic incumbent Susan Wild won her last re-election by a very thin margin, and she is considered vulnerable. She's facing Republican Ryan McKenzie.
Now to New Jersey, where a Senate race has been in the national spotlight. Democrat Andy Kim and Republican Curtis Bashaw are looking to fill the seat Bob Menendez held before his corruption trial and resignation. Another race to watch in South Jersey, the 3rd district for the U.S. House. Republicans have cardiologist Rajesh Mohan trying to flip the seat from the Democrats, who have nominated current state Assemblyman Herb Conway. Andy Kim, who is running for Senate, currently holds the seat.
Voters in Delaware electing a new governor. John Carney is unable to run because of term limits. Newcastle County Executive Matt Meyer is running for the Democrats, facing Mike Ramone, a state House leader for the Republicans. And there is an open race for U.S. House seat in Delaware. Lisa Blunt Rochester is running for Senate. So Democratic state lawmaker Sarah McBride is facing former state trooper John Willen III for the position. If McBride wins, she would be the first openly transgender member of Congress.
Every mail-in ballot in Philadelphia will be processed here at this center in Northeast Philadelphia. An army of workers and election observers arrived at the facility this morning, ready to get to work counting votes. NBC 10's Francis Wang is there, and we'll have a full report coming up on NBC 10 News at 5. The first exit polls are expected within the hour. We will check in with NBC News for in-depth coverage of the presidential race and other high-profile races around the country starting at 5 o'clock. We'll then return to local coverage minutes later.
Turning now to our NBC10 First Alert forecast. Philadelphia is feeling one of the warmest election days in history as we take a live look over the skyline. Great weather to get out and vote, and it's good that it's nice weather for people who are waiting hours and hours in line.
Absolutely, like we saw. So
Yeah.
nothing to get in the way of that. Let's check in with Michelle Rotella.
Yeah, like you said, like Guy said, he was like, hey, the weather is fine. That was one thing we were sure of here. And yeah, we have the top 3 warmest presidential election days. And right now, that temperature, 76 degrees. Let me show you, we are at 76 degrees. So we are tying for the warmest ever presidential election on record. We will see if we can break that, though, as we get later into these hours now, and as the sun starts to set, I think that we're just going to end up tying it for the day. So very, very warm all across the area. Pollcast for the rest of this evening, you've got clear skies and very warm, still 70 degrees at 6 p.m., 8 p.m. You're looking at some upper 60s. So it is very comfortable, and this record challenging warmth continues with this southwest wind as we take it into Wednesday, nearing 80 degrees in some locations. You can see that cold front. It is off to the north and west. Eventually that will slide across the area, but until then, we will be feeling the heat for tomorrow. So record challenging warmth, not just for Philly, but Allentown, Reading, Wilmington, Trenton, AC Marina, again, looking very, very warm. We do have the front that will stall to the south of us for your Thursday. I expect more clouds across the area for Thursday, and you saw a little bit of that rain racing through in the afternoon hours. Again, beneficial rain, and that could end the record there for dry days for some parts of Delaware and some parts of South Jersey. I don't know if it will really touch Philadelphia for measurable rainfall. High pressure starts to build in and dry things out pretty quickly for your Friday, and we slowly become seasonable. But let me give you a closer look. Again, it's not a lot of rain, but we might have a downpour here or there. This is around the lunch hour on Thursday, and then it's pretty much gone. It's minimal rain, but again, it's a little bit. It's something. We definitely need more of that to help out with the drought. So we go from warm to seasonable. For sure, by the time you get into Saturday, 63 degrees and high pressure. This Bermuda high has been really influencing our weather. It will continue to do so as we go on through our Wednesday, but you saw that cold front off to the west, and out of it, you're looking at prefrontal showers across parts of Northeast PA, maybe Scranton, seeing a few sprinkles. Again, it's nothing heavy. What we're focusing in on now is this 24-hour temperature change. Huge numbers here, plus 16 degrees compared to 24 hours ago for Wilmington, Dover, Philadelphia, plus 14 there for Northeast Philly, Allentown as well, Trenton. Just warm all across the area, and preparing for another warm evening as well. Philadelphia, look at your overnight low, 62, and it's going to be warm like that once again as we go into tomorrow as well. So these numbers are above average. Very, very warm morning as we look to tomorrow as well. Then by the time we get into Friday and that cold front moves through, you can see the colder air that moves in right behind it. You have these morning lows back into the 40s, and then you can see the temperature starting to drop off to more seasonable. At this time, still looking like a chance for some decent widespread rainfall Sunday afternoon, evening that could carry on over into Monday morning, which again would surely help us out. Ladies.
I was going to say, it's hard to say we hope for showers on the weekend, but we really do need them. Yeah. Thanks, Michelle. Our Decision 2024 coverage of the election day is just getting started.
Coming up, the U.S. Senate race in Pennsylvania, Senator Bob Casey and Dave McCormick are neck and neck in a race that could sway the balance of power. Also, the importance of Lehigh County, how a swing district in our area is playing into Decision 2024.
But first, here's a look at the closing bell on Wall Street. The Dow rises 400 points as Wall Street waits for the results of today's election.
Sponsored locally by American Heritage Credit Union, celebrating 75 years of giving back. 10-day weather on NBC10, sponsored by Independence Blue Cross. Learn more at ibx.com.
Hi, Pennsylvania. I'm Sheriff Mike Boudreau, and I'm tired of seeing women and children murdered by migrants who entered under the Biden-Harris open border policy. These victims would be alive today if Kamala Harris did not open the border. I ask for your support. We want to protect your family. As a California sheriff, I have a front row seat to the dangerous and deadly policies of Kamala Harris. Vote Trump, and let's close the border.
Dan Newlin is responsible for the content of this ad. Nothing feels as good as driving a new Hyundai. And now you can get a great deal on your favorite model at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Plus, every Hyundai is backed by America's best warranty. Hurry to the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event before this offer ends. Make your next getaway your best one yet. Drive away now in the Santa Fe with 1.99% APR for 72 months. Only during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
911, where's your emergency? I can't find my daughter.
She was playing in the slides with her brother. We believe that she was taken from the park.
As time goes on, the investigation becomes more difficult.
I can't imagine what this mother's going through.
This investigation is very close.
If you're asking me what I believe the child is alive somewhere.
Somebody knows something.
Eagles fans, get game day ready with NBC10, the official television station of the Philadelphia Eagles. Start your Sundays with real insider news on Eagles game day kickoff.
Woo! Hey, let's go!
It's the greatest show in sports, Sunday Night Football, and your only weekly televised interview with Coach Sirianni on Game Day Final. NBC10 is always game day ready. Are you?
You're watching NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
There has been a big push to make sure as many people vote as possible. So several organizations put on parties at polling stations across the city with food, art, music, all the things.
NBC 10's Karen Watt joins us live from West Philadelphia High School to show us around at the party at the polls. Karen?
Hey guys, yeah, this isn't just any normal polling station. This is a fun, decked out polling station. They just fired up the grill here. They're giving out free hot dogs, chips, all the fixins. If you come with me over here, they have some art installations. You can see this painting of vote behind me. They're also asking people why they voted. People can fill in the blanks. And all day long, there have been live DJs and bands spinning to make sure the energy is kept up. This spot in West Philly, along with another spot in North and South Philly, they're among some of the block parties at the polls today. The mission really is to encourage people to come out here who haven't yet cast a ballot. If doing your civic duty isn't enough incentive to vote, there's free pizza, live music, and block parties at multiple polls across Philly, put on by the Committee of 70 today.
Make it easy, make it fun. That's the key to increasing voter turnout.
These Temple students voted for the first time ever today.
Our voices never mattered as much as it does in this. I'm a Black woman and I want to see someone like me in office.
For those who need the extra push, block captains across the city are at their local polls, rallying neighbors to show up.
Being a King Sweet state, we're urging everyone to please get out here, vote.
There are also faith leaders from different religions scattered across the city to keep polls peaceful.
We are trained in de-escalation because everyone is allowed to believe what they believe.
Now, the Committee of 70 is expecting the highest turnout in person at the polls today since 2016. We're live in West Philly. Karen Waugh, NBC 10 News.
All right, Karen, and all day and all night, we will be keeping an eye on and monitoring any problems that arise at the polls.
Earlier, we showed you what voters in Burlington County are dealing with right now, long lines because of unprecedented turnout. We are seeing issues pop up in Philadelphia. NBC 10's Claudia Vargas will show us how the city's election task force is handling the complaints that they're getting. Also, just ahead, Pennsylvania could do more than just decide who will be in the White House. Voters will decide another race that could help decide the balance of power in the Senate.
Philly Live, weekdays at 11:45 on NBC 10. Count on it.
Bathfitter does showers? That's right. We offer a wide selection of beautiful and functional showers in all shapes and sizes. We can even convert your bath into a shower. How about that? With our seamless one-piece walls and hundreds of design options, you'll get a beautiful new shower to fit your needs, guaranteed for life. Bathfitter's been around for 40 years, and we've been experts at showers for just as long. Get yours today. Bathfitter, it just fits. Go to bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
Were you recently hurt while riding in a Lyft or an Uber? You could be entitled to compensation.
Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, has dedicated attorneys who fight to get you more. Don't let this slip by. Dial #LAW now.
At National Floors Direct, we make it simple. We give you 3 rooms of carpet, next day installation, padding, everything for just $1088 with no interest for a full year. Call National Floors Direct, 888-400-4. We'll bring the store to your door.
With so many changes to Medicare, now's the time to look at a Medicare Advantage plan from Independence Blue Cross. The new Personal Choice 65 Plus plan has prescription drug coverage and a $0 copay for primary care doctor visits and specialist visits. You get extra benefits like dental and vision allowances and low copays for hearing aids.
Go with the hometown plan that knows that this is a hoagie, not a sub.
Call now.
3 stations,
2 languages,
1 team,
bringing you more complete coverage of your local news, weather,
and sports.
NBC10, Telemundo 62, and NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Stay connected on the go. Download the free NBC10 app today. NBC10 First Alert Weather, certified most accurate 9 years in a row. Count on it.
The story of humanity is more than ancient history. At the Penn Museum, we connect stories about communities who lived thousands of years ago to here and now. From innovations like the first alphabet from the Eastern Mediterranean and writing in Mexico and Central America. From timeless traditions of Native American voices to contemporary art about Africa, our past connects us to our future. Open your mind and your world at the Penn Museum.
This is NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
Right now on NBC 10, packing the polling places, thousands of voters are lining up to cast their ballot in this historic election. Here's the countdown to the closing of the polls. 8 o'clock is the deadline in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. If you are in line by 8 o'clock, you will be allowed to vote. And NBC 10 is with you all night long as we continue our live team coverage. We've been seeing some long lines at polling places across the area with so many people casting their ballots.
This has been the culmination of months and months of campaigning. Now the voters will get to make their voices heard.
Skyforce 10 is over a polling place right now in Doylestown. We are expecting a heavy turnout across the area.
In South Jersey, our crews found the line of voters through the parking lot and onto the sidewalk. This is outside a fire station in Burlington County. Officials said technical problems led to long lines to cast ballots there.
Investigative reporter Claudia Vargas has been monitoring activity through the region and the state. She joins us now outside the Criminal Justice Center in Center City. Claudia, what have you learned over the course of the day?
Well, Tracy, locally, it's been the usual Election Day issues, from some polling centers opening up a few minutes too late to some people campaigning a little too close to the polling entrance. The bigger issues have been in the western part of the state. And just in the last couple hours, we heard from a judge in Luzerne County ordering that county to keep one of the polling sites open until 9:30 p.m. Here's a look at what else has been going on.
Voters in Cambria County encountered some non-working voting machines this morning. Officials there blame a software malfunction. A county judge ordered the Cambria County Board of Elections to extend voting hours in the county until 10 p.m. tonight. We checked with Philadelphia and the surrounding counties. The issues so far that have come up have been minor. By mid-afternoon, the Philadelphia District Attorney's Election Protection Task Force had responded to 70 complaints, and they say most were resolved amicably. Assistant district attorneys who went out to check out complaints say that passions were running high at the polls. They say that went for people of both political affiliations. District Attorney Larry Krasner says that no reports have come up yet about voter fraud.
This is the time. You got an issue, bring it to us, show us the evidence. We are here in an even-handed fashion, but we have seen no evidence of that so far today.
And I've been in and out of election court here at the Criminal Justice Center pretty much all day. And so far, there's really nothing's come up to the level to get to a judge. There's lawyers for both sides there, and they've been taking calls and been able to resolve things before it gets to a judge. So far, I hate to say it, but pretty quiet. We'll keep tabs on this, and we'll report to you guys if anything does come up. In Center City, Claudia Vargas, NBC 10 News.
All right, Claudia, thanks for that update. Now, another high-profile race that could determine the balance of power in the Senate Incumbent Democrat Bob Casey is facing his toughest re-election bid yet. He is facing Republican Dave McCormick, who also ran for Senate in 2022, but didn't get past Dr. Oz in the primary.
NBC10's Brian Sheen is live in Scranton, where Bob Casey cast his ballot earlier today. Brian joins us live with the very latest. Brian.
Yeah, Jackie and Tracy, we are outside the Scranton Cultural Center in downtown Scranton. It is where Senator Bob Casey will hold a watch party later tonight. We are told he will arrive here with his family around 8 o'clock, where they will watch the returns with his supporters. Senator Casey arrived at Scranton High School this morning just before 10. He was joined by his wife, Therese, and several family members. He was there to cast his vote. Supporters greeted them as they walked up the hill. The 64-year-old Scranton resident is seeking a fourth term in the U.S. Senate. He is Pennsylvania's second longest serving U.S. Senator and easily won the last 3 general elections. And when it comes to the current one, his fourth, he's previously called it his toughest re-election challenge. Casey's opponent is Republican businessman Dave McCormick. Casey has campaigned on preserving the middle class, labor rights, voting rights, and abortion rights. He is also a strong supporter of labor unions. We caught up with the senator before he cast his vote, and he told us why he believes he is the better candidate to represent Pennsylvania in Washington, D.C. for 6 more years.
I've been delivering for this state, delivering for the people of our Commonwealth in every single one of our 67 counties. While I was doing that, he was delivering for China. So he's been delivering for China and adversaries, making a lot of money by investing in China, helping Vladimir Putin with his debt just before he invaded Ukraine.
Republican Dave McCormick says he voted by mail-in ballot last week, but he came to the polls with his wife and stepdaughter this morning in Pittsburgh's Squirrel Hill neighborhood so they could vote. He, too, was met by supporters who he spoke with outside the polling center. He told them the mail-in ballot numbers look great and said, quote, if we wake up Wednesday morning on the right side of this, it will be because of all of you. 59-year-old McCormick narrowly lost the 2022 U.S. Senate race primary to Dr. Mehmet Oz, who lost to Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman in the general election. So with 2 Democrat senators currently representing Pennsylvania in Washington, McCormick is hoping to change that. He's running on growing Pennsylvania's energy sector. He says he wants to rein in on government spending and would oppose tax increases. Here's why he believes he is the better choice.
I think the contrast in the choice between, in my case, between change and the status quo, between someone who's an outsider, a business guy, West Point grad, combat vet, versus a career politician in elected office for 30 years and a vote of 98.6 with Biden-Harris, that has, that's the choice. And, so I'm hopeful Pennsylvanians see that, and would be honored to serve.
McCormick is holding his watch party in Western Pennsylvania tonight. We will be monitoring both campaigns throughout the evening. For now, live in Scranton, I'm Brian Sheen, NBC10 News.
All right, Brian. Just ahead, no matter who wins the White House, history will be made.
We'll show you how a Trump or Harris presidency could rewrite the history books. Also, free rides to the polls. Companies are making it easier for you to make your voice heard. That's next.
Dr. Patel will be administering the anesthesia now, so count back from 5 and we'll see you on the other side.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, let's do this. Gina?
No, I'm still. Jeez, come on. What is this guy, Wolverine? Sometimes we need to do better.
She says you can't start until her cross is here.
But we're doing the best we can.
Oh, it's going down?
St. Dennis Medical, next Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
Hey, thanks for driving. Of course. How's your car? Like new. NJM's been great. An insurance company that treats you right?
Seems like a myth, doesn't it? Apologies for eavesdropping, but NJM is magical. They put their policyholders first.
Are you?
Their mascot? Oh, heavens no. Simply a fan of legendary service.
No jingles or mascots. Just great insurance. NJM.
Dear Freedom, what forms do you take? More miles driven? More dollars saved? More life embraced? And more electrified vehicles than any other brand? Yours Toyota hybrids.
Right now, get great offers on many new Toyota hybrids, including Corolla Cross, Corolla, and the 2025 all-hybrid Camry. Shop online and get your new Toyota from your nearest Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places.
Daniel McPhillips is extremely dangerous. He cut police on the street by nearly 30%, which made us less safe and put cops in danger. Law enforcement can't trust him. And his campaign's biggest backer wants to ban abortion without exception and jail women. Women can't trust him. Now veterans are speaking out because he's lying about Brian Monroe's record of service. And the Bucks Courier-Times agrees. Veterans can't trust him. Daniel McPhillips' record speaks for itself. We can't trust him.
Count on NBC10 to give you more of the local stories that matter to you.
More news in more places when you want it, so you're more prepared.
More help when you need it.
I am so happy that I called, and I really appreciate you guys.
The most accurate forecast from your First Alert weather team for your neighborhood.
Always get more, anytime, anywhere with NBC10. Count on it. Count on NBC10 to give you more of the local stories that matter to you.
More opportunities to listen to you, so we tell your stories the right way.
How can we become a bigger part of your community?
More access to the biggest events in town. The most accurate forecast from your First Alert weather team for your neighborhood.
Always get more, anytime, anywhere with NBC10. Count on it.
You're watching NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
This will be a historic presidential election, no matter which candidate comes out on top.
If Donald Trump wins, he would be the oldest president ever elected to the office at 78 years old. He would also be just the second president to serve non-consecutive terms and the first to do it since Grover Cleveland. Trump would also be the first convicted felon to hold office and the only elected president to face impeachment proceedings twice. If Kamala Harris wins, she would become the first woman to serve as president, the first woman of color to hold the office, and the first president of Asian descent. Her husband, Doug Emhoff, would be the first gentleman, and Harris would be just the second president born in California, following Richard Nixon.
Uber and Lyft are helping voters get to the polls today. Both rideshare companies are offering discounted rides. Lyft is offering half-price rides to polling locations with the discount code VOTE24, and voters can get Uber's Election Day discounts by clicking on the Go Vote button in the app. There are also deals on Uber Eats. All orders will be 25% off. And our live team coverage continues next with voting in the first state.
We've taken you all around Pennsylvania, New Jersey. Up next, Delaware. Tim Furlong will have more on the state's crucial Senate race.
Soaking rain is coming through this morning, but it will not last. We got sunshine on tap this afternoon. It'll be a beautiful day.
When your forecast means everything, count on the most accurate NBC 10 First Alert weather. Count on it.
Now you can get a great deal at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Make your next getaway your best one yet. Drive away now in the Santa Fe with 1.99% APR for 72 months. Only during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Before and after. Before and after. If you have a before kitchen, now's the time to call Kitchen Saver and get a beautiful after. With our custom cabinet renewal process, you can have a brand new kitchen within 3 to 5 days. We're so confident in our products that we'll back it all, labor and materials, with our 10-year limited warranty. Claim our special offer and become a satisfied customer today.
Prepare to be impressed. Kitchen Saver.
Vinyl flooring is luxurious and soft underfoot. Right now at National Floors Direct, get an entire room of luxury vinyl flooring installed the next day for just $788 and no interest for 1 year. Call 888-400-FLOOR. We'll bring the store to your door.
Car collisions are dangerous enough, but when it's an 18-wheeler truck, the results can be catastrophic. Truck accidents can cause serious injuries to other drivers and even death at low speeds. If you've been injured, contact Morgan & Morgan right now.
Your emblem of devotion. Have your engagement ring custom made by the Jewelry Exchange. Choose a 1-carat lab-grown diamond for $5.99 or a natural GIA for $19.90. 18K mounts are $4.99. Thousands of choices, always the best deal. The Jewelry Exchange, Norristown.
Eagles fans are the best fans.
Let's go, Birds!
kind of fans that from the second they wake up on game day,
they are ready to rock.
They're experts on the birds.
And they are never afraid to tell you just how much they care.
No one likes us, we don't care.
Because all day and all night,
And every second in between,
Eagles fans are always game day ready.
Now you can get a great deal at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Make your next getaway your best one yet. Drive away now in the Santa Fe with 1.99% APR for 72 months. Only during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Philly Live, weekdays at 11:45 on NBC 10. Count on it. You're watching NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
Our Decision 2024 Election Day coverage continues with a Senate race in Delaware. Senator Tom Carper is not running for re-election, leaving that seat wide open. Current Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester is running for the Democrats in this race. She faces business executive Eric Hansen for the Republicans and former state senator Michael Katz, who's on the ballot as an independent.
NBC 10 Delaware reporter Tim Furlong is live in Wilmington now with an update on that race. Tim?
Hey guys, 30% of Delawareans voted early in this election, so you would think that there'd be shorter lines at the polling places. I did not vote early. I went with my daughter today, and I can tell you, we stood in line for quite a while. Same deal at this polling place here in the Highlands neighborhood in Wilmington on West 17th Street. Good crowd all day long, steady crowd coming through here. Big voter turnout today, it's looking like. Now let's take a look at some video we shot earlier. A short while ago, we were at a different church over on Lancaster Avenue. Turnout there steady as well. At that spot, we caught up with Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester. She's been going up and down the state today talking to voters. As you said, she's running to replace Tom Carper, who's retiring from politics. She's running against an independent and a Republican today. And if she wins, she will be both the first woman and the first African-American to represent Delaware in the U.S. Senate. But she says this is not really about her at all.
Well, I am humbled and honored about making history. We do this to make a difference. And so right now, I just want to see us win this election so that we can do some incredible things for our country. And it has not landed on me yet. Until we win, until we cross the finish line, we don't celebrate.
Yeah, and here at this polling site, Sarah McBride came to greet voters a little while ago and to cast her vote. She's running to replace Lisa Blunt Rochester in the U.S. House, and if she wins tonight, she'll be the first trans person ever elected to federal office in the United States. And as we come back here live, I can say, while we're not a battleground state, lots of interesting stories in Delaware. Governor Carney running unopposed to be the next mayor of Wilmington. He's term limited as governor. Lots of stories, lots of new voters today. And coming up in the next hour, we're going to hear from at least one new voter who said this was the first time she could vote, and she knew she had to do it. We're going to hear from that young woman coming up in our 5 o'clock hour. For now, we're live in Wilmington. I'm Tim Furlong, NBC 10 News.
Love hearing that energy. Thanks, Tim. Meantime, a swing district in the Lehigh Valley could be a factor in the battle for Pennsylvania. Lehigh County is getting a lot of attention in the Keystone State, a lot of visits.
Yes, NBC10's Yukari Nakayama is in Allentown, where more than half the population is Latino. And Yukari, experts have said Latino turnout could have a huge impact on this election.
Yeah, well, like you guys mentioned, Lehigh County, very important in this election. And the voters I spoke to today know exactly that. We're here at Luis Ramos Elementary School, where we haven't seen long lines per se, but we've definitely seen consistent foot traffic. Again, those voters tell me that they're eager to cast in their ballots and make their voices heard.
Nervous and scared and worried, but very hopeful.
Nervous. Again, just feeling very nervous and excited. Yes.
I'm hoping this works. I really am. It's time this country has a change.
Emotions are mixed here in Allentown, a place that carries a lot of weight in the general elections. Polls opened up at 7 a.m. this morning at Calvary Temple. Voters feeling the importance of their vote.
Well, I think we have a cross-section of people that live here. We have a very diverse population, and I think different people have different needs, so it's very important to come out and vote.
The big issues voters in Allentown are considering include immigration, the economy, and women's rights. And over at the Luis Ramos Elementary School, Miguel Morales cast his ballot for his community.
I voted for my family, for my people. I voted for the Puerto Rican community.
Miguel believes his vote and the vote of his community can shape the election. In Allentown, nearly 55% of the population is Latino, which is why Angie Antigua brought her two daughters along with her.
I tell her all the time too, anything that you feel or want, you speak up, you don't stay shut, whatever you feel is what you feel.
Another group heading to the polls, new voters, like 71-year-old Clarence King, who is voting for the first time in the state.
The vote is important for democracy. It's very important.
And 19-year-old Elisha Padilla.
I really feel like it's important, especially as a female in this country. I feel like it's really important that we come out and try to put our vote in.
And with the margins being so close between the Harris and Trump campaigns, those voters tell me that they're just hoping for the best outcome. Again, polls here will be open until 8 p.m. In Allentown, Yukari Nakayama, NBC 10 News.
As we've seen those long lines, let's get another check on the first alert forecast. Voters heading to the polls in Philadelphia enjoying one of the warmest election days in history. It has not been this warm on an election day in the city in nearly 100 years.
That's amazing, Michelle.
Yes, and the official numbers just came in from the National Weather Service. So 76 is our high, which means we tied that old record of the number one spot for warmest election days on a record. So we knew we were going to get into this warming trend, but here we are. And that record was like 1936. So very, very warm numbers that we're feeling. So let's take a look at the highs that we've had for today. And just remember that our average for this time of year is 60 degrees. So we were well above that by 16 degrees. You can see Philadelphia 76. You have 75 for Allentown. Reading came in at 77. Everywhere across our area had a very warm election day, and it's still ongoing. So I said the warmest election days that we have, the top three, was November 3rd, 1936. So again, this just ties for that number one spot. Coming in close after that, 75, which was in 1888. So we have the rest of the poll cast for this evening, and it is looking pretty warm and then just mild. All right, I think 69, that's pretty warm as well for this time of year at 7 p.m., 8 p.m. as well. Set up for tomorrow, the record warmth continues. We have the southwest wind, 15 miles per hour or so, and maybe a gust or two that could help just push us right there into the upper 70s and 80s, which would be that record challenging warmth all across the region once again. So you are looking at a forecast of 80 degrees for tomorrow with the old record of 79 in 1948. Allentown forecast of 79 as well. The old record there in 1948 was 78. So this is for our entire area where we could experience that warmth. We do have a cold front moving through, has minimal rain chances with it, but we could see some south and east of the city. And so that would still be across parts of South Jersey and Delaware. And it is our entire region that does need the rainfall. So we will take it where we can get it. And it should surely help us. Not going to put a dent in the drought situation, but it will definitely help us. A high pressure building in here for your Friday that will slowly push us back down into the 60s. So a little bit cooler than what we're experiencing now. Here's a closer look at the hour by hour weather to show you those passing showers. Again, a lot of this staying to the south. But if this moves over the airport there in Wilmington, that could end their days of dryness. So a lot of us might be seeing a few of those showers kind of ending that streak. I don't think we're going to see that for Philly for tomorrow. Rain chances are pretty minimal, 10%. Again, you're looking at maybe a passing shower. Bermuda high has kept us dry for today, still influencing our weather for right now and tomorrow. You can see a few showers across northeastern Pennsylvania, but that's about it. You also have this wind coming in from the south, and that is just what's keeping our dew points in the 50s, and also what's really been a game changer here for the 24-hour temperature change by 15 plus degrees in some locations. Very warm for us compared to this time yesterday, and I expect that we continue to see that rise, especially as we go throughout tomorrow. Overnight lows, again, this is very warm, upper 50s, some low 60s across the area. So a warm start not only for tomorrow, but your Thursday will be off to a warm start too. Then you can see what the cold front has done. It takes the temperatures down, those highs on Friday, and then eventually Saturday back down to seasonable, and a chance, a good shot at this point, things could change, but a good shot at getting some rain Sunday afternoon, evening that could carry on over into Monday morning. Jackie, Tracy.
Michelle, thank you. And voter turnout is heavy across the area, including South Philadelphia.
NBC 10's Miguel Martinez-Valle joins us live with a preview. Miguel?
And whether it be that nice weather that we were talking about, the constant ads, or the important issues at hand, there were plenty of motivators that got South Philadelphia residents out to the polls. We'll check in with voters when we come back after the break.
Stream live local news anytime, anywhere with NBC10. Count on it.
Things you got, you work for. If everything tries to not locking your door. When people did the right thing with no one around, they looked at each other and found common ground. From the music to the flag, I ain't living in the past. I'm just saying that I want my country back.
Pennsylvania, together, we can win back this country.
Gambling is responsible for the content of this ad.
If you're on Medicare and want a plan that gives you extra benefits, look at the new Keystone 65 Essential Plan from Independence Blue Cross. This Medicare Advantage plan includes prescription drug coverage and a $3,000 annual dental allowance for dentures, crowns, and implants. You'll also get a $300 annual flex card allowance to help you pay for medical copays and more, plus free rides to your doctor or pharmacy. Call 1-833-849-3007.
A journey is filled with countless moments, celebrations of new beginnings, opportunities for growth and change, experiences that shape your path. There are special, life-changing moments, some that you'll remember forever, and some you'd rather forget. Along your journey, there's someone ready to help, no matter where you are, to keep you informed and in control, and get you where you need to go.
At American Heritage Credit Union, we're here for your journey.
Hi, I'm Paul Muller, president of the Tri-State Toyota Dealers Association and a proud Vietnam veteran. Toyota is proud to salute all our area's veterans and all those who bravely served.
I'm Sergeant Michael DeBonis of Langhorne, Pennsylvania. I'm a proud Vietnam veteran, military police.
I'm a proud Marine Corps veteran of Vietnam.
I'm a proud Army veteran of Operation Iraqi Freedom.
This Veterans Day, Toyota and your local Tri-State Toyota dealers thank and honor all those who have bravely served our nation.
When it comes to remodeling your bath, there's fact and there's fiction. Fiction. Some bath remodels just cover up water damage. Fact. Bath Fitter inspects and cleans your current bath, and we make any necessary repairs before installing our product for a watertight fit. Bath Fitter's been around for 40 years. Our showers and tub solutions are built to last, with a lifetime warranty to fit your expectations. Bath Fitter. It just fits. Go to bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
From Tina Fey and the creator of Saturday Night Live comes Mean Girls, the hilarious hit Broadway musical.
Wait, why don't I know you?
Come see Mean Girls at the Playhouse on Rodney Square November 15th through 17th. On sale now.
Philly Live, weekdays at 11:45 on NBC10. Count on it. You're watching NBC10 News, Decision 2024.
Well, we've been telling you about the turnout, and that is the turnout in Villanova. Skyforce 10 is over a polling place there. A little while ago, we showed you a line in Burlington County where people were waiting for hours and hours, perhaps as long as 4 hours. As Skyforce 10 pulls out, you can see that line along Lancaster Avenue in Villanova. It goes around the building. Remember, if you are in line by 8 o'clock, you will be able to vote. Now, voters are also turning out in droves in South Philadelphia.
NBC 10's Miguel Martinez-Mai spent the day talking with voters there and joins us now live. Miguel.
Yeah, it has been a busy election day here in South Philadelphia. Now, we're not seeing a line just yet at the Capitola Playground polling location, but we were checking in at different polling locations around the south area of the city. Some of them telling me that they were running low hours ago on these famous I voted stickers because they're seeing more people showing up. And we actually spoke to the nonpartisan voting group, Committee of 70. They're saying they're expecting to see the highest voter turnout this year since 2016, and they're trying to make it a more enjoyable occasion for everybody.
Make it easy, make it fun. That's the key to increasing voter turnout. We want to take back Election Day as a day for community and bring some of the joy back.
And they did that by having DJs play music. They had an appearance by Swoop and Snacks in South Philly High, and then a free ice cream over at East Passion Community Center for voters. There are plenty of efforts to get Philadelphians excited about getting out to vote today. We've been speaking to voters on both sides of the aisle about what they made them want to show up and have their voices heard. Many motivated by how this election and the issues could impact their families.
Women's rights, because I'm a woman, I'm a great-grandmom, I'm a grandmom, and I'm a mother. So I feel as though the women in my life should have a choice to do what they want to do with their body.
We have to make a change. The border's terrible, the economy's terrible, and it's just been horrible. We just can't go on. I feel sorry for our children, my future grandchildren, anything.
And whatever the motivation is, people are showing up in South Philadelphia to vote. Again, no lines here at the Capitol Playground location. Polls, they do close at 8. And as you said, if you're in line by 8 p.m., you are allowed to vote. I'll send it back to you. I'm Miguel Martinez-Valle, NBC 10 News.
All right, Miguel.
And for some voters, today's election is the first time they have ever voted.
Yeah, we talked with 19-year-old Jasmine of West Philadelphia. She's a student at Temple University, one of those first-time voters. Jasmine said she researched both candidates, but for her, it came down to reproductive rights.
I felt excited voting for the first time because like growing up, I always saw my mom, brothers, and all them voting. And I was just like, oh, it felt good for me the first time to be able to vote and actually go inside of a booth and vote and cast my ballot.
And her message to any new voter nervous about casting their ballot, it's easy, straightforward. You'll be doing your part to pick the next president of the United States. And we are seconds away from the release of the first exit polls on this election day.
NBC News has in-depth coverage of the presidential race and other high-profile races around the country. We'll be back with more local coverage in just a few minutes.
The race, a dead heat. Make America great again.
We are not going back. An unprecedented campaign. I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys.
It all comes down to tonight.
The key contests. Pennsylvania will be key.
If we win Michigan, we win the whole thing. The biggest issues. I will protect our jobs. I will protect our borders.
The government should not be telling her what to do with her body. Now, America decides.
From NBC News, this is Decision 2024. Here are Hallie Jackson and Tom Yamas.
Hey everyone, welcome to NBC News Special Report. We're now less than 2 hours away from the first polls closing, and we've got breaking news. Our first look at exit poll data. I'm Tom Yamas.
And I'm Hallie Jackson. And listen, this is our first look at some of the numbers on who's voting and what matters, even as some folks out there are still in polling lines in every state across the country.
Yeah, and as soon as we get that exit poll data, again, it's going to come in at any moment. We're going to bring this to you live. And again, this is our first check-in with the voters across America, how the electorate is thinking about this election and what's most important to them.
Remember, all of it is coming as we are seeing huge turnout numbers. And Tom, some 79 million people at least have voted early, either in person or in the mail. You also look at a place like Michigan, one of those 7 key battlegrounds that I know you'll be watching in that big board tonight, where the Secretary of State there says they are on pace to set records. A lot of people want to have their voices heard.
Yeah, we should set the table on these exit polls too, right, Hallie? So
Please.
Exit poll data coming from 10 states. Hallie mentioned those 7 battlegrounds that we're watching: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. Then we go out west, Arizona, Nevada, plus 3 more. Texas. We're also going to be looking at Ohio as well and see what else we get from the exit poll data.
That's right. And Florida, at 600 polling sites all across the country. And we want to be clear here. This includes not just day of exit polling, but it also includes in-person early voting. It includes mail-in ballot voting as well. So that is how you kind of get a sense of the landscape. I have to give you a grain of salt, a bit of a caveat. These numbers could change a little bit. They come in several different waves that are called in throughout the course of the evening. So right now at 5 o'clock, it is 5:02 East Coast time. That is when wave 1 is set to come in.
Yeah, and we won't lie to you. We're tap dancing here because usually we have these exit poll data in by now. And again, it's going to be the first batch. Chuck Todd joins us, chief political analyst here at NBC News. Chuck, look, it's the big issues, right? It's the economy, the state of democracy, abortion. Right. What do you think we're going to see at the top?
Well, look, I am very curious. If economy is not at the top, that's a tell. Right off the bat. And there's been a question, is this a micro election or a macro election, right? What do I mean by that? We've been talking about a lot of specific issues. You and I have spent a lot of time this year talking about inflation and the importance of that. And there's no doubt it's been a real drag on President Biden's job rating. It's been sort of the wind at President Trump's sails. But if it's not the top issue, that means there's something else that they went into that voting booth. And, look, state of democracy you got to be careful here because it's a subjective, I think.
Well, it
it's
cuts both ways.
It can cut both ways.
It's the Democrats and Republicans both have different visions of what that means to them.
I really want to see the gender gap on that.
Well, guess what?
Because that to me will be whether that is a tell.
Yeah.
If you've got a massive gender gap on state of the democracy, and it is something that more women are picking than men, and when we see the top issues by gender, that's going to tell us a lot about this election.
You know, Chuck, we already have one tell, and that's the early voting data.
Right.
Record-breaking across all the battleground states, something we've never seen before, but we're also seeing an uptick between both parties, right? So it's tough to say, what is that going to show us?
Look, we've seen this polling, right? If you are a regular voter, the more regular you are in voting, the more likely you support Harris. If you don't vote in every election, and the less frequently you vote, the more likely you're a voter for Trump. So the higher the turnout, that actually might benefit Trump more than it benefits Harris, even though traditionally, and this has all been since the Trump era, Trump does a good job at getting sort of non-traditional voters to the polls. It's why we've seen his party do so poorly when his name is not on the ballot.
There's two storylines that I'm looking at here, and you've mentioned both of them obliquely here, Chuck. One is this issue we're talking about, these low propensity voters.
Right.
And in my conversation with Trump campaign officials and advisors, just even in the last few hours here, they're feeling pretty good about getting those low propensity voters. In plain English, all that means is people who don't tend to vote a ton.
Don't typically vote.
They feel good about getting them out. The other big thing, of course, is the gender gap. And I want to say we finally do have these numbers in now on the most important issue. Look at that in bright pink there. 36% of voters say the most important issue to them is the state of democracy, not the economy as the top issue. That is right there at number 2 at 30%, the economy. Abortion, 14%, followed by immigration. Chuck?
Immigration's where? Think about it. Just take a step back here, okay? Look at those top 4 issues again. We know what the number 1 and number 2 issues have been for Donald Trump this election season.
The economy and immigration.
Correct. Add that together. Okay? Add up together state of democracy and abortion. I'm being a little simplistic here, but already if this, and again, one of the things that I want to warn people is that there has been a tradition in these exit polls.
I was just going to say, you're doing it. That's right.
The first wave skews a little left.
And sometimes the top issue can become the second top issue.
And it has happened to us in previous elections. So we absolutely want to, there's a little grains of salt we want to give you
That's
here.
right. We're not overreading into it, but we do want to tell you what we know as
directionally, if this is what this electorate is saying, you would be, and the Harris campaign will be ecstatic that that's the direction right now of where things are at.
So we have another exit poll we want to go to right now. Who do you trust more to handle the economy? 51% Donald Trump and 4% behind Kamala Harris. This is not surprising. Trump closed on the economy. He also closed on immigration. Chuck, your take on this?
But you know, it is a little surprising.
I think the gap.
Exactly.
It's a very narrow gap.
Should be farther.
Yeah,
right?
Donald Trump had been leading on this pretty heavily.
8 to 12 points in many of when we would say who would be better for the economy. She didn't have to win this issue. She just couldn't get clobbered on this issue. Again,
early data.
But wow, that's not an insignificant.
And again, this is the first data we're getting, so we're obviously going to be talking about it for a while. So
do you know who else is interested in this data, right? Not just us, not just voters, the campaigns. They love to know where this early data is coming in, what it means, and what it says about the electorate, what trends we can draw more broadly from some of the numbers that we're seeing here.
We have another exit poll that's just in. This is who do you trust more to handle the issue of abortion? Let's take a look at that. I think we have that one in.
We don't yet.
We're actually working on that one. Okay, we're still working. It's about to come, and as soon as it is, we will bring it to you live.
I have to tell you, we're seeing this at the same time that you're seeing this. It's loading into the system. We're bringing it up the second that we have it. But I want to bring in Christine Romans, who's with us here in the studio, as we talk about that gap on the economy here and where it stands. Listen, it is one of the most important issues to voters, right? We know that based on these early numbers now. You and I have been talking for months about the disconnect for some voters between the actual numbers in the economy, inflation, the lowest it's been in several years, the unemployment rate at just over 4%. And yet people don't necessarily feel great about it.
Yeah, these top-line economic numbers that are so strong and robust for the American economy. But when you ask voters how they feel, they consistently feel like higher prices is something that's holding their family back. And it's not just inflation. You know, I've been going to a lot of battleground states. They're concerned about the cost of elder care, about child care, about housing. They're concerned about wages, especially in states like Nevada. So there are a lot of different things at play here for when you ask people how they feel about the economy, what exactly is their beef overall. We do know that in 2016, when voters said that they felt bad about the economy, they voted more for Donald Trump than for Hillary Clinton. And you go to 2020, when you ask people how they felt about the economy, if they felt bad about the economy, they were more likely to vote for Joe Biden. So the person who was not the incumbent, essentially. So what that means for tonight, who knows? There are all these other factors. I will say one thing, Hallie, and you and I have talked about this a lot. Voters say they feel lousy about the economy, but they keep spending. Voters say they feel lousy about the economy, but they're
planning vacations.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So they do have household finances in general are better today than many thought they would be 4 years after the pandemic. Also, even in these exit polls, I can't wait to see them when they come out because we asked about inflation. You know, you think about 4 years ago, that question wasn't even on these exit polls. We were asking people how they feel about lockdowns, how they feel about public health, how they feel about the state of their own health. So just a reminder that a lot has changed over the past 4 years. The American voter has gone through an awful lot.
Christine Roman's going to ask you to stand by for a second, but Tom, we have more news.
Yeah, we got some more breaking news. We have that exit poll we had just mentioned earlier. Who do you trust more to handle the issue of abortion? 50% for Harris here, Trump 44%. We've just gotten an additional note that more Trump voters today wanted abortion to be legal than they did 4 years ago, which is also sort of a stunning stat for those Trump voters because it sort of cuts against the grain from what they were before.
Also kind of explains why we've been seeing this consistent gap between Donald Trump and those Republican Senate candidates on this issue. I've had a lot of, I think Donald Trump successfully muddied his position, but he didn't help his party. And it's going to be interesting to see that. I do think there are essentially abortion rights supporters who are Trump supporters who may be voting Trump and Democrat down the ballot.
Yeah, I was going to say, Chuck, we talked about this all year, you know, because the news moves so fast. Would abortion still be top of mind for voters? And it could be tonight.
And I will tell you that just, again, off the phone with a source in the know on the Senate side, look at that in places like Florida, Chuck, right?
Yeah,
exactly that point.
There's sort of two things that Republican strategists are worried about with one is the issue itself, split ticket. The other issue, of course, is the Trump voter that just shows up, votes Trump and leaves and forgets to vote.
So trust on immigration is obviously an issue that former President Trump closed on. You just saw those trust numbers there. I'll ask our control room to pull that back up because we also have, Chuck, something I know you're interested in, which is the gender gap, the breakdown between men and women when it comes to these top issues. Remember why this matters. We are on track potentially to have the biggest gender gap we've ever seen, right, in modern presidential politics in at least the last several cycles, with women plus 16 for Kamala Harris, men plus 18 for former President Trump, meaning more men back him, more women back her.
I'd be surprised if it ends up that big of a gap. If it's over 30, we've never had that. But it is interesting. You sort of see how
this is a little odd, though.
But you see how it does sort itself.
Yeah,
it's a little odd at the top there. But if you look at it, right, men essentially are picking economy and immigration more than women are, and women are picking clearly with abortion rights. That's a 2-to-1 margin there. The state of the democracy. This is proof that this is eye of the beholder stuff. And it may be,
and explain
that. Look, there's just as many people in MAGA world who think this is an exit, that think that the Democrats and the elites and we in the mainstream media are part of this existential threat. I think a better umbrella for this issue is sort of, this is the cultural divide in America, right? And we have not come up with a great way of doing it. And I think this is, if you believe this is a macro way of life election, that my way of life is going to be put at risk if the other party wins, this is likely the issue you're picking, which is why I think it's a very difficult one for us to break down, because I do think every voter looks at it slightly different.
You think about for Vice President Harris, her closing message largely focused on democracy. It largely focused on abortion access. Democrats see that as very mobilizing up and down the ticket for Democrats. Former President Trump closed on the issue of immigration. This has been something he's been talking about since, Tom, you remember covering that. He came down that golden escalator, now back almost 10 years ago. I want to pull back up that board we had up, that picture essentially of trust on immigration. I'm going to ask our control room to do that now, because it wouldn't be surprising to see former President Trump leading on that issue as we're taking another look here at the gender gap piece of it. Again, split between men and women. And I got to tell you, Tom and Chuck, as we're sitting here, I know we said it 11 minutes ago. Let me just remind folks, these numbers could change a little bit, right? They could shift here. And here's trust on immigration. And there, unsurprising to see former President Trump with that lead there.
Yeah, still, again, but I'm looking at the margins here. I mean, it's not a blowout here when it comes to immigration. As we were talking, Hallie, I kept looking over at Christine Romans, and I'd like to get to Christine Romans right now because she has a lot of data on the U.S. economy, and it's sort of fascinating, right, Christine? Christine, walk us through what we see there and what you're seeing in these exit polls.
I know Tom sees me geeking out over here.
No, it's fascinating.
I love it. It really is. So the condition of the U.S. economy, and remember, these are people who actually voted. I think it's really important to make that distinction again. We've been asking people in opinion polls for 2 years now about how they feel. These are people who actually voted. So this is the clearest view of how people are feeling in the voting booth or when they're filling out their mail-in ballot. So not so good to poor. Look at that number, 67% there. That's a big number. That's the biggest number we've seen in terms of poor and not so good in the last 3 or 4 cycles here. Only 5% say excellent, which is pretty interesting. Only 28% say good when there are all of these top-line economic numbers that have been so consistently strong. But this is exactly what we've been hearing from people for so long. They just feel like the economy is not working for them, guys.
So, Christine, no surprise there. You're at about 67%, right? People thinking the economy is not that great. But you're saying that tracks with what we've seen all year. What else have we learned?
Well, we've learned also family finances compared to 4 years ago. Think about 4 years ago what was happening. People were voting in masks or they were trying to figure out how to social distance. This broadcast was very different 4 years ago than it is today because we were in the middle of a coronavirus pandemic. So people honestly, every 4 years, always ask how they're feeling. But when you look about 30% say their family finances are about the same, a quarter are better, 45 worse today. So this is one of those things that's really been top of mind for people, especially because inflation has just been this grinding problem for so long.
And do we have data on inflation? I thought we did. Okay.
Yeah, we do have an inflation number. In the last year, has inflation caused you and your family a severe hardship, no hardship, or a moderate hardship? This is a big number here. People who feel it.
74,
that's a big percentage of people who are voting saying that inflation is something that is still top of mind in their family.
I would just tell you, having recently been in a couple of key battlegrounds in Pennsylvania and Erie County, in North Carolina, in New Hanover County, talking to people about this exact issue, inflation, you know what you hear about again and again? The cost of burger meat, the cost of milk and eggs, and the cost of a gallon of gas, right? Because even as these macro numbers, as we've talked about, are adjusting, people still feel like every time they go to the grocery store, they're spending a ton.
And that's almost more important, right, Christine? Because it's not the number, it's not the percentage of where inflation is, it's how they feel every single day.
Absolutely. And when you look at grocery prices, for example, they're up 22% compared with 4 years ago, but the wages are up 20%. Just looking at wages alone, you're like, that's great. 20% bigger paycheck than 4 years ago. When the grocery bill is 22% more, that is a reminder every week or every 10 days for families that things aren't the same as they were the last time they were voting.
Christine, I'm going to let you get back to crunching the numbers. Chuck Todd next to us is already crunching more of the numbers. The campaigns are looking at this stuff too. So I want to get to Peter Alexander and Garrett Haake, both of our correspondents covering both the Harris and the Trump campaigns. We're just getting in, Garrett and Peter, what we call fave unfaves. In other words, the favorability ratings for each of these candidates. And let's start with former President Trump. We're going to pull that up here. And you can see he is what they say underwater, essentially. 54% of voters in these early exit polls have an unfavorable opinion of the former president. Garrett, as you well know, though, the strategy for the Trump team has long been supercharge the base, get that 44% who do see him favorably to actually show up and vote either today or during early voting.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. And I remember a briefing with Trump campaign officials several months ago now in which they said by the time this race is over, both of these candidates will be unpopular. And that's broadly true. Kamala Harris underwater as well in these polls, but not quite as badly. And I think that's going to be part of the challenge for the Trump campaign as we look at these early exit polls, which I should caution that the campaign was telling us sort of all week not to overinterpret them. And I think that's a worthy acknowledgement to make here. But they also wanted to use President Biden as an anchor around Kamala Harris's neck and essentially hope that Biden's unfavorability would drag down Kamala Harris. And the delta between Biden being far more unpopular than Kamala Harris is right now is the kind of thing that I think would be a warning sign to the Trump campaign about that messaging not being as effective as they'd like.
Garrett Haake, thank you very much, live for us down there in South Florida. Appreciate it.
All right, let's move over to my friend Peter Alexander. And Peter, let's take a look at the favorability for the vice president. Here it is. This is the first time we're seeing this. What we have here, the opinion of Kamala Harris, unfavorable 50%, favorable 48%, unfavorable 50, favorable 48%. Her unfavorable slightly lower than what former President Trump's was.
You've been watching NBC News coverage of the 2024 presidential election. Our local coverage continues next. We'll have live reports from polling locations across the Delaware Valley as the final votes are cast.
NBC 10, explaining local stories that impact you. Count on it.
COPD, I have bad days, but I'm fine the next day.
If I take it easy today, I'll be back to normal tomorrow.
One flare-up isn't going to make a difference.
The truth is, those COPD flare-ups you keep having, they have the potential to cause permanent lung damage, making it harder to breathe over time. But we now know more about a cause of flare-ups for some people. It's called type 2 inflammation, and it can be identified by a blood test. Ask your pulmonologist if a blood test is right for you.
Laminate floors can take a beating and still look great. Now at National Floors Direct, you can get an entire room of laminate flooring installed the next day for just $555 and no interest for 1 year. Call 888-400-FLOOR. We'll bring the store to your door.
I'm Rand Spear. Give me 5 minutes and you'll know exactly what I can do for you. No nonsense, no double talk. I'll personally tell you what I can do for you. Demand Rand. Call 1-800-90-LEGAL.
Pella has 5 window lines, great for your current home or your new dream home.
I just got one window, but 3 different colors and sound effects.
Pella's showroom is conveniently set up so you can compare every option.
Our entire showroom is in my car.
Right now, get 55% off your installation or 48 months, 0% APR. 855-77-PELLA, PellaPhilly.com.
Forgot the window. Nope, there it is.
Good morning and welcome to NBC 10 News Today.
Is that not happening enough now?
They're delicious.
Don't worry, we're going to give me one.
A great cause where you can make sure your kids are ready for school.
Can your wife cook?
Yeah.
I guess it's two opposites attract.
I think Bill will be unfazed.
You guys keep talking over there and I'll do the weather.
She's really got me. She's got a strong grip. I just want to show you this really quickly.
Don't hurt me. You're a natural. Thank you.
Go Birds.
Birds.
Eagles fans, get game day ready with NBC10, the official television station of the Philadelphia Eagles. Start your Sundays with real insider news on Eagles game day kickoff.
Woo! Hey, let's go!
It's the greatest show in sports, Sunday Night Football, and your only weekly televised interview with Coach Sirianni on Game Day Final. NBC10 is always game day ready. Are you?
Stay connected on the go. Download the free NBC 10 app today.
Dr. Patel will be administering the anesthesia now, so count back from 5 and we'll see you on the other side.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, let's do this. Gina?
No, I'm still.
Jeez, come on. What is this guy, Wolverine? Sometimes we need to do better.
She says you can't start until her cross is here.
But we're doing the best we can.
Oh, it's going down?
St. Dennis Medical, next Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
This is NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
For me, I'm not just voting for myself, I'm voting for all the future generations of Americans.
Our voices never mattered as much as it does in this.
Right now on NBC 10 News at 5, an election that will change American history. Voters are heading to the polls to make their voices heard and cast their ballots in this election with massive consequences. Those voters are choosing between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump in a very divided time in our country. Here's a look at polling places across our area, including in Philadelphia, South Jersey, the Lehigh Valley, and Chester County. Election officials we've spoken with today say the turnout for this election has been huge.
And thank you for joining us on this special Election Day coverage. I'm Johnny Archer.
I'm Tracy Davidson. This comes down to this. After months of campaigning, the decision over who will be our next president is now in the hands of the voters. As we said, Vice President Kamala Harris or former President Donald Trump. And we have a team of reporters stationed around our area to see how things are going on this election day and how voters are feeling.
But first, we are getting a look at where ballots are being counted in Philadelphia. This is a live look inside the ballot processing center in Northeast Philadelphia. Election workers here have now started to process and open up all of the mail-in ballots that have been sent in. NBC 10's Francis Wang joins us live from that election warehouse in Northeast Philadelphia. Francis, what's the latest?
Yeah, Johnny, city commissioners say things are going smoothly here at the election warehouse in Northeast Philly. Voters still had all day today to drop off their mail ballots, and they still have some time to do so until polls close later today. But I can tell you it is extremely busy inside the warehouse here. More than 185,000 mail ballots already being processed and counted. As soon as the clock struck 7 this morning, election workers here at the Philadelphia County warehouse finally started processing and opening up the mail ballots that have been locked here in this cage for weeks.
We have a pretty typical election day. Polling places are open. Voters are voting in person. And here at the election warehouse, we are counting the mail ballots and everything's going really smoothly.
Going smoothly, despite Pennsylvania being just one of 2 key battleground states that doesn't allow for the pre-canvassing of mail ballots prior to election morning.
It basically creates where we're doing 2 elections on the same day, one by counting the mail ballots and one in person.
And with 19 electoral votes up for grab, the most of the 7 swing states, all eyes are on Pennsylvania and its most populated county, Philadelphia.
And what we saw in 2020 was how important it was to get those ballots counted quickly, because the window of time from when the polls close until when the race can be called is really your biggest window when mis and disinformation will spread. So we're doing everything in our power to count those ballots as quickly as possible.
The sorting, extracting of ballots from the outer and secrecy envelopes, flattening and preparing of ballots to be scanned, all of those steps take time. Election officials say more workers with more experience and new equipment should help with that.
In 2020, we were at a temporary location at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. We've moved to this permanent warehouse where we were able to set up our facility for this purpose. And we were able to invest in additional extraction equipment to get the ballots out of the envelopes quicker. And we have more temporary employees working than we had before.
The new extraction equipment, for example, can get the ballots out about 10 times faster. Employees are cross-trained in all steps of the process. All of those factors, along with a higher in-person turnout expected today, keeping election officials confident in what's happening here at the Philadelphia Election Warehouse.
A lot of voters are voting in person, and we'll have somewhere around 200,000 mail ballots.
And while we won't know the results of the mail ballots until later tonight, the first update coming in around 8 o'clock here at the election warehouse, we do know the number of how many mail ballots were requested and how many were returned. About 79% of them from voters registered as Democrats. We'll also learn more about the mail ballot results with another drop at midnight as well as tomorrow morning. We'll keep you updated all night long from here at the election warehouse in Northeast Philly. I'm Frances Wang. We'll send it back to you.
We know you keep us updated. Frances, thanks so much.
And make sure you check out our live blog up right now on NBC10.com. It's your go-to source to watch election results as they come in, and you can find it on the homepage of our website and the free NBC10 app. And our election coverage continues in South Jersey, where voters have been standing in long lines to cast their ballots.
NBC10 Siobhan McGurl is in Burlington County at a polling location where the line is hours long. Siobhan?
4-hour wait time, I'm told right now. Check out this line. The county tells me they are on track to see record-breaking turnout this election. We'll talk to some of these voters coming up.
NBC 10 is always in your corner. Count on it.
Raymore and Flanagan's Veterans Day sale is on now with savings up to $1,300. Don't miss unbeatable deals like $1,300 off the Carson Power Sectional, $900 off the Coventry bedroom set, and $750 off the Castleton dining set. Plus, get it before the holidays with delivery in 3 days or less on thousands of items. You can also save big on top mattress brands or take advantage of financing and pay no interest for 72 months. Grab Veterans Day savings today at Raymore and Flanagan.
Hey, thanks for driving. Of course. How's your car? Like new. NJM's been great. An insurance company that treats you right?
Seems like a myth, doesn't it? Apologies for eavesdropping, but NJM is magical. They put their policyholders first.
Are you?
Their mascot? Oh, heavens no. Simply a fan of legendary service.
No jingles or mascots. Just great insurance. NJM.
Your car's steering wheel could be a literal ticking time bomb. If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, even if your accident was your fault, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Act now and do not delay.
Remodeling your bathroom? It's easy to get confused with all the flashy offers out there, but at Bathfitter, we keep it straightforward. We have clear pricing, 40 years of experience, and over 100,000 satisfied local customers. Since Bathfitter owns the whole process, from design to manufacturing to installation, we deliver the best quality product at a lower cost, allowing us to back your project with an industry-leading lifetime warranty. Call us today.
Vote your Toyota Player of the Week prediction after every Eagles game. Go to the Philadelphia Eagles app to vote and learn more. Go Birds!
Dear Freedom, what forms do you take? More miles driven? More dollars saved? More life embraced? And more electrified vehicles than any other brand? Yours, Toyota Hybrids.
Right now, get great offers on many new Toyota hybrids, including Corolla Cross, Corolla, and the 2025 all-hybrid Camry. Shop online and get your new Toyota from your nearest Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places.
This is NBC10 News, Decision 2024.
And voters have been waiting in long lines in South Jersey since the polls opened at 6 o'clock this morning.
This was the scene at a polling location in Mount Laurel. Now, Burlington County did report tech issues at several locations at the opening of the polls this morning. That caused the voting to be delayed a bit. But by the afternoon, the county released a statement saying additional technical support was provided to these locations and all issues have now been resolved. But even with those issues resolved, well, a lot of people are turning out to vote. So we're seeing long lines.
Yeah, that's right. NBC10 Siobhan McGurl is at one location in East Hampton Township, Burlington County. Siobhan, poll workers say they've never seen this location so busy. Tell us about that.
Yeah, Johnny, one of the poll workers inside used the word unprecedented to describe this turnout. People have been waiting here for quite some time. We are in the back of the building right now. You can see people have their chairs out. You can't even see the end of the line from where we're standing. We saw one woman out here with the book studying for a test. Current wait time, I'm told, about 4 hours. Poll workers told me when they started to see the wait times tick up a little bit earlier today, they actually brought in an extra voting machine here trying to help. But as you can see, the long waits have continued. For the most part, I got to say morale has been pretty high. We'll show you some video of a first-time voter. She was out here handing out free pizza to the people in line. Several people told us they really didn't mind the wait. They brought chairs wanting to make their voices heard in this election. Though one voter told us she simply could not wait in a line this long. Her daughter's disabled. They were never expecting a line like this, so she left.
Awful. It's not fair. I rode by here this afternoon at 2, and it was not anything like this. But as the day wears on, the line is getting longer and longer and longer.
Back here live at this polling location, the county says in all likelihood, they think this will be record-breaking turnout for this election by the end of the night. They do stress that as long as people are in line by 8 o'clock, they'll be able to go inside and cast their ballots. In Burlington County, I'm Siobhan McGurl, NBC10 News. Guys, send it back to you.
Patient and determined voter. Siobhan, thanks.
All right, thanks, Siobhan. And still to come, the race for the White House will soon be coming to an end where both candidates will be spending their election night as the first results start to come in.
Dr. Patel will be administering the anesthesia now, so count back from 5 and we'll see you on the other side.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, let's do this. Gina?
No, I'm still. Jeez, come on. What is this guy, Wolverine? Sometimes we need to do better.
She says you can't start until her cross is here.
But we're doing the best we can.
Oh, it's going down?
St. Dennis Medical, next Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
At Fulton Bank, we're personally invested in every community we serve. So sometimes we're big in small ways, like finding a way to get Crystal and Dan a mortgage before the baby arrived. Other times we're small in big ways, like local decision-making and financial coaching that helped Fernando open his own shop. Fulton Bank, a community bank that's big and small in all the right ways.
At National Forest Direct, we make it simple. We give you 3 rooms of carpet, next day installation, padding, everything for just $10.88 with no interest for a full year. Call National Forest Direct, 888-400-4. We'll bring the store to your door.
At Closets by Design, we make custom affordable.
Their designer created a space for everything that I had in my old closet and so much more.
Take 40% off plus an extra 15% off. Call 1-800-BY-DESIGN or visit closetsbydesign.com.
The National Dog Show is back in full force. Don't miss this spectacular two-day event featuring up to 2,000 canines and nearly 200 different dog breeds. Meet the dogs, owners, and handlers before they take the stage. Enjoy athletic exhibitions, show dog competition, and fun for the entire family.
Just $20 for adults and $10 for kids at the Expo Center at Oaks on November 16th and 17th. Get your tickets now at nds.nationaldogshow.com.
When seconds count, accuracy matters. That's why we built Storm Ranger 10 for you. To get closer and lower to severe weather than any other radar. To see details no one else can in real time. To keep you prepared and your family safe. Neighborhood by neighborhood. Storm Ranger 10. Driving the region's most accurate forecast. On air and right now on your NBC10 app. Count on it.
3 stations,
2 idiomas,
1 team, bringing you more complete coverage of local news,
El Tiempo y Deportes.
NBC 10, Telemundo 62, and NBC Sports Philadelphia.
This is NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
Howard University will be hosting Harris's Election Night Watch Party. This will be the first time a university will host a presidential election night event in modern history. That's where we find NBC's Bree Jackson. She joins us live from the university with the latest on the Harris campaign. Bree?
Good evening, Johnny. So the Harris campaign says at this hour they are encouraged by high voter turnout on college campuses there in Pennsylvania, in particular in Lehigh and Lafayette counties. Now, the vice president is expected to come here to Howard University later tonight. This is where she'll be holding her election night watch party. Now, this area behind me, it's known as the Yard. It's a popular area for Howard University students, and officials here tell me that this has also served as the backdrop for presidential speeches, including for Calvin Coolidge as well as Barack Obama. And tonight, gatherers here are hoping to see history made when the election results roll in.
Thank you very much as they get the music started there behind you. And Vice President Kamala Harris already cast her vote a few days ago. She said her mail-in ballot was already on the way to California.
Meantime, Donald Trump voted in person this afternoon in West Palm Beach, Florida, alongside his wife, Melania. The former president said he's very confident going into tonight. He will stay in Palm Beach as the first election results start to come in, holding an election watch party at the Palm Beach County Convention Center. NBC's Alice Barr is live there with the latest from the Trump campaign. Alice?
Tracy and Johnny, we're live inside the Palm Beach Convention Center where former President Trump is expected to come address supporters at some point tonight. Earlier today, he headed out to vote and to reflect on the path that's gotten him here and what lies ahead.
Former President Trump casting his ballot today in Palm Beach, Florida, alongside his wife, Melania.
I feel very confident.
A closing act of 9 years of near nonstop campaigning.
We have a great country, but we have a country that's in trouble.
Capped by a final rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan last night.
My last rally, can you believe it? The rallies, these big, beautiful rallies.
The former president visiting campaign staff before watching results come in at Mar-a-Lago. With the vote count likely to stretch beyond tonight, he's been sowing doubt.
What the hell's happening in the inside of those machines? If you wait, we want the answer tomorrow, tonight.
Though today acknowledging he may not declare victory tonight as he did on election night in 2020 before all the votes were counted.
Could you see a world where you don't declare victory tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing the same things that you're hearing. I'm hearing states where I'm up by a lot, but they won't have a final number for a long time.
Later adding,
if I lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it. And I think so far, I think it's been fair.
Voters now having their say as the nominees and the nation wait for results.
Trump is expected once again to come and address supporters here in a matter of hours. He said that he does not have a speech plan for what he will say. He's made several references to this being his last campaign. He was asked that directly today, and he said, I would think so. Tracy and Johnny.
All right, Alice, thanks for the update. We'll look forward to your reports later in the evening. We are less than 3 hours away from the polls closing in the Delaware Valley. And Montgomery County has been in the spotlight during the course of this election. A lawsuit from the Trump campaign caused the deadline for mail-in ballots to be extended last week.
And today, plenty of people were out in person voting. NBC 10's Leah Uko joins us live from Norristown with the details there. Leah?
Yeah, the lines earlier this morning at the crack of dawn when polling places first opened, the lines were around the corner at many polling places here in Montgomery County, people trying to anticipate what they thought would be very long wait times. But I'm told that the longest wait times when those lines were stretching out the door was about 30 minutes. And throughout the day, it got shorter, but people continuously started rolling in. We're being told that people can still drop their mail-in voting ballots around the county at 18 different spots. They can do that until 8 o'clock tonight.
Many people involved. I felt very safe. I felt like there was help if I needed it.
Lines at most polling places in Montgomery County today were short, steady, and the turnout was large.
I have worked this polling place since 2020, and this is the most I have ever seen people coming out. There's a lot of new voters where we live in the town center.
The crowd was diverse here at Roberts Elementary School in Wayne. This is Veronica Urdanetta's first time voting in a U.S. presidential election. She and her mother have the same name, same outfits, and support the same candidate.
Really, and right now it's truly an honor to vote for Kamala Harris for president.
How does it feel to be voting in the most important state in this country for this election?
It feels like it's a big responsibility, and I'm trying to get all my friends to go vote.
Philadelphia suburbs have been a focal point for Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. Both have made numerous campaign stops in hopes of swaying voters in Montgomery County.
Trump, Vance. Sorry.
Okay. All right.
I'm a business owner.
Okay.
For me, the reasons make sense.
Because he's like me, he has no filter. He says the truth. He does what he says. People don't. I didn't like him. Now I love him.
I probably consider myself a Republican most of my life. But I didn't even want to take the chance that I didn't know the other Republicans on the ticket, whether or not they supported you know who. And I didn't want to take that chance. And so I voted straight Democratic to make sure that no one who supports the bully gets in.
Back in September, the Republican National Committee filed a lawsuit accusing the county of starting the election process without testing voting equipment. County commissioners giving us an update on that voting equipment.
No major problems. Every now and then you'll have a precinct that needs a machine replaced, and we handle that as quickly as we can.
Now back to those mail-in ballots. I was told that 160,000 were sent out to voters in Montgomery County, and of those, we're told that 20,000 still have not been returned. Now, if you have one, if you're listening to this report, if you have one, you can still drop it off at any of those 18 sites by 8 o'clock tonight, or you could toss it out all together and go into your precinct and just vote in person. That is coming from the commissioners. Either way, your deadline is at 8 o'clock tonight, and that's as long as you're standing in line. It doesn't mean as long as you get in the door, but if you're in line before 8 o'clock, you can still cast your vote or drop it off. I'll send it back to you in the studio. We're live from Montgomery County in Norristown. Leah Uko, NBC 10 News.
All right, Leah, thanks for that report.
And for several parts of our region, it's not just the race for president that has people going out to the polls.
Yeah, there are local races that could lead to historic outcomes. We'll have more on that coming up. Plus, we'll have another check of our forecast on this record warm election day. Brittany?
That's right. It's one of the warmest election days ever recorded. It's still very nice out in the low 70s. We'll talk more about the record warm for tomorrow as well. That's coming up in your full forecast.
Stay connected on the go. Download the free NBC10 app today.
Pella has 5 window lines, great for your current home or your new dream home.
I've just got one window, but 3 different colors and sound effects.
Pella's showroom is conveniently set up so you can compare every option.
Our entire showroom is in my car.
Right now, get 55% off your installation or 48 months, 0% APR. 855-77-PELA, PELAPhilly.com.
Forgot the window. Nope, there it is.
Reignite your passion with custom anniversary bands from the Jewelry Exchange. 2-carat Fancy Lab bands $14.90, 1-carat Classic Natural bands $9.90, half-carat Natural $4.99. Unlimited choices guaranteed to appraise for double. The Jewelry Exchange, Norristown.
Are you sure? You tend to exaggerate.
Go ahead. Call him yourself.
Thank you for calling Aetna. How can I help you?
Do you really have Medicare plans that cover dental, vision, and hearing?
Yes, all three. Plus, we have plans that include a monthly allowance for certain over-the-counter products.
Really?
That's right. Aetna also has Medicare Advantage plans with a $0 monthly plan premium.
Oh, I like that.
Don't wait. Call 1-888-AETNA-23 to find an Aetna Medicare Advantage plan that meets your unique needs.
Hi, I'm renovation expert Scott McGilvery. I know bath remodeling, and I've seen all the gimmicks. Buy now, half off, free installation. This is why I work with Bath Fitter. With 40 years of experience and 2 million installs, I trust their integrity. Bath Fitter gives you a fair price and sticks to it with a lifetime warranty. You don't need gimmicks, just a partner you can trust. Bath Fitter, it just fits. Go to bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
Certifiable, a good thing when it comes to weather. Only one team is certified most accurate 9 years in a row. Who's keeping track? Weather Rate, analysts who compare all forecasts to what actually happens. Just so happens that NBC10 First Alert Weather get it right more than anyone. Your neighborhood, your weather, more on point, period. No matter where you are, certified most accurate. Who else can say that? No one. NBC10 First Alert Weather. Count on it.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, tips to take care of your health and your wallet, and up-to-the-minute local news. NBC News Daily, weekdays on NBC.
NBC 10 explaining local stories that impact you. Count on it. This is NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
Along with the race for president, we are also watching the balance of power in the Senate. Incumbent Democrat Bob Casey is facing his toughest re-election yet.
Yeah, facing Republican Dave McCormick, who also ran for Senate in 2022. But at that time, he didn't get past Dr. Oz in the primary. NBC 10's Brian Sheen is live in Scranton, Bob Casey's hometown, where he cast his ballot earlier today. Brian joins us with the latest from there. Brian?
Yeah, guys, we are inside the Scranton Cultural Center here in downtown Scranton. I'm told this is where Senator Casey is expected later tonight. He will watch the returns come in with his family and his supporters. The senator was at Scranton High School early this morning. He arrived there with his family so that he could vote just before 10. The 64-year-old was born in the city and still calls it home. He is seeking a fourth term and is Pennsylvania's second longest serving U.S. senator behind Arlen Specter, who was in office for 30 years. Casey was first elected in 2006 and easily won the previous 3 elections. He has called this one his toughest re-election challenge yet. The Democrat is going up against Republican Dave McCormick. I had a chance to speak with the senator before he went inside to cast his vote this morning. Take a listen. Senator, how are you feeling this morning?
Doing well. I think it's going to be a big vote. I hope a historic vote. Last time we had statewide almost 7 million voters. I hope we can break that record.
Republican Dave McCormick accompanied his wife Dina as she voted in Pittsburgh's Squirrel Hill neighborhood this morning. McCormick says he voted by mail-in ballot last week. The 59-year-old narrowly lost the 2022 U.S. Senate race primary to Dr. Mehmet Oz, who in turn lost to Democrat John Fetterman in the general election. So with 2 Democrat senators currently representing Pennsylvania and Washington, McCormick is hoping to change that, positioning himself as a businessman and an outsider.
Spectacular day, which is awesome because that should encourage a big turnout. And listen, it's going to be super close, but I feel a lot of enthusiasm on the ground. The polls have closed.
And McCormick is watching the returns come in Western Pennsylvania. We will be watching both campaigns very closely, and we'll bring you updates throughout the evening. For now, live in Scranton, I'm Brian Sheehan, NBC 10 News.
All right, Brian, thanks for that.
Thank you, Brian. And one county in Pennsylvania to watch tonight is Northampton County. Problems at this polling place at the Banana Factory Arts Center in South Bethlehem caused long lines that ramped around the block. Officials say one of the 3 voting machines went down. Students we spoke with from nearby Lehigh University say they were in line for hours, and county leaders have sent more voting machines there to get voters through the line.
We've had struggle with it today. There's been long lines, but folks are staying in the lines. Those young people are staying in line.
Election workers in Easton are working right now and will be counting ballots throughout the night. Polls close at 8, but like we said before, if you are in line by then, you still will be allowed to vote. All right, now let's get back to our first alert forecast as we take a live look at Center City this election day. And it is a warm election day for sure.
You told us it was going to be like this. It's a good thing for those people waiting in line.
Yeah, definitely that you barely even need a jacket. Now, if you do go in the later hours here, you probably at least want to take a light jacket. But fantastic conditions today, and that record warmth is going to continue as we head into tomorrow. So tomorrow's going to be even warmer. Here's a closer look at some of our headlines. Number one, we are tracking the warmest election day on record. It ties another date. We'll go over those details. More record warmth expected heading into tomorrow. We're talking about temperatures in the 80s. And this is November. We are going to be cooler again towards the end of the week, heading into the weekend. But a look back at today's high, 76 degrees today was our daytime high. Allentown at 75, 77 in Reading, 75 degrees in Atlantic City. And we want to look back at the other 3 warmest presidential election days. And we are officially tying November 3rd, 1936. It's pretty impressive. Before then, November 6, 1888, we saw temperatures around 75. And then back in 1924, temperatures right around 72 degrees. So again, we tied the record. As we look at our right now temperature, 71 in Allentown. We're at 72 degrees in Wilmington, low 70s in Dover, 67 in Millville. You still have time to head out to the polls. In your 6 o'clock hour, temperatures will still be in the 70s. By 7 p.m., you're in the upper 60s. Similar conditions by 8 o'clock. Now, as we look ahead to tomorrow, our average high for this time of year, 59 tomorrow. Our forecast high is 80, and take a look at the record, 79, and that was set back in 1948. So as we look at the rest of the records here, we expect to break the record in Allentown with our forecast high of 79. Similar conditions and a forecast high of 80 in Reading. Wilmington probably going to tie the record. And then we're expected to break the record in Trenton. The reason why we're going to see warm air is a similar setup where you have a front off to the west and you have that warm air coming up from the south. That's going to deliver us the temperatures in the 80s. This cold front will eventually move through. It's going to give us a slight chance of showers, but right now it doesn't look that promising. Once again, all we need is just a little bit of measurable rain, and at least our streak of consecutive dry days will end. Satellite radar shot shows that unsettled weather off to the west of us. We are still sitting pretty here, nice and dry as we get into the rest of tonight, heading into tomorrow. Tonight's temperatures down to the 50s and 60s, 62 degrees in Philadelphia, 57 in Vineland, down to 60 degrees here in Wildwood. So more of a mild night as the warmer air already starts to move in. That's going to deliver us with those warm temperatures heading into tomorrow. We're talking 80 in Philly, 80 in Vineland, and even the mid 70s along the shore. Our 10-day forecast shows temperatures will start to cool on Thursday, back down to the 70s. Friday, you're into the 60s. We stay there into the weekend. Nice conditions here expected for Saturday. Now, Sunday, we finally have another chance of showers. There'll be a few more chances as we look to next week as well. Johnny.
Field Focus, presented by Toyota, proud partner of the Philadelphia Eagles and official automotive partner of the NFL.
Hey, everybody, this is John Clark with your Field Focus, and the Eagles are heading to Dallas on Sunday, riding that 4-game winning streak. They're not going to have to face Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott. He's going to miss a few games with a hamstring injury, so it is rush week. Cooper Rush will get the start. He's the backup for the Cowboys. Take a look at this. This is really good news. A.J. Brown's knee is going to be okay. He left Sunday's game and did not return with a knee injury. He had an MRI yesterday. He is day-to-day. It's a minor injury, and he could possibly play on Sunday. I am John Clark with your Field Focus.
Toyota Player of the Week, presented by your local tri-state Toyota dealers, proud partner of the Philadelphia Eagles.
And your nominees for your Toyota Player of the Week are Saquon Barkley, Zach Vaughn and Jalen Hurts. Barkley had 199 yards from scrimmage and 2 touchdowns. Linebacker Zach Vaughn caught his second career interception and had 10 tackles. And Jalen Hurts threw 2 touchdowns and rushed for another. And you can vote for the player of the week by going to the Eagles app. We'll have the results tomorrow on NBC 10 News at 5 o'clock. Toyota is the official sponsor of the Philadelphia Eagles. And this has already been a historic election when it comes to voter turnout.
And there's been an increased effort to get out the vote. NBC 10's Karen Waugh joins us now with more on that. Karen?
Hey, yeah, we're here at West Philly High where we're about to have some surprise star power showing up to perform, all to incentivize voters to come on out.
Dear non-stick surface, you're great for scrambling eggs, but to drive on, well, that's what it feels like when things get rough. Good thing we have amazing traction. Let's bond. Toyota all-wheel drive vehicles.
Get great lease offers on all-wheel drive gas and hybrid Toyota models, including Corolla Cross and RAV4, or get low APR on the all-hybrid Camry. Shop online and get your new Toyota from your nearest Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Skyforce 10, we have a police chase on 95 North.
Breaking news happens fast. If you're late, don't even bother showing up. And having the coolest tools in the sky means nothing if you don't know how to use them.
Jacqueline, we're right over the suspect's car.
NBC 10 knows in this town, breaking news happens fast, but Skyforce 10 is faster. Count on it.
Skyforce 10, en route.
At National Forest Direct, get 1 room of genuine Mohawk hardwood flooring installed for just $9.99. The floor you've always wanted for just $9.99, with no interest for a full year. Call National Forest Direct at 888-400-FLOOR. We bring the store to your door.
Most people will never know anybody that's been murdered.
Nobody can understand unless they've been there. This is the moment you became the architect of a murder.
They see you as a monster.
You could have let her go.
What was it about you that said, I'm going to keep fighting?
It had to be a terrible time. You fought pretty hard to find out who killed her. What do you think at that moment?
You've been chasing an unknown attacker for decades.
You ready for what's coming?
At Fulton Bank, we're personally invested in every community we serve. So sometimes we're big in small ways, like finding a way to get Crystal and Dan a mortgage before the baby arrived. Other times we're small in big ways, like local decision-making and financial coaching that helped Fernando open his own shop. Fulton Bank, a community bank that's big and small in all the right ways.
Soaking rain is coming through this morning, but it will not last. We got sunshine on tap this afternoon. It'll be a beautiful day.
When your forecast means everything, count on the most accurate NBC 10 First Alert Weather. Count on it. NBC 10 First Alert Weather, certified most accurate 9 years in a row. Count on it. Closed captioning on NBC 10 is brought to you by Len the Plumber Heating and Air.
Just call Len the Plumber Heating and Air.
This is NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
Organizers are getting creative to get as many people out to vote as possible today.
Huge effort today, right? Some polling places had food and live music. NBC 10's Karen Waugh is at one of those at West Philadelphia High School. She's got details. Karen, that looks like a party.
Yeah, party indeed. You see this party flow behind me. The music is going. We've got the lights, and we've got some real star power coming in tonight before the polls close. We have a DJ Jazzy Jeff on deck, as well as De La Soul, all here to perform later on tonight. And this is all to incentivize voters to show up who haven't come out yet.
So we're definitely anticipating the highest turnout in person that we've seen since 2016.
The Committee of 70 feels good about the number of people they've seen voting today. From north to west to South Philly, they turned multiple polls into block parties. Free food, live bands, an extra incentive to wait in line.
The energy is amazing.
Every polling site that I've been to is experiencing record lines.
Faith leaders like Pastor Alan Waller scattered across the city to keep polls peaceful. And we met these Temple students whose first time voting was for a candidate who looked like them.
It felt really empowering. It actually made me feel really happy. Like I left the voting booth and I felt like very powerful. Like our voices never mattered as much as it does in this.
So while we have all this entertainment going on, there's still a steady stream of people who are going into the school and voting before everything closes down at 8 o'clock. But still, we'll keep you posted on the party. Again, on deck, we have DJ Jazzy Jeff and De La Soul coming. We're live in West Philly. Karen Hua, NBC 10 News.
So much energy and so much fun. Karen, thanks.
Sounds like a party over there. Thank you, Karen. And voters aren't the only ones energized by Election Day. Eagles cheerleaders and Swoop celebrated Election Day with voters in South Philadelphia. Birds defensive tackle Thomas Booker stopped by too as voters cast their ballots inside South Philadelphia High School this morning. Outside, the Eagles handed out I voted stickers and gave away Eagles merchandise to fans as well.
Thanks for joining us for NBC 10 News at 5. I'm Tracy Davidson.
And I'm Johnny Archer. Our Election Day coverage is just getting started. We have much more coming up right now on NBC 10 News at 6 with Fred Shropshire and Jacqueline London.
This is NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
Right now at 6, Election Day in America. It has been a day of long lines and packed polls across the area as the race for the White House nears the end. You only have a few hours left to cast your ballot, make your voice heard.
I voted for my family. I voted for my people.
I chose who I thought was the best candidate. Our voices never mattered as much as it does in this.
If you haven't done it yet, you still have about 2 hours to get out and vote. Polls across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware close tonight at 8. You need to be in line by then in order to vote. And you can count on NBC 10 to keep you informed throughout this historic day. Thank you for joining us on this election night. I'm Jacqueline London.
And I'm Fred Shropshire. The debates, campaigns, and rallies are over. Now it all comes down to you. Today, the voters will decide who will lead the nation for the next 4 years. Donald Trump is looking to stage a White House comeback. He voted in person earlier today in West Palm Beach, Florida, after a final day of barnstorming battleground states, including Pennsylvania yesterday. The former president voted and plans to join supporters at an election party tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris is looking to make history as the first woman president. She cast her ballot by mail last week. Harris made her final pitch to voters at a rally here in Philadelphia last night. And tonight, she plans to greet supporters at Howard University in Washington. We have a team of reporters spread across all 3 states covering the race that matter most to you and checking in with voters and any potential problems at the polls. We begin our coverage with NBC 10 political reporter Lauren Make. Lauren, we hear a lot about the path to 270 and the big role Pennsylvania will play in getting there. Walk us through what we could see.
Yeah, Fred, you cannot overstate how important Pennsylvania could be to both of these candidates. Let me walk you through why that is. This is a map of the way things looked in 2020 when Joe Biden won Pennsylvania and won the White House. So let's go through a scenario and see what might happen here. For example, if we take Pennsylvania out of the mix, if we say, hey, let's not decide who's going to win Pennsylvania right now. We'll decide that later in the night. So what would happen if Kamala Harris were to lose Michigan, which Joe Biden won? Okay, well, nobody's won the White House at that point. And then let's say she loses Arizona as well. Again, nobody's won the White House at this point, but she's been spending some time in North Carolina. The Harris campaign had their eyes on that. That's a state that's traditionally gone Republican. So what if she wins North Carolina? That would win her the White House, even without Pennsylvania. But let's say that doesn't happen. She does not succeed in winning North Carolina. Well, again, nobody's winning here. So look what happens when we put Pennsylvania in her column. That's it. She's won the White House with Pennsylvania. Or if we put Pennsylvania in Donald Trump's column, that would be enough for him. Those 19 electoral votes would be enough to get to 270. And that is the magic number that we will be watching for tonight, late tonight, into early tomorrow morning, and as long as it takes to find out who the winner is in this race, where Pennsylvania could be key. Fred, back to you.
And we know that by all the attention that we've gotten thus far. All right, thank you, Lauren. Pennsylvania is a battleground state, and Bucks County could prove to be the battleground county it takes to win the White House.
The county went blue in the last 2 presidential races, but now the number of registered Republicans outnumber Democrats. NBC10's Deanna Durante has been talking to voters today and joins us live from Langhorne with more tonight. Deanna.
Many voters have been showing up here, casting their ballot, saying that they're voting for the candidate they think will do the better job. Many people we're talking to not talking about who they chose, but instead why they chose the person they voted for.
We don't miss voting. We vote all primaries, everything. I've been very apprehensive and nervous this whole time.
Voters say they know they need to make their voices heard.
I feel like it's close. I really don't know who's going to win.
This election cycle, many say, has been long.
Mainly for it to be over. I'm tired. My mailbox is I have 5 voters in my house, so I get cardboard from everybody, for everybody.
Marion Gallagher of Trevose votes in every election. Today, her grandson is casting his first votes.
That's a lot, right?
And they say the information, mailers, ads, well, they've made it a long season. What do you say to other first-time voters today?
Vote. Vote.
That's the word. Everyone wants you to get out, get your voice heard so that you can shape the way that the country goes in the next 4 years. Now, we were talking about the numbers here, how Bucks County has gone blue in the last 2 presidential elections. Mail-in voting, a anomaly a little bit for some here. In Bucks County, we saw the demand was huge, so much so that it was the Trump campaign that pushed to have the deadline extended here in Bucks County for more than 2 days so that people could get those mail-in ballots. And that right there is going to take some time to count the demand of those. I checked in with Bucks County officials just a little while ago, and while they did pre-canvass, start that at 7 a.m. this morning, they will be going through those ballots late into the night as well as likely into the morning. Reporting live in Langhorne, Deanna Durante, NBC 10 News.
We definitely know how long this can stretch out, as evidenced in the last election. Deanna Durante, thank you. Now, the race for the White House is not the only race with major implications in Pennsylvania. Voters in the state could change the power dynamic in the Senate. Republican Dave McCormick is trying to unseat Democratic incumbent Senator Bob Casey, who is seeking his 4th term in office. Pennsylvania voters will also choose the next attorney general. You're looking at that on your screen right now. This race wide open with no incumbent. Eugene DePasquale, a former state representative and auditor general, is running for the Democrats. The Republican, Dave Sunday, is the current district attorney for York County. Going to the suburbs now, voters in Bucks County and parts of Montgomery County are casting ballots for U.S. Representative in Pennsylvania's 1st Congressional District. You see them on your screen right there. Republican incumbent Brian Fitzpatrick is facing Democratic challenger Ashley Ehaws.
And Skyforce 10 is live in South Jersey right now. Check out the lines outside D.A. Macy Middle School in Marlton. Voters have told us that they have waited several hours to cast their vote. We're told it's such a large turnout, and that's creating the line wrapping around the school there that you see. Voters have been waiting in long lines since polls opened this morning. Burlington County started the day with tech issues at several locations, causing things to be delayed. Officials telling us those issues have since been resolved. And even with those issues resolved, we are still seeing long lines. NBC 10 Siobhan McGurl at one location in East Hampton Township, Burlington County. Siobhan, poll workers say they've never seen this location so busy.
And this line is only getting longer with less than 2 hours to go now before polls close here in New Jersey. The poll workers I talked to inside, they are using the word unprecedented to describe this turnout. Check out this line. You can see people waiting here. At this point, they say they've already waited about an hour and a half, and they have a little while longer to go. They have their chairs out here trying to make the best of the situation. I got to tell you, the reactions out here are mixed. Some people, they've told us that they are frustrated. We saw one woman leave. There are others who are trying to make the best of the situation, like we said, pulling up chairs, making friends, undeterred by the wait. They say it's worth it to make sure their voices are heard.
It was worth the wait because I was able to have my voice heard.
Awesome.
I'm happy. I didn't give up. I waited.
I'm done.
Everyone's waiting so long, and it's our civic duty to come out and vote. And I figured, why not bring a little bit of joy to people if possible? Anyone want pizza?
That first-time voter there, she was handing out free pizza to this line as people were waiting for hours. So as we said, we've seen it all. We've been here since around 4 o'clock this afternoon. Again, people continue to show up. The county told me this is not the only place in Burlington County that you'll find a long line. They say they are on track to see record-breaking turnout for this election. As long as people are here in line by 8 o'clock tonight, they will get to vote. In Burlington County, I'm Siobhan McGurl, NBC10 News. Send it back to you.
A lot of patient voters out there with a positive attitude. Siobhan, thank you. The Senate race in New Jersey has been in the national spotlight. Democrat Andy Kim and Republican Curtis Bashaw are looking to fill the seat Bob Menendez held before his corruption trial and resignation.
Now let's go to Delaware. Senator Tom Carper is not running for re-election, leaving that seat wide open. Current Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester is running for the Democrats. She faces business executive Eric Hansen for the Republicans and former state senator Michael Katz, who is on the ballot as an independent. With Blunt Rochester running for Senate, there is an open race for a U.S. House seat. Democratic state lawmaker Sarah McBride is facing former state trooper John Whalen III for that position. If McBride wins, she would be the first openly transgender member of Congress. Our election coverage continues next.
We'll take you inside the place where Philadelphia's mail-in ballots will be counted. Francis.
Yeah, the process started at 7 o'clock this morning. Those ballots being processed and counted here at the Philadelphia warehouse in Northeast Philly. We'll take you inside and tell you what we're expecting tonight coming up.
Hey, thanks for driving. Of course. How's your car? Like new. NJM's been great. An insurance company that treats you right?
Seems like a myth, doesn't it? Apologies for eavesdropping, but NJM is magical. They put their policyholders first.
Are you?
Their mascot? Oh, heavens no. Simply a fan of legendary service.
No jingles or mascots. Just great insurance. NJM.
Pella has 5 window lines, great for your current home or your new dream home.
I've just got one window, but 3 different colors and sound effects.
Pella's showroom is conveniently set up so you can compare every option.
Our entire showroom is in my car.
Right now, get 55% off your installation or 48 months, 0% APR. 855-77-PELLA, PellaPhilly.com.
Forgot the window. Oh, there it is.
GIA Diamonds, lowest prices ever. The Jewelry Exchange has natural 1-carat GIAs just $19.90. Custom mounts are just $4.99. Carat 50, $29.90. 2-carat, $59.90. Thousands of diamonds guaranteed the lowest price. The Jewelry Exchange, Norristown.
When seconds count, accuracy matters. That's why we built Storm Ranger 10 for you. To get closer and lower to severe weather than any other radar. To see details no one else can in real time. To keep you prepared and your family safe. Neighborhood by neighborhood. Storm Ranger 10. Driving the region's most accurate forecast. On air and right now on your NBC10 app. Count on it.
911, where's your emergency? I can't find my daughter.
She was playing in the slides with her brother. We believe that she was taken from the park.
As time goes on, the investigation becomes more difficult.
I can't imagine what this mother's going through.
This investigation is very close.
If you're asking me what I believe the child is alive somewhere. Somebody knows something.
Most people will never know anybody that's been murdered.
Nobody can understand unless they've been there.
It's unreal, all the twists and turns that have happened.
You ready for what's coming?
Dateline and Daytime. Weekdays at 1 on NBC 10. NBC 10 is always in your corner. Count on it. You're watching NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
After months of campaigning, Election Day 2024 is finally here. Voters are heading to the polls to make their voice heard in the battle for the White House and other key races that will impact people across our region.
One of them is a congressional race here in Pennsylvania, the 7th district for the U.S. House, which covers the Lehigh Valley area. Democratic incumbent Susan Wild won her last re-election by a very thin margin. She's facing Republican Ryan McKenzie. NBC 10's Aaron Baskerville live in Allentown with more on voter turnout there today. Aaron.
Yeah, Jackie and Fred, right now we are at the First Presbyterian Church in Allentown on Tillman Street. We've been here for several hours, about 1:30, 2 o'clock this afternoon. There's been a steady stream of voters for most of the day, but we're told that big rush happened this morning around 7, 8 o'clock this morning, about 200 to 300 voters in line getting ready for this big election, of course. We do have some video from earlier today from a couple different locations. This is here right now around 2:30, 3 o'clock this afternoon. You can see some of the voters going inside, getting ready for this election. Like I said, if you don't know much about this district, it's Pennsylvania's 7th district. It's basically the biggest swing district in the biggest swing state. Half of the voters are basically Republican. The other half are Democrats. We were also in South Bethlehem earlier today as well. As you can see, there were long lines snaking around the polling locations out there. Where we were at, those were mostly Lehigh University students going to vote today, this morning, and this afternoon. We had a chance to talk to a whole bunch of Trump supporters, also Harris supporters. There are a lot of emotion, energy, and passion today. Here's what they told us.
If you have abortion, we lose the soul of our country. So.
And how are you feeling today? Are you nervous, anxious,
I'm
excited?
a little anxious. I don't want her. She scares me to death.
You get really emotional. Like, what is actually going through your mind to make you so emotional?
For our grandkids. We want the country to be safe for our grandchildren.
I spent 11 years in the Army Reserve. You know, I'm proud of being an American.
You can certainly feel the passion coming through the screen right there. That's one Trump voter, one Harris voter. The gentleman at the end, he literally had tears streaming down his face. That's how emotional and passionate he was about this election. Of course, we're going to be in Allentown all night. We're going to go switch locations in just a little bit. But for now, we are live at the First Presbyterian Church. Aaron Baskerville, NBC 10 News.
So personal for every voter out there. Aaron, thank you. And issues across Philadelphia and the surrounding suburbs have been relatively minor today, but Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner is urging anyone who encounters what they believe to be voter fraud to report it as soon as possible.
This is the time. You got an issue, bring it to us, show us the evidence. We are here in an even-handed fashion, but we have seen no evidence of that so far today.
The DA's Election Protection Task Force says it's responded to about 70 complaints, mostly of people campaigning outside of polling places. The DA says most issues were resolved peacefully. More than 185,000 ballots were cast in Philadelphia before today. This is a live look inside the ballot processing center in the Northeast. Those mail-in ballots are already being counted, but nothing can be reported until after 8 p.m. Workers and election observers have been at the facility since this morning preparing to count those ballots.
NBC 10's Francis Wang is there with a preview of what we can expect. Francis.
Well, Fred and Jackie, we are expecting the first batch of results to be reported around 8 o'clock tonight. And then shortly after, we're going to be hearing from the Philadelphia City Commissioners. You see the podium there set up behind me. But as you mentioned, more than 185,000 mail ballots have already been returned. They are inside this warehouse being processed and counted. And that doesn't even include the ones being picked up later tonight. As soon as the clock struck 7 this morning, election workers here at the Philadelphia warehouse could finally start processing and opening up the mail ballots that have been stored here. Pennsylvania is just one of 2 key battleground states that does not allow for the pre-canvassing of mail ballots prior to election morning. And with 19 electoral votes up for grabs, the most of the 7 swing states, all eyes are on Pennsylvania and its most populated county, Philadelphia.
It basically creates where we're doing 2 elections on the same day, one by counting the mail ballots and one in person. It would be a lot smoother and more transparent for everybody if we were able to pre-canvass these mail ballots prior to election day. But unfortunately, the legislature has not changed the law, so we're doing everything in our power to count the ballots as quickly as possible.
Election officials say investing in this warehouse, more workers with more experience, and new equipment should prevent the delays we experienced 4 years ago.
And what we saw in 2020 was how important it was to get those ballots counted quickly, because the window of time from when the polls close until when the race can be called is really your biggest window when mis and disinformation will spread. So we're doing everything in our power to count those ballots as quickly as possible.
And Jackie, Fred, just an example of what city commissioners believe is making the process quicker this year. New extractment equipment that removes the ballots from the envelopes about 10 times faster. That, along with workers returning from 2020 now with a plethora of experience, they say is helping to ensure this process goes smoothly. Again, we are expecting the first results to be reported at 8 o'clock. Then we'll hear again at midnight and then get another batch of results tomorrow morning. For now, we're live in Northeast Philly. I'm Frances Wang, NBC 10 News.
A well-oiled machine will be watching the process very closely. Francis, thank you.
And weather has not gotten in the way. It's been a record-setting election day in terms of our temperatures. Let's check in with Michelle Bertella.
That's right. Got to 76 degrees. And the last time we were 76 degrees on an election is what we're talking, a presidential election, that is, 1936.
Whoa.
So it's been a while. It's been a while.
back.
Yeah. A beautiful shot here. KYW News radio camera showing you that it is just fantastic out there for this evening. So yeah, warmest presidential election days that we have had. Again, November 3rd, 1936. Now we've tied that, coming in second place November 6th, 1888, 75 degrees. So regardless, we were going to make the top three. That was one thing for sure. Highs today across the entire area, mid to upper 70s. Reading topping out at 77 degrees. The average this time of year is 60 degrees. So very, very warm. Still warm as you go on throughout the rest of the evening as those polls continue to be open till 8 p.m. 69 degrees. We have record challenging warmth as we look into Wednesday as well. Really building upper 70s, maybe some low 80s across the area once again. So, the record is 79 for Philadelphia for tomorrow. We could touch 80 degrees, and that's the same for many locations. So we could break some records for tomorrow. Then a cold front moves through. Not a lot of rain, but a chance at some showers across parts of South Jersey, across parts of Delaware, that could end their rainless streak. So we will see if they do get some rain. Again, any rain at this point, beneficial. We do have high pressure building in. That will make for a cooler finish to this work week than what we've been experiencing. But a closer look to show you the rain showers. Very light and spotty, maybe a downpour across parts of Newcastle County, and again, extending into South Jersey as we go on, and that front kind of sags a little bit to the south for you for your Thursday. So rain chances, it's not a lot for Philadelphia. I don't think that we'll get much here. I think we continue on our dry streak as we go on throughout the next few days. But eventually we will see that come to a close. Again, not today. It's been very dry. The warming trend, that has been what we've been focusing on. And this time, 24 hours ago, you can see the huge change in the warmer direction here. Overnight lows are going to be very warm for us for the next 2 mornings. 62 for Philadelphia, 50s there for the Lehigh Valley suburbs as well, 60 for the shore and South Jersey. So a warm start tomorrow, a very warm afternoon, and well above average, and still above average to close out the week. But you can see the trend. It is getting cooler as we go into Saturday and Sunday. And Sunday afternoon and evening, we could potentially be seeing some showers, and it could be widespread. So that's something that we will be watching. We'll be right back after the break.
Philly Live, weekdays at 11:45 on NBC 10. Count on it.
Injured in a car accident? I'm Mike Spear, son of Rand Spear. My father and I make double trouble for the insurance companies. Let us fight to get you maximum compensation for your injuries. Call us, Rand and Mike Spear, the accident lawyers.
Count on NBC 10 to give you more of the local stories that matter to you.
More news in more places when you want it, so you're more prepared.
More help when you need it.
I am so happy that I called, and I really appreciate you guys.
The most accurate forecast from your First Alert weather team for your neighborhood.
Always get more, anytime, anywhere with NBC 10. Count on it.
Did you ever look at your house and think it just might be time for a change? Well, right now at National Floors Direct, we'll help you change for just $1,088. We'll give you 3 full rooms of carpeting, next day installation, padding, everything, all for just $1,088. 3 rooms, no hidden extras. Now that's the kind of change everyone can afford. And no interest for 1 year. Call National Floors Direct, 888-400-FLOOR. Get 3 rooms of carpeting for just $1,088. We'll bring the store to your door.
The story of humanity is more than ancient history. At the Penn Museum, we connect stories about communities who lived thousands of years ago to here and now. From innovations like the first alphabet from the Eastern Mediterranean and writing in Mexico and Central America. From timeless traditions of Native American voices to contemporary art about Africa, our past connects us to our future. Open your mind and your world at the Penn Museum.
Bath Fitter does showers? That's right. We offer a wide selection of beautiful and functional showers in all shapes and sizes. We can even convert your bath into a shower. How about that? With our seamless one-piece walls and hundreds of design options, you'll get a beautiful new shower to fit your needs, guaranteed for life. Bath Fitter's been around for 40 years, and we've been experts in showers for just as long. Get yours today. Bath Fitter, it just fits. Go to bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
Count on NBC10 to give you more of the local stories that matter to you.
More opportunities to listen to you, so we tell your stories the right way.
How can we become a bigger part of your community?
More access to the biggest events in town. The most accurate forecast from your First Alert weather team for your neighborhood.
Always get more, anytime, anywhere with NBC10. Count on it.
No matter where you are, only one team is certified most accurate 9 years in a row. NBC10 First Alert Weather. Count on it. You're watching NBC10 News, Decision 2024.
Voters have been lining up to cast their votes across our area today, and they showed up early. Take a look at all the people waiting ahead of the polls opening in Center City this morning. Many locations in our area are reporting high turnout.
Here you have a little more than 90 minutes left to vote if you haven't already. NBC10's Miguel Martinez Valle live in South Philadelphia with more on the effort to get people to the polls. Miguel.
Yeah, here at the Capitol Playground polling location, we haven't seen those long lines that we saw elsewhere in the area, but we have seen a consistent stream of people coming in to vote. At another South Philly voting location that I checked in with, they're actually telling me hours ago that they were running low on the I voted stickers because they had more people than usual show up. So there's definitely a lot of eagerness around these elections. We even spoke to first-time voters who were telling us what they were getting motivated by, but there's also organizations like the Committee of 70 looking to make it an enjoyable experience for everyone. Yeah, and in South Philly, they had DJs, they had snacks, they had a lot.
Really, prices for me. I feel like if you look back at his term, he brought prices down in all aspects. As in the last 3.5 years, they went up.
I'm doing this for my family. They're come from Mexico, so they're immigrants, so they really can't vote. So I'm out here like casting my vote for them.
Yeah, and those were two first-time voters telling us what motivated them. The Committee of 70, the nonpartisan voter organization, they did tell us that they're expecting the highest voter turnout since 2016. I'll send it back to you. I'm Miguel Martinez Valle, NBC10 News.
Miguel, thank you. And now that Election Day is almost over, what happens to all of those political signs? Up next, one local county is offering you an environmentally friendly way to get rid of them.
Soaking rain is coming through this morning, but it will not last. We got sunshine on tap this afternoon. It'll be a beautiful day.
When your forecast means everything, count on the most accurate NBC10 First Alert Weather. Count on it.
Hi, I'm Paul Muller, president of the Tri-State Toyota Dealers Association and a proud Vietnam veteran. Toyota is proud to salute all our area's veterans and all those who bravely served.
I'm Sergeant Michael DeBonis of Langhorne, Pennsylvania. I'm a proud Vietnam veteran, military police.
I'm a proud Marine Corps veteran of Vietnam.
I'm a proud Army veteran of Operation Iraqi Freedom.
This Veterans Day, Toyota and your local Tri-State Toyota dealers thank and honor all those who have bravely served our nation.
your emblem of devotion. Have your engagement ring custom made by the Jewelry Exchange. Choose a 1-carat lab-grown diamond for $5.99 or a natural GIA for $19.90. 18K mounts are $4.99. Thousands of choices, always the best deal. The Jewelry Exchange, Norristown.
Good morning and welcome to NBC 10 News Today. Is that not happening enough now?
They're delicious.
Don't worry, we're going to give me one.
A great cause where you can make sure your kids are ready for school.
Can your wife cook?
Yeah.
I guess it's two opposites attract.
I think Bill will be unfazed.
You guys keep talking over there, and I'll do the weather.
She's really got me. She's got a strong grip. I just want to say this really quickly.
Don't hurt me. You're a natural. Thank you.
Go Birds. Birds.
Pella has 5 window lines, great for your current home or your new dream home.
I've just got one window, but 3 different colors and sound effects.
Pella's showroom is conveniently set up so you can compare every option.
Our entire showroom is in my car.
Right now, get 55% off your installation or 48 months, 0% APR. 855-77-PELLA, PellaPhilly.com.
Forgot the window. Nope, there it is.
Eagles fans, get game day ready with NBC10, the official television station of the Philadelphia Eagles. Start your Sundays with real insider news on Eagles game day kickoff.
Woo! Hey, let's go!
It's the greatest show in sports, Sunday Night Football, and your only weekly televised interview with Coach Sirianni on Game Day Final. NBC10 is always game day ready. Are you?
The National Dog Show is back in full force. Don't miss this spectacular 2-day event featuring up to 2,000 canines and nearly 200 different dog breeds. Meet the dogs, owners, and handlers before they take the stage. Enjoy athletic exhibitions, show dog competition, and fun for the entire family.
Just $20 for adults and $10 for kids at the Expo Center at Oaks on November 16th and 17th. Get your tickets now at nds.nationaldogshow.com.
And you can count on NBC 10 to bring you the latest developments on this election day, on air and online.
We will be here throughout the night to update you on the results. Right now, you're looking at Montgomery County, the election yard signs, recycling. There are ways that you can get rid of them and dispose of those signs. November 6th to the 13th are the days that they will be collecting them. There are drop-off sites, 17 of them in Montgomery County, where you can take those signs in your yard. Paperboard, plastic signs, both accepted. Reach out to your local counties to see if they have disposal options for you there too. We are going to keep a track of this election the entire evening. We have a live blog up on our website with the very latest on the races and what's happening at the polls. You can find that blog on the homepage of our website, NBC10.com, and the free NBC10 app. And you can join us for extended coverage of Decision 2024 on our NBC10 News Philadelphia streaming channel. We will be there live until 11 p.m. We have a team of experts here to bring you up-to-the-minute results, reaction, analysis, and we'll be checking in with our reporters across the region. Our coverage of this historic election continues now wherever you stream.
You're watching special coverage of NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
Good evening and welcome to NBC 10's special streaming coverage of Decision 2024 on election night. I'm Lauren Make.
I'm Tracy Davidson. We're going to be with you throughout the night. We've got you covered as results come in and the races get called. The polls are still open right now, open till 8, but any voter in line by 8 will be allowed to vote. Mail-in ballots also need to be received or postmarked by that time. Now, we have heard about long lines at polling locations across the area. Skyforce 10 is live over one of them right now. This is South Jersey. These are the lines outside DeMacy Middle School in Marlton. Voters have told us they have waited several hours to cast their vote. We're told it's such a large turnout, and that's creating lines that are wrapping around that particular school.
Our team of reporters has been covering this election for months nonstop, and they're spread out across the region, ready to get the latest reaction from voters, party leaders, and candidates. And we also have experts joining us throughout the night to bring us their analysis of the results as they come in and the impact across our region.
Here's what's happening right now. Vice President Kamala Harris surprised supporters working at a phone bank at the DNC headquarters in Washington this afternoon. She took time to make calls herself, in fact. Meantime, former President Trump voted in South Florida today, promising he will acknowledge a loss if the election is, quote, fair. He will watch results from Mar-a-Lago.
And while we're still waiting for those results to come in and the polls to close, let's see how things are going at the polling centers across our region. Karen Hua is live in West Philadelphia. Karen, what are you seeing there?
Hey, you guys are talking about long lines, but we're talking about an entire concert and crowd here. Take a look behind me on that party float. We've got some star power. DJ Jazzy Jeff is feeling live right now because in West Philadelphia, born and raised, who else would be more appropriate at this West Philly polling spot? And while he's playing a set, there's still free food and games, all an added incentive to get voters to show up. Along with here in West Philly, there were parties at polls in North and South Philly too. The Committee of 70 tells us they're expecting the highest turnout in person at the polls since 2016. Along with the entertainment, block captains and religious leaders are also scattered across the city at polling sites, making sure the process is positive and peaceful. Take a listen.
I feel like it'll actually bring a lot of people out, you know, instead of it being one of those things where they just see like a few polls and then they just get in and get out. You know, people can come in and socialize.
Yeah, so while DJ Jazzy Jeff wraps up his set here, we're going to have another legend coming out here. More star power. We have De La Soul on deck. They're going to be spinning and playing well into the night and right up until the polls close at 8. Again, as we've been saying all day long, if you're in line by 8, you're good to go. We're live in West Philly. Karen Hua, NBC 10 News.
All right, Karen, thanks for that. Now, this afternoon, former President Trump made a claim of cheating happening in Philadelphia. His comments were quickly answered by the DA, who said there is no factual basis for what he termed wild accusations. In fact, the DA has been inviting any allegations of improprieties for people to report those. NBC 10's Claudia Vargas has spent the day monitoring any reports of any voting issues, and she joins us live now. Claudia?
Yeah, Tracy. Well, Philadelphia court officials had reserved 3 courtrooms and had a schedule of judges to listen to election law cases, expecting a high volume to come up today. However, there's only been one case brought before the election court, and that actually just wrapped up a couple minutes ago with the judge ruling against the Trump campaign over allegations of electioneering.
Issues across Philadelphia and the surrounding suburbs have been relatively minor today. By mid-afternoon, the Philadelphia District Attorney's Election Protection Task Force had responded to 70 complaints, mostly of people campaigning outside of the polling place. The DA says most issues were resolved amicably. Counties in the western part of the state had more serious issues. After election officials in Cambria County said some of their voting machines had a software malfunction, a judge there ordered voting hours to be extended until 10 p.m. today. Luzerne County also had one polling location extend its hours until 9:30 p.m. following a delayed opening. We checked in with local and state court officials, and nothing has been filed alleging any violation of election laws in Philadelphia and the counties. Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner urged anyone who encounters what they believe to be voter fraud to report it today.
We do not have reports of anything that looks like voter fraud. We do not have any serious indication of voter fraud. We do not expect to have it, but if it's there, we want to know about it. We don't want to hear a bunch of crazy fiction later.
Now, DA Krasner made those remarks this morning. I did check with his team a couple of minutes ago to see if there were any new evidence or any new allegations of voter fraud. They said they haven't received anything. Now, we will be going back into court and keeping tabs on what's going on in there, and we'll bring that to you later. In Center City, Claudia Vargas, NBC 10 News.
All right, Claudia, thanks for that update. Now, we're following races in all 3 of our local states and across the country, and of course, the presidential race. It's an election that's already been historic in so many ways. Let's take a look at the 25 days that changed this race and American politics. It began on June 27th when President Biden and Donald Trump took the stage for a presidential debate in Atlanta. The president's poor performance led to immediate questions about his mental fitness. By July 2nd, the first Democratic lawmaker called for him to drop out of the race. Dozens more followed. The president held his ground and refused. And then on July 13th, the attempted assassination of Donald Trump led to more turmoil and Republicans uniting even more strongly around their nominee. On July 17th, President Biden was forced to leave the campaign trail at a critical time after being diagnosed with COVID. And then 4 days later, the president announced his departure from the race and endorsed his vice president, Kamala Harris, as the new nominee. That brings us to today. And the goal, the number everyone is focused on, 270. And Lauren's here to talk more about that. Lauren.
All right, Tracy, we're going to get to those scenarios in just a minute, but we just got some new exit polls coming in from NBC News. So we want to walk you through those first, and we'll get to the 270 in just a little bit. So let me show you what we are getting from these new exit polls. Now, these are national exit polls, not just Pennsylvania, but it gives us a sense of how voters are feeling today. These are the top issues that voters who went to the polls are saying are important to them. Democracy, economy, abortion, immigration, foreign policy. We've seen those in polls before. That's what they're saying as they are voting. And so let's take a look at whose voters say what. When you go over here, we're not matching up Trump to Harris. We're looking at the Harris numbers. We're looking at the Trump numbers. Biggest number for Kamala Harris voters, that's in democracy. They're talking about that as their top issue. Biggest number for Donald Trump, that's under economy right there. They are talking about that issue as their top one. So let's see what voters think about who would handle these issues better. Who would they trust to handle abortion? 50% say Kamala Harris, 44% say Donald Trump. And then when we go over to the issue of immigration, 53% say they would trust Donald Trump more to handle the issue of immigration. 46% say they would trust Kamala Harris. Let's now check in with Chris Borick. He is the director of Muhlenberg College Institute of Public Opinion. He tracks these things all the time. I know this is a busy night for you, so thanks for your time on this. Tell me what you are watching for tonight.
Yeah, Lauren, so much to look at in this election cycle. As you're mentioning, Pennsylvania's 19 electoral votes make it pivotal to get to that 270 number. We're looking, importantly, the topic today has been turnout. It seems to be, by most of the measures that we're seeing across the state, very high. What's fascinating to look at is who's going to benefit most from that. And that's still uncertain. And so a large part of the early evening is going to be able to discern exactly where we're seeing voters turn out in higher levels. Is there any differences across regions? Of course, looking at places like Philadelphia and the suburban areas, given their traditional impact on the state. So lots and lots to look at.
Yeah, let's stay on the issue of turnout. I wanted to particularly ask you about that because you're on a college campus all the time. And one of the things that we are hearing about is high interest and long lines from college students. Our own reporters saw that out on the street today. And we also heard that from the Harris campaign, that they were seeing a lot of enthusiasm and even sending some of their surrogates to make sure students in those areas stay in line. What are you seeing and what does that mean to you?
Yeah, Lauren, it has been seen throughout the Lehigh Valley, down in Philadelphia, lots of other areas of the state with heavy college population. That's an important thing to note about Pennsylvania. It's got one of the highest college student populations in the country. A lot of those students are also from out of state that decide to vote here because they can. It's part of their ability as residents of the state. And we're seeing that. And part of it is what they're campaigning to. The campaigns, especially the Harris campaign in the last few weeks, has been really aggressive. I mean, just give you an example in my own world. Vice President Harris was at Muhlenberg, where I teach, yesterday, trying to get that college vote, get also Allentown, and talking to different audiences like the Puerto Rican community. But certainly it's a coveted group. And I think those efforts, as you mentioned, to make sure they're standing in lines. We have staying in lines. We see it up in here in the Lehigh Valley, some reports over in Bethlehem and Lehigh, very long lines in South Bethlehem where Lehigh is. And so I think it's part of the story in 2024.
Yeah, you mentioned that visit from Vice President Harris yesterday. She was all throughout Pennsylvania yesterday. Former President Donald Trump was also in Pennsylvania yesterday, both of them making this final push. And it brings up the issue of undecided voters who are making this last minute decision. I talked to a voter just a couple of hours ago who told me that he was still not sure if he was going to vote in this election. What is your experience with how big of a pool we're talking about of people who make their decisions at the last minute?
Yeah, this year, in fact, some of the exit polls you were citing showed numbers on that, and it's a sliver, right, of the electorate, maybe 3% still making up their mind in the last week, or maybe 5-6% making it up in the last week, in the last 10 days or so. It's not a big number, but as you know, and everybody that follows Pennsylvania, this is a state that's won on the margins. Polls show it's close. The history show it's close. And so those voters remain coveted going down to the end. And if they do break, and we've seen this in elections, 2016, for example, major break of late deciders for Donald Trump in that race. And that really did, in a very close race, make a difference. So while it's a small group, it's certainly impactful in a state like Pennsylvania.
All right, a lot to watch. We appreciate your time on a very busy night. Christopher Bork from Muhlenberg College. Appreciate your time. Talk soon. All right, I'm going to toss things back over to my colleague, Tracy Davidson. Tracy, there's a lot to watch tonight. I know you're also talking to reporters who are out collecting information.
Yeah, let's look at some of the big races that we're watching for you tonight. Start in Pennsylvania, the race for Senate. Incumbent Democrat Bob Casey is facing his toughest re-election yet, seeking a fourth term, facing Republican Dave McCormick, who also ran for Senate in 2022. If the seat flips, it could impact the balance of power in the Senate. Another congressional race we're watching closely in Pennsylvania is the 7th district for the U.S. House. This covers the Lehigh Valley area. Republicans are focusing a lot of money on flipping this seat. Democratic incumbent Susan Wild won her last re-election by a very thin margin. She's facing Republican Ryan McKenzie. Now, Pennsylvania also has several statewide races on the ballot, including Attorney General. Race is wide open with no incumbent. Eugene DePasquale, a former state representative and Auditor General, is running for the Democrats. The Republican Dave Sunday is a current DA for York County. Our special streaming coverage of Decision 2024 on election night continues next with a closer look at races in New Jersey and Delaware and the entire country. Stay with us.
You're watching NBC10 News, Decision 2024.
Workers in Philadelphia have been working for months, even years, to prepare for tonight. It all comes down to the counting that is happening at a warehouse on Roosevelt Boulevard. NBC10's Francis Wang is live at the Ballot Processing Center in Northeast Philadelphia to tell us more about what happens there.
Yeah, Tracy. So more than 185 mail ballots are already inside this warehouse. They are being processed and they have been being counted since 7 this morning on election day. The commissioners, though, they do say they're expecting more mail-in ballots because remember, you're able to drop those off until polls close today. So we're expecting closer to 200,000 by later tonight. And that's also when we're going to be getting the first batch of results. Now, a big caveat here, though, at the Philadelphia election warehouse, remember, Pennsylvania is just one of 2 key battleground states that doesn't even allow for pre-canvassing until election day morning. So that means all of the sorting and the extracting of the ballots from the envelopes, the flattening and the preparation, that can't happen until this morning, really slowing down the process, they say. They say the vote part, the counting of the ballots, that's actually the quick part. But this year so far, they're saying it's going smoothly and quickly. The delays and the chaos that ensued in 2020 led them to really invest in this Northeast Philadelphia location.
Well, in 2020, we were at a temporary location at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. We've moved to this permanent warehouse where we were able to set up our facility for this purpose. And we were able to invest in additional extraction equipment to get the ballots out of the envelopes quicker. And we have more temporary employees working than we had before.
An example of one of the new equipments and technology, they say, is an extraction machine that's able to take the ballots out of the secrecy and the outer envelopes about 10 times faster. They also say they have more workers with more experience, many of them returning from 2020 and 2022, the midterm. So they really know what they're doing this time around. And again, more than 185,000, I want to clarify, mail ballots have already been processed and counted here. And we are expecting the first batch of results tonight at 8 o'clock.
All right, Francis, thanks. Keep us posted. There's a lot going on there, a lot that goes into that. I appreciate it. So the polls close at 8 o'clock tonight. Our reporters have been at polling places throughout the day, talking with voters and following the issues. NBC10's Siobhan McGurl is at a polling place in East Hampton, Burlington County, where the line is long. I'm talking hours long. Siobhan, tell us more.
Right, Tracy. Right now, we're at the front of this polling location. I just spoke with a woman who went inside. She cast her ballot. She told me she waited 4 hours. This is the front of the line. We'll show you how it wraps around. You can see people out. They brought lawn chairs. They are sitting there in this for the long haul. We can't even show you how far this long goes because it wraps around the entire building. The county told me this is not the only long line in Burlington County. They say right now, they are on track to see record-breaking turnout for this general election. We've been here at this location since around 4 this afternoon. The lines were very long then too. They have been for hours now. Really mixed reaction out here. Some people, they told us they're frustrated. One woman we saw, she even left, though others, and I have to say the majority, they say that they are undeterred by this, trying to keep morale up, making friends with people in line. They say it's worth the wait. In fact, one woman told me she would wait double the amount of time to make sure her vote counts in this election. Listen to what some of those women had to say.
I shouldn't have worn these shoes. It's gonna be, but it's important, and I want to get to do it with my best friend and my new best friends because we all bonded while we were waiting.
I'm feeling this is absolutely worth it, worth every minute. Definitely undeterred. Get out there, stay, wait. It's worth it.
Yeah, back here live, a live look. How long now, ma'am?
Like 2.5 hours.
About 2.5 hours, and there's still some time to go. The polls close here in a little bit more than an hour, 8 p.m. As long as voters are in this line by 8 o'clock tonight, they will be able to vote. Burlington County continues to stress that point again, amid potentially record-breaking turnout. Guys, send it back to you.
All right, Siobhan, thanks so much. Now, besides the vote for president in New Jersey, let's take a look at some of the races we're watching. The Senate race has been in the national spotlight following the corruption trial and resignation of incumbent Bob Menendez. Current South Jersey Congressman Andy Kim, hoping to retain the seat for the Democrats. His Republican challenger is real estate developer Curtis Bashaw, who's known for leading the historic restoration of several hotels at the Jersey Shore. Now, with Andy Kim running for Senate, that leaves his House seat open in the 3rd District. Another race to watch. Republicans have cardiologist Rajesh Mohan trying to flip the seat from Democrats who have nominated current state Assemblyman Herb Conaway. We'll keep watching that. Right now, Lauren is joined by experts who will help us analyze the information that we have coming in. Lauren?
Thanks, Tracy. I want to bring in our guests for this part of the evening. Councilmember Isaiah Thomas, a Democrat from Philadelphia, and Guy Shiraki, a Republican from Chester County, who is also a columnist for Broad and Liberty and also a former congressional candidate. Gentlemen, thank you for your time tonight. I know that both of you are eagerly checking your phones for updates. Councilmember, let me start with you specifically in Philadelphia. Tell me what you are seeing and hearing about turnout. This is an area that Democrats really need a high turnout.
So thank you for having me in. I have nothing but good news. I mean, the turnout in the city of Philadelphia has been amazing. And I've talked to colleagues as it relates to members of city council, some of our state partners, ward leaders, other people on the ground, grassroots organizations. And the message has been similar. The excitement is here. Philadelphia is turned out. And we're really proud of the effort that we've put forward as it relates to making sure that people understand what's at stake this election, but also understand every option they have to cast their vote. And if you decided to vote on election day like me, because I like to take my son, it's a little tradition that we have, you were able to essentially get through lines, even if there was a line, to be able to exercise your right to vote. So we're proud of what we're doing, and we're excited to see the results.
I'm going to dig down just a little bit deeper into Philadelphia. We know we see high turnout in the northwest part of the city, for example. Are there other pockets where you are seeing higher than expected turnout as in terms of reports you're getting?
So I've actually started my day in the Northeast because we know that's an important part of the city. We've been talking about battleground seats, and of course we have an important one in the Northeast section of the city of Philadelphia. And I was very impressed, not just with the turnout, but with what people intended to do as it relates to how they cast their vote. Also had an opportunity to talk to some of our partners in North Philadelphia in the Albany section of the city of Philadelphia, and they're talking about turnout numbers that they haven't seen in the last decade. So I am very optimistic that the turnout numbers are not just in a traditional Northwest or West Philadelphia or even pockets of South Philadelphia. I feel like the turnout is up in all areas across the city of Philadelphia. And I commend the efforts of a lot of different people for making sure that we have these options for people to be able to exercise their right to vote.
Guy, what are you seeing in the suburbs?
Oh, I think high turnout everywhere. And, you know, I always look at this race and think it started as a tie. Democrats switched candidates. The party spent $1 billion and we go and it's a tie. So everybody's looking for that little thing. And I think right now everybody's just seeing high turnout everywhere. And you're trying to read into it. Who are these people coming to the polls? Yeah. A lot of whom voted by mail last time. So the vote by mail dropped off a lot. So the question was, would we see it at the polls? Early indications are people are at the polls. And what to read into high turnout in Chester County, high turnout across Pennsylvania, high turnout in Philadelphia, it's just high turnout. Now we're all just looking at tea leaves to figure out what it means.
Yeah, one of the questions that I asked as my colleagues, reporters were out on the street today was, are you finding any ticket splitters? Are people splitting the ticket, or is this the kind of situation where you're going to have, you know, the top of the ticket really determining on down? What are you hearing about that? So
I think given the candidacy of President Trump, I think you see that particularly in Philadelphia. I think he's going to do historically well. You know, I'm going to break news. He's going to lose Philadelphia. I think you'll agree. But I think that his margin's going to be much closer. And I think you'll see not only Republicans, but some Democrats and independents voting for him. That may or may not translate down the ticket. But especially in the polls I visited in Philadelphia, I think he is going to be well received, a lot better received than most Republicans have been.
I think you told me the other day you thought he could hit 20% in Philadelphia.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we'll see on that. We'll check back with you guys.
It's amazing to root for 20%, but that's what he's shooting for.
All right. We'll check back with you in just a little bit. Tracy, we're going to toss it back to you. A lot going on tonight.
Yeah. So we go from Philadelphia to the Lehigh Valley. A swing district in the Lehigh Valley could be a factor in the battle for Pennsylvania. Lehigh County is getting a lot of attention, a lot of visits from campaigns, a lot of money being spent to sway voters there. NBC10's Yukari Nakayama is in Allentown for us. Yukari?
Yeah, well, I'm here at the Luis Ramos Elementary School, where we haven't seen long lines per se, but we have seen consistent foot traffic to the polls. And I've seen a mix of voters from Latinos to young voters to new voters and to longtime voters. Now, again, here at the elementary school, the big issues voters are considering include immigration, the economy, and women's rights. They tell me casting their ballot today was easy and quick. A poll worker told me they've seen a lot of young voters come through. One woman brought her daughters along with her so that they could see what it's like to vote. Take a listen to those folks I spoke to.
I voted for my family. I voted for my people. I voted for the Puerto Rican community.
I tell her all the time too, anything that you feel or want, you speak up, you don't stay
shut, whatever you feel is what you feel. I really feel like it's important, especially as a female in this country. I feel like it's really important that we come out and try to.
Now, earlier today, I did speak to a woman, 51 years old, who voted for the first time today. She said what brought her out to the polls was the close margin between Harris and Trump. She said that she believes that her vote counted today and mattered the most in this election. Now, again, polls here will close up at 8 p.m. We'll continue to monitor this polling location, but for now, we'll send it back to you in the studio. I'm Yukari Nakayama with NBC 10 News.
All right, Yukari, thanks so much. Coming up next, a look at the big races in Delaware, from Congress to the governor's office. You're watching NBC 10 special streaming coverage of Decision 2024 election night.
You're watching special coverage of NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
Welcome back to NBC 10's special streaming coverage of Decision 2024 on election night. I'm Lauren Make.
I'm Tracy Davidson. The polls will be open for another hour. As we've been saying, if you are in line at 8 o'clock, you get to vote. But after 8 o'clock, we start to get results coming in. Let's turn to the race for Senate in Pennsylvania right now. Millions of dollars spent on this race, the second most expensive Senate race in the country.
Democrat Bob Casey is the incumbent. He's facing challenger Republican Dave McCormick. Let's check in now with Brian Sheehan. He has been tracking the Casey campaign. Looks like folks are not there yet. That may be because polls are still open. We're still waiting for those results. Brian.
Yeah, we are at the Scranton Cultural Center in downtown Scranton, and Senator Casey supporters are expected to fill this room. We are told sometime after 7 o'clock. Of course, polls close at 8 o'clock. We are told that the senator and his family will watch the returns come in here with his supporters. Let's go ahead and show you some video from earlier this morning. That is when Senator Casey arrived to cast his vote at Scranton High School just before 10 this morning. He was joined by his wife, Therese, and several family members. Supporters greeted them as they walked up that hill. The 64-year-old Scranton resident is seeking a fourth term. Casey is Pennsylvania's second longest serving U.S. senator and easily won the last 3 general elections. When it comes to the current one, his 4th, though, he's previously called it his toughest re-election challenge. Casey's opponent is Republican businessman Dave McCormick. Casey has campaigned on preserving the middle class, labor rights, voting rights, and abortion rights. He's also a strong supporter of labor unions. We caught up with the senator before he cast his vote, and he told us why he believes he is the better candidate to represent Pennsylvania in Washington, D.C. for at least 6 more years.
I've been delivering for this state, delivering for the people of our Commonwealth in every single one of our 67 counties. While I was doing that, he was delivering for China. So he's been delivering for China and adversaries, making a lot of money by investing in China, helping Vladimir Putin with his debt just before he invaded Ukraine.
Dave McCormick says he voted by mail-in ballot last week, but he came to the polls with his wife and stepdaughter this morning in Pittsburgh's Squirrel Hill neighborhood so they could vote. He, too, was met by supporters who he spoke with outside the polling center. He told them the mail-in ballot numbers look great and said, quote, if we wake up Wednesday morning on the right side of this, it will be because of all of you. 59-year-old McCormick narrowly lost the 2022 yen loss to Fetterman in general election. So with 2 Democrat senators currently representing Pennsylvania in Washington, McCormick is hoping to change that. He's running on growing Pennsylvania's energy sector. He says he wants to rein in on government spending and opposes tax increases. Here's why he believes he is the better choice for Pennsylvania.
I think the contrast and the choice between, in my case, between change and the status quo, between someone who's an outsider, a business guy, West Point grad, combat vet, versus a career politician in elected office for 30 years and a vote of 98.6 with Biden-Harris, that has, that's the choice. And, so I'm hopeful Pennsylvanians see that, and I would be honored to serve.
Turns come in from Western Pennsylvania. We will be monitoring both campaigns throughout the evening, and we'll bring you updates as they come in. For now, live in Scranton, I'm Brian Sheen, NBC 10 News.
All right, Brian, thanks for that. From Pennsylvania, we go to Delaware. The races to watch there. Tom Carper is not running for re-election, leaving his Senate seat wide open. Current Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester is running for the Democrats in this race. She faces business executive Eric Hansen for the Republicans and former state Senator Michael Katz, who was on the ballot as an independent. With Lisa Blunt Rochester running for Senate, there's an open seat for her House seat. Democratic state lawmaker Sarah McBride faces former state trooper John Whalen III. If McBride wins, she would be the first openly transgender member of Congress. Voters in Delaware are also electing a new governor tonight. John Carney is unable to run because of a term limit. Newcastle County Executive Matt Meyer is running for the Democrats. He faces Mike Ramone, a state House leader for the Republicans. But let's talk more about that Senate race. If Lisa Blunt Rochester wins, she will make history as the first woman and first Black person to represent the first state in the Senate. NBC 10 Delaware reporter Tim Furlong is at her headquarters right now. Tim?
Tracy, I just called 911 because you just stole all the information that I was going to tell you in this report. But it's okay. It's okay. We're live in the room where Lisa Blunt Rochester will soon hoping to celebrate an election to the U.S. Senate. Results in Delaware, a third of the people have already voted before today. So the results should come in pretty quickly tonight. As for us, we've been making the rounds at the polling places. Take a look a little earlier at a church on Wilmington's Highlands neighborhood. State Senator Sarah McBride was there to cast her vote and greet supporters. Like Tracy said, she's running for Delaware's lone seat in the U.S. House of Representatives. If she wins tonight, she's going to take over the seat Lisa Blunt Rochester's leaving to run for the U.S. Senate. With a win, as Tracy also said, Sarah McBride will become the first trans person elected to federal office. So lots of history possibly being made in Delaware tonight. Lots of reasons for people to vote, including a young woman I met voting for her very first time today.
Well, there's a lot of things at stake right now. As being a woman of color and a woman in general, I just want to make sure that the future generation has a chance to grow up and have the same opportunities as me.
That young lady, very nice. My favorite first-time voter, though, Bridget Furlong, my daughter. I voted with her today, and that was pretty cool to do that together. It was a lot of fun. Matt Meyer was also at that church, by the way. He's running for governor to replace John Carney, who's term limited, and he's running unopposed to be mayor of Wilmington. So there's a lot of shifting going on, lots of storylines. Tracy, we're here for all of them, and as it gets a little louder, I'm going to even put on the cool headset. It's going to look like Dick Clark New Year's Rockin' Eve in here, and I'm ready. I'm here for it. I'm going to look like a boy band. And I'm down with it. I'm excited. It's going to be an interesting night here in the state of Delaware. Back to you.
No one better to cover the 302, Tim. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
All right, let's go back to Lauren and talk about some exit poll information that we're getting.
That we're getting from NBC News. We want to walk you through the latest. We're going to talk about the economy here and what voters are saying about them. This was a question that asked them whether they are worse, who feels that like they are worse off than they were 4 years ago. And this is a question that's been asked in all of these elections. You see 2008 through 2024. Take a look at these. 42% said they were worse off back in 2008. And then here in 2024, 45% of voters in this exit poll saying that they are worse off financially than they were 4 years ago. Then when it comes to who do you trust to handle the economy, 51% said they trust former President Donald Trump. 47% say they trust mostly Vice President Kamala Harris. Let's take a look at another exit poll that's coming out, NBC News exit poll. This is opinions about Donald Trump and how they have changed. 2020 to 24, white voters, Latino voters, and Black voters. Here you have, this has gone down. White voters, the favorable opinion has gone down. Latino voters, it has gone up. Also Black voters, it has gone up. That was from 2020 to 2024. Let's talk about this information that we're getting from voters and bring in our panel of experts here. Let me introduce them once again. We've got Republican Guy Shiraki, Democrat Council Member Isaiah Thomas, and we have David Thornburg, who is joining us. David, you people may remember you from heading up Committee of 70, and now you are involved with Ballot PA, if I said that correctly. So let's talk about some of these numbers that we've got here. Councilmember, let me start with you because I know that you have been working with the Black Men for Kamala Harris group across Pennsylvania. When you look at those numbers, an increase in favorability for Donald Trump, are you seeing that reflected on the ground?
Absolutely not. And what we found is that the polls and the information that we're seeing on social media and throughout the course of the internet is not reflective of the touches and the contact that we're making with Black men and Black communities all across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I've worked with folks like Mayor Walker on the other side of the Commonwealth and Mayor Slaughter, who is another amazing mayor. These are Black men who are leading small cities in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And that is a message that I'm hearing a lot, that I think people are saying it, hoping that it's something that becomes true. It's not reflective of anything I've experienced. I haven't just been organizing and coordinating. I've been on the ground leading door knocking efforts, leading phone banking efforts. And when you look at what we've done as it relates to the organizing effort, we've had content creators, we've had DJs at the polls, we have social media influencers, athletes and entertainers. These are people from all walks of life who've been supporting Harris, the Harris ticket, the Harris campaign, and Black men in Black communities have had her back throughout the course of the time since she's announced to where we are right now, and we're optimistic about the results today.
Guy, what do you make of the numbers here as we look at the changes of how people are viewing the former president from 2020 when he lost the election to 2024 when he's hoping to win them back?
Sure. Maybe we can wager a bottle of water. I think the president's numbers, I think President Trump's numbers will go up in Philadelphia. In 2020, even when he fell short, Philadelphia was one of the places in the state his numbers grew, and I think they're going to grow again. I think support will grow across the board, but especially among Hispanic and African-American voters. I think all the polls indicate that, and I think it's mostly because the reality of, for a lot of folks in Philadelphia, inflation's a real problem. The economy's not so great. Crime is a real problem. The things he's talking about overlap with what interests say, and maybe if the councilman was the nominee, they would do better. But I think that what you see is, I think the poll numbers reflect his efforts, but I also think it reflects the issues that he's been talking about.
We have to be honest about a couple of things. Crime is actually down in the city of Philadelphia, so that's not something that's actually factual. When we talk about the economy, the worst economy I ever seen was actually 2020. And I think a lot of people in Philadelphia are smart enough and conscious enough to remember that they sat home for months. I think a lot of people who are barbers and people who work in restaurants and entrepreneurs remember that they could not collect any money. And I think sometimes we act like 2020 didn't happen. It did happen. It's the worst economy we've ever seen. And the reality is that the debt has increased under Republican leadership multiple times as it relates to the executive branch of the federal government. So I understand what people are saying about the economy. I hear what folks saying as it relates to polls, but the touches and the contact I'm making with people on a daily basis is not reflective of the numbers that you presented.
And David, this gets us to, of course, the big question of what are people voting on? Because we ask people these questions all the time, you know, the whether they are voting based on an issue, whether they ultimately vote based on their party, on a personality, and whether they're honest about it.
Right. Well, Lauren, as you know, I've been working with independent voters in Pennsylvania the last 3 years, and I am an independent right now. I used to be a Republican. And I actually think, you know, independents are sort of like the man, the woman in the middle right now.
And in demand, too.
And in demand, and in high demand. The sad truth is that right now in Pennsylvania and across the nation, the single biggest predictor of who you're going to vote for is which color jersey you're wearing, right? Trump's going to get maybe, you know, 92% of Republicans, and Harris is going to get 95, 96% of Democrats. That's been true forever. So, you know, all the talk about issues and better off, worse off, I think this is boiled down to a very partisan election. The teams have lined up, and, you know, for the last 3 months since Harris joined the campaign, we've been battling over a very small number of folks. And again, largely built on, you know, the competing emotions of hope and fear. That's what it comes down to. And to the councilman's point, you know, I think Donald Trump, we should have learned this by now. He pays no attention to the facts, the fact that crime's gone down. He just pummels folks with this fear, unwarranted fear about what's going on out there. And I think, you know, fear is a powerful force in politics, and I think some folks are listening to it.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there for now, but it is interesting. You were mentioning people voting with their jerseys. I talked to both the DNC and the Trump campaign today. Both of them wanted to talk about how they were working to get voters either on the other side or that traditionally voted the other way. That's what both of them wanted to talk about today. We're going to check back in with you guys in just a few minutes. Tracy, I'm going to toss it back to you.
All right, Lauren, besides our experts that we have in-house to analyze, we have reporters spanned out across the region at campaign headquarters and at polling locations. NBC10's Leah Uko is live now at a polling location at Norristown High School in Montgomery County. Leah?
So, Tracy, the mood here at all of these polling locations we visited and the ones we've heard about here in Montgomery County has been very enthusiastic and very cordial. I want to touch note on that because this, as we all know, this campaign season has been very divisive. But on this election day, when it all comes down to getting away from the keyboards, getting away from social media and coming out in person, there's been a real sense of community at these polling places. And we're told that throughout the day, the lines have not been long. They haven't been long wait times. It's been people steadily coming in throughout the day, keeping it steady and moving. They go in there. I'm hearing from people, it takes no more than 5 minutes to cast their ballots because most voters are going in there knowing exactly who all they're going to fill in that circle for. Now, we just got an update from one of the commissioners. They're going to give us an update at 8:30. Their first update on the results that are going to start pouring in once voting polls close at 8 o'clock. But for now, the update is that the lines, they were long earlier in the morning. They're still open now. But one thing that they noted is 163 mail-in votes. They were sent out. Still 20,000 need to be returned. That's as of right now after this 7 o'clock hour. People still can go to any of the 18 locations around the county to drop them off before 8 o'clock, or they can get rid of them altogether and go to their precinct and vote in person. Hear from this commissioner on what the lines look like early this morning when they first opened.
I've been traveling throughout the county all day, just going out to, thank voters for coming out, thanking our poll workers. And so I traveled out to places like Green Lane, New Hanover, And, you know, it was midday and the line was around the building. So, you know, it really just depends on the polling place, but general excitement and energy around getting out to participate in voting this year.
Again, we'll see what the results are looking like. The initial results at 8:30. We're staying in the Norristown area because that's where this press conference is going to happen at 8:30. Again, they're stressing to people, as long as you are in line, whether it's here or any of your other precincts, as long as you're in place before 8 o'clock, you can still cast your ballot. From speaking with voters throughout today, there's no way to predict how Montgomery County results are going to come in. This county is extremely diverse. You cannot tell how people vote by looking at them or even talking with them unless they deliberately share who they voted for. We spoke with a lot of people. Something interesting. Some people said they had split ballots, that they are registered Republicans, but they're not voting all Republican down the line. Same thing with some Democrats. Both voters saying that they feel like this election, there's too much to risk by not looking at every single individual candidate instead of just voting down party lines. So I'll send it back to you in the studio. We'll be back at 8 o'clock with an update from Norristown, which is where we are right now. Leah Uko, NBC 10 News.
Doing their homework and being very intentional. Leah, thanks. Coming up, a House race in Pennsylvania that is hotly contested and could affect the balance of power if it flips.
Hey, what's so grande about these?
Flight to Miami, South Beach, we on the way.
Play the New York Lottery's new Grande Scratch-Off games. You could win up to $3 million or a second chance VIP trip.
You're watching NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
Our election night coverage continues now as we look at Pennsylvania in the race for U.S. House in Pennsylvania's 1st District. Covers Bucks County, parts of Montco, and is a rematch of 2022. Incumbent Republican Brian Fitzpatrick faces Democrat Ashley Ehaws. NBC 10's Deanna Durante is live in Newtown, Bucks County, at the Republican Watch Party there. Deanna?
We'll take a look. They're starting to get gear up here. They're watching as some of those early returns come in. They're expecting, as you can see, a very large crowd here at the Newtown Athletic Center. Now, incumbent Brian Fitzpatrick has kept a very low profile this race. It's going to be a rematch for him as he faces Ashley Ehaws. She tried to unseat Fitzpatrick 2 years ago. Now, the last 2 presidential races in Bucks County has gone blue for presidential candidates. This race has seen an increase in registered Republicans and a Republican push for mail-in voting. The push so large, the deadline for those votes or for those voters were extended for days so that people could apply and receive those mail-in ballots. The run here, those votes take longer. The rub here, those votes take longer to count. And we're told that by 8 o'clock from Bucks County election officials, they'll be able to have some totals as to how many they've got in, how many they have left to count. Again, many of them still in the county drop boxes that won't be picked up until 8 o'clock. So let me check the time here. 7:20 is what I've got. If you're holding on to one of those mail-in ballots, it is not the postmark that matters here. It matters that it is in election officials' hands in the next 40 minutes in order for it to count. Reporting live in Newtown, Bucks County, Deanna Durante, NBC 10 News.
All right, Deanna, thanks for that. Keep us posted as we watch the night unfold. Lauren?
District. Incumbent Susan Wild, the congresswoman there, and Republican Ryan McKenzie, a state representative, are facing off for this seat in Congress. Let's head now to my colleague Aaron Baskerville, who is live in Allentown. And Aaron, this is a race that is being watched not just here locally, but nationwide.
Yeah, Lauren, as you know, probably better than anyone else, we are in downtown Allentown right now. This district, it's the 7th district in Pennsylvania. It's a swing district in the biggest swing state, obviously, in the country. And as you know, basically half of the voters are Republicans, half are Democrats. So this is going to be a big predictor, possibly, of the, who wins the presidency, let alone who wins this race between McKenzie and U.S. Congressman Susan Wild. We are outside right now at the Da Vinci Science Center in downtown Allentown. This is where Wild and her supporters will be gathering later on tonight. We're not allowed inside for another 15 or 20 minutes or so, so that's why we are outside. Earlier today, though, we were at the First Presbyterian Church in Allentown on Tillman Street and other polling locations. We do have some video of that church. We are over there from about 2 o'clock to 6:30 or so. We're told the big rush over there was around 7, 8 o'clock this morning, 200, 300 people in line waiting to vote. We know a lot of people over there were very enthusiastic about taking part in this election. We are also in South Bethlehem as well. And as you can see, there were really long lines snaking around the buildings over there. Many of the voters over there were Lehigh University students standing in line. Today, we had a chance to talk to Trump supporters, also Harris supporters. Like I said, a lot of emotion, energy, and passion out there today. Here's what some voters told us earlier.
There's so much hate, anger, division. Let's just be nice to each other. Sorry.
Are you getting emotional?
Yeah. And it's not weakness, it's passion.
When you woke up today, how were you feeling? Nervous, anxious, excited about the election?
Excited.
And just tell me why.
Because I'm hoping Trump wins. I'm a Republican, and I think he's better for the country than Harris.
You can kind of feel some of that passion and energy coming through the screen right there. Bill Smith, the first man we talked to, he literally had tears streaming down his face as we were talking to him. That's how important this election is to him. In the next 15, 20 minutes, we're going to go inside for the gathering and party here for U.S. Congressman Susan Wild as we wait for some of those results to roll in. We'll be back in about an hour or so, and we'll be inside and give you kind of the feel and atmosphere of what's going on inside the Da Vinci Science Center. Let's send it back to you guys.
All right. Thanks, Aaron. That's Aaron Baskerville live for us in Allentown. And let's stay on the issue of the House and the Senate and all of these other races that maybe aren't getting as much attention because the presidential race, which we're going to talk about behind me here in just a few minutes, that's getting a lot of attention. Guy, we're talking about the Lehigh Valley here. That race could help determine who controls the House of Representatives. Is it getting the kind of attention that it actually deserves?
Well, in a presidential year, congressional races often get lost. But I assure you, the folks in the Lehigh Valley know there's a congressional race going on. When they're not seeing Trump or Harris ads, they're getting ads from Ryan McKenzie and Susan Wild. It's hotly contested. Susan Wild's managed to hang on, but it's always by about a point. So she's drawing a new candidate for the first time. It'll be interesting to see if he can figure out where that 1% is that the prior candidates couldn't.
Yeah. And Councilmember, I know we don't have a lot of time here, and I know you don't live in the Lehigh Valley, but there are other state house races that you're watching here. I know you told me you went to the Northeast the other day because you were concerned about some state house and state Senate races.
Yeah, I started my day in the Northeast because I'm very concerned about making sure Jimmy Dillon gets reelected to the state Senate, and we want to make sure that we keep a majority in the House. So we're looking at Sean Doherty running for state rep. Those are two important seats to us in the city of Philadelphia. And again, I started my day on election day as the polls opening, tried to get that on the way to work wave. And I think that we did very well as it relates to Democrats touching people and getting them to vote down ballot.
Real quick, we just got about 20 seconds left in this particular area. David, do you think voters are paying attention to those down ballot races?
Well, it's always a struggle. Those candidates don't have the TV money to go up and go toe to toe with the big guys. But there's about 10 state house races that are competitive.
They are, and you know what? We're going to have to actually talk about that in just a moment. We're going to have to toss to a quick break. We'll be right back.
You're watching special coverage of NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
All eyes are on Pennsylvania. Thank you for joining us on this historic election night. I'm Jacqueline London.
I'm Fred Shropshire. We're seeing unprecedented wait times across our region as voters choose Donald Trump or Kamala Harris for president. The polls are still open for another 30 plus minutes. If you are in line before 8 o'clock, your vote will still be counted.
Here's where all the votes are getting counted in Philadelphia. This is the ballot processing center in Northeast Philadelphia. Workers started counting ballots once the polls opened this morning. We're told it could be late into the night before all the votes in Pennsylvania are counted.
19 electoral college votes are up for grabs in Pennsylvania. Philadelphia election officials have come out quickly, shutting down Donald Trump's claims of cheating in Philadelphia. And here is a look at the highly contested race for Pennsylvania Senate. Incumbent Bob Casey trying to stay in Washington for another term. He is facing Dave McCormick. We'll check in with the candidates camp in the next hour.
And people are waiting several hours tonight to exercise their right to vote. Look at this. Skyforce 10 flew over lines wrapped around a Macy Middle School in Marlton tonight. Burlington County polling spots will stay open until the last person in line before 8 o'clock gets a ballot and votes. Quite the turnout. If you want to watch our local coverage of the election results, that's on the NBC Philadelphia streaming channel until 11 o'clock. We have advisors in, and Lauren Make is handling that along with Tracy Davidson, and then we'll be back on NBC 10 News at 11. Thank you for watching this election update. I'm Jacqueline London.
And I'm Fred Shropshire. We'll see you in the next hour.
You're watching special coverage of NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
Welcome back to NBC 10 special coverage of election night. Polls are still open right now, closing at 8 o'clock. But these long lines we've been seeing, if you are in line by 8 o'clock, you will be allowed to vote.
And while we are still waiting for results to come in, let's see how things are going at the polling centers across our region. Karen Hua is live in West Philadelphia. Karen, what are you seeing?
Point that way.
Hey, yeah, it's a party out here. You see everyone with their hands in the air, and De La Soul is on the stage right now. Talk about bringing some star power out to West Philly here. And before this, we got sets from Philly Freeway and DJ Jazzy Jeff. We're closing out the final half hour before the polls are shut down at 8. So this concert is really the added incentive to get voters out last minute. Along with West Philly, there were parties at polls in North and South Philly too. The Committee of 70 tells us they're expecting the highest turnout in person at the polls since 2016. Now, along with all this entertainment, we also had block captains and religious leaders scattered across the city at polling sites, making sure the process was positive and peaceful. We met this mom who thought it was important to bring her 6-year-old son to watch this process today. Take a listen.
Especially since 2016, the idea of resistance has become a really overwhelming thing. And I think events like this make you feel like, well, you can joyfully resist too. You're allowed to vote and be really happy and be excited about it. And that's part of why I brought my son out here today.
So we're wrapping things up again the last half hour before the polls officially close. Again, if you're in line by 8, you're going to be good. We're going to be enjoying some De La Soul out here tonight. And again, closing out everything tonight, we're going to have a DJ Jazzy Jeff wrapping everything up. We're live in West Philly. Karen Hua, NBC 10 News.
Karen, thank you. Well, the race for the White House is coming down to the wire. Polling shows razor-thin margin between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Donald Trump voted in person this afternoon in West Palm Beach. Former president said he's very confident going into tonight. A reporter asked him if this would be his final campaign, no matter the final result. Here's what Trump had to say.
I would think so. I would think so. Sad and very fulfilled. I think we're going to have a very big victory today.
As for Vice President Kamala Harris, she voted by mail. A few days ago, she said her mail-in ballot was already on the way to California. NBC's Bree Jackson is with the Harris campaign at Howard University, and she has new polling numbers. Bree?
Hi there, Tracy Lauren. So we're on the campus of Howard University, and this is where Vice President Harris is having her election night watch party. And the results, they have started rolling in, at least the early results. And NBC News has projected that Vice President Harris has picked up her first state, winning Vermont in the 3 electoral college votes there. But keep in mind, these are early results that are rolling in, and it's still a long night ahead. But an NBC News exit poll also looked at some of the key battleground states, in particular Georgia. That is a state that the Harris campaign is keeping a close eye on. And so far, the early exiting poll shows that Trump has failed to make major inroads when it comes to Black voters. Now, in particular, when it comes to Black female voters, it shows that Harris has a 90 to 8% advantage over former President Trump. So those are just some of the early numbers coming out of those exit polls. But what we also found is that voters named 2 things that we've been following throughout these campaigns. Democracy as well as the economy. Those remain the top 2 issues for voters. And when it comes to democracy, that is something that the vice president has really talked about, that being at stake when it comes to this election. And that was really a key part of the message that she sent to voters throughout the 3.5 months of campaigning.
Bree, thanks so much. We appreciate that. We should mention that Donald Trump's campaign is set up at Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida, and we will be going to that momentarily. Right now, let's focus our attention on Philadelphia. NBC 10's Claudia Vargas has spent the day monitoring reports of voting issues. She joins us live outside the Philadelphia Criminal Justice Center. Claudia?
Yeah, Tracy. Well, most of the major issues have really been in the western part of the state. Luzerne and Cambria County are having some of the polling locations stay open late, and that's due to earlier issues that they had either with the voting machines or delayed opening. In Perry County, there was a specific order for some disabled voters to be able to get provisional ballots. But in Philly, it's been relatively smooth. Philadelphia court officials reserved 3 courtrooms and a rotating schedule of judges to handle election law cases, expecting a high volume of legal action. But so far, just one case has the election court. The Trump campaign asked that voters be banned from using PA-Dem voter protection badges. The campaign's lawyers said that constitutes as electioneering per election law and the Pennsylvania Department of State's guidance. That guidance includes that poll watchers cannot be displaying written or printed campaign materials. The judge hearing the case, however, disagreed, saying the badges do not constitute electioneering. Now, we also reached out to the Pennsylvania Secretary of State to see if they consider that electioneering. After all, that was their guidance that was cited in court today, and that the Trump campaign has also tweeted about. We'll keep monitoring what's going on here in court, and we'll keep you guys up to date. In Center City, Claudia Vargas, NBC 10 News.
All right, Claudia, thanks for that. Now let's go to NBC's Alice Barr. She is with the Trump campaign at the Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida. Alice?
Hi there, Tracy. Yeah, we are here at the Palm Beach County Convention Center, along with a lot of Trump supporters who have started to arrive. And many of them, you can see, are already up by the stage. They want to be front row when the former president is expected to come out here within the next few hours at some point and address supporters here. He has spent the day at Mar-a-Lago watching results begin to come in with a close group of family, friends, advisors. He also went earlier in the day to a campaign headquarters to speak to some of the staffers there. And this morning, he started off his day, at least in the public eye, by going to vote with his wife, Melania, alongside him. And he took that moment to come over and speak to the media. He talked a little bit about kind of the path up to this point. And he was asked multiple questions about what he's going to say when he comes out tonight. Back in 2020, on election night, he came out before all the votes had been counted and prematurely declared victory. So he was asked directly today, the questioning was actually, is there any scenario where he did not think that he would come out and declare victory tonight? And he said yes, that, you know, he's been seeing these kinds of reports that he says he's far ahead in several states, but that the numbers are not going to be counted for several days. And then he was asked a little bit later about whether he would accept the results of the election. And he said that he would, as long as it's a fair election, something that he has said before. But then he went on to say that up to this point, he believes that this has been a fair election. That runs counter to a little bit of what he's been saying out on the campaign trail when he's been casting some doubt on the election process, the amount of time that it takes to count up the votes. But his last words this morning were that he would accept the results of a fair election, that he believes this one has been fair so far. We and all the other folks here waiting to hear what he says a little bit later tonight, Tracy.
All right, Alice, thanks so much. Thanks for that. So we have the Trump campaign covered. We have Kamala Harris's campaign covered, and Lauren is here with some analysis. Is it a 2016 night or 2020 night?
Yeah, that's been the question that people have been talking about in general, Tracy. Let me show you the difference between them as we wait to find out which one it is. This is Pennsylvania in 2016 when Donald Trump won Pennsylvania. Then you head over to 2020. Looks pretty similar, but you have a couple counties that flipped, including Erie County and Northampton County. And those were the two counties that flipped. So how did President Biden do it? He was able to flip Erie County, Northampton County, but really the big things are he cut down on the margins in some of those red counties, and he really sort of ran up the score in the Philadelphia suburbs, those counties around Philadelphia, those collar counties that we talk about, really supercharged his turnout there, or his numbers there. Let's talk with our guests about how they are feeling about 2016 or 2020 here in 2024. And joining us, adding to our group here, is former council member from Philadelphia, Maria Quinones Sanchez, along with David Thornburg here and Guy Shiraki. Maria, I'm going to start with you since you're the new addition to our group. Tell me what you're feeling on the ground, 2016 or 2020 here in 2024.
Well, 2020, the 2-2 corridor has been very activated. Northampton County, Allentown, Reading, Lancaster. What you've seen is an activation of the Latino votes. And,
Those are areas with high concentration.
High concentration are very important for the Susan Wild race. I tell people the bot here will decide what happens with the House, what happens with the Senate with Casey, and what happens in the presidency. And I think you're going to see higher turnout, more participation in mail-in ballots than you did before.
Guy, what are you feeling on the ground in terms of the differences between 2020 and this year?
I think that in the end, they're much like the candidates have their own bases. I think they're looking at two different places. I think President Trump has been trying to get more support out of Philadelphia and out of rural Pennsylvania. And I think Harris's campaign has been largely focused on the suburbs. And in a race where you're sort of trying to move 1 point, it's really a question is, are there any more votes for her to find in the suburbs? And there any more votes for him to find in Philadelphia or rural Pennsylvania? If either of them is successful, it may be the margin.
Yeah. And David, we talked a little bit about independent voters and how they are so much in demand. They're also sort of harder to read the tea leaves on, harder to figure out exactly what they're thinking and where they might be going this year.
Yeah, because independent voters are independent.
Yeah.
They don't wear the jersey.
Yeah.
I just know that in 16 and in 20, they swung the election, presidential election in Pennsylvania. There was a 15-point swing from independents voting for Trump to independents voting for Biden in 2020. So I still think that's sort of the big jump ball. Interestingly, to councilmen's, folks don't know this, but I'm sure you do. A fair number of Latino voters are independents. So there's sort of a crosshatch of those two. But I think that's a real fulcrum.
We're also seeing a lot of new voters not choose a party. I've been watching those automatic registrations that we now have in Pennsylvania, and a larger share of them are not choosing to be Democrats or Republicans.
This is the fastest growing segment, has been for about 20 years in Pennsylvania and in Philadelphia.
Yeah, so we'll see where they go. All right, we're going to check back in with you guys in just a little bit. Tracy, we'll toss it back over to you.
All right, Lauren, thanks. Our special streaming coverage of Decision 2024 on election night continues next with a closer look at the races across New Jersey and Delaware and the entire country.
You're watching NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
Voters have done their job and the counting begins soon in Philly. That happens at a warehouse on Roosevelt Boulevard where all the mail-in ballots are, where all the ballots cast in person across the city are being delivered. NBC 10's Francis Wang is live outside the ballot processing center in Northeast Philadelphia. Francis?
Yeah, Tracy, all the ballots are going to end up here at some point later tonight, even the ones where people voted in person. And that is because they're going to be secured here inside the warehouse as election officials continue those audits and continue this process. Now, we want to show you a little of what it's like out here in Northeast Philadelphia at this warehouse that election officials say they have really invested in to be prepared for this election cycle. Right away, you can see the fencing, the perimeter around this warehouse. To even get in, you had to have been pre-credentialed. You have to show not only the credential for tonight, but also your media credentials to, of course, prove who you are. And once you get in here in the parking lot, this is the only place where all of the reporters are allowed to go live. That includes those of us here in Philadelphia, those across the country, and we're even seeing journalists from the UK, Ukraine, Japan, Germany, Canada, Sweden. You can see a lot of them here are lined up. You see a press podium with flags amongst all of the media members. That is where we are expecting city commissioners to give us an update after the polls close tonight, after we get those first batch of mail ballot results. We're expecting that press conference around 8:30 to 9 later tonight. Now, here is where we enter into the warehouse. You can see you have to go through a security process. And even once you get in, you can see behind this tent, there are some guardrails. Even here within, you see the layers of security. And even once you want to go into the warehouse, you have to show your credentials. You have to tap your badge. You have to sign in and sign out every single time you want to go into the warehouse. Now, we are allowed to shoot video in the warehouse, but we cannot report live in there. There is a live feed that's been going on since 6 this morning. You're probably looking at it now. All of these election workers, they're working in 8-hour shifts. They're working to sort the ballots, extract the ballots, flatten and prepare the ballots, all for those ballots to be counted. Again, these are the mail ballots that we are still expected to receive more of tonight. City commissioners say right now they have more than 185,000 mail ballots inside that warehouse. They were able to start processing and counting them earlier this morning. We don't know any of the results yet. That's not coming until later tonight. We're expecting to get the first batch of results at 8 o'clock and then more results at midnight and then some tomorrow morning as well, Tracy. But by the end of tonight, they are expecting even more mail ballots. As I mentioned, they think they'll get about 200,000 from all of Philadelphia County in total.
All right, Francis, thanks so much. Interesting how many people are there from all different places, all eyes on Pennsylvania. Meantime, there's a lot of activity in New Jersey as well. NBC 10's Siobhan McGurl is at a polling place in East Hampton, Burlington County, where there's a long line. And I know you just got some new information, Siobhan.
Tracy, a long line here. We've been covering this line for hours. We just learned that polls here in Burlington County will now stay open until 9 o'clock tonight. So as long as people are in line by 9 o'clock, they will be able to vote. The county tells me they're seeing unprecedented turnout, on all likelihood, record-breaking turnout. Just to try and set the scene for you here, paint the picture behind me. Tough to see all the way over my shoulder, but that's a line of people. That is the end of this line here at this polling location in East Hampton Township. If you come out, this is the front of the church, and right over here, that is where voters go into the building. Then that line wraps around again once you're inside the building. People who've been waiting, they tell me it takes them about 4 hours to get through this line. So again, the county says in all likelihood, this turnout will break records for this election. The county tells me this is not the only location where they're seeing lines like this. They say that there have been reports of long lines throughout the county. Again, they're encouraging people to stay in these lines. You can see some people, they have the lawn chairs on their backs. Some are sitting down. They tell me they're in this for the long haul. Of course, we've seen some people who are out here who are frustrated. They voted at this location before. They have never seen lines like this. Other people have told me that even though they have to wait, they are undeterred. They say it's just too important, this election. They will stay out here waiting this line as long as it takes. Here's some sound we got with the woman a little bit earlier.
Because this is a very crucial election, and you got to make sure you put your vote in. So it's very important that you stay online and get in there and vote.
Yeah, that voter's name was Deborah. She came prepared with her stool and a book, though she said she's actually had a better time at making friends with the people in line around her. So morale does seem to be high here, though. The time is ticking on. We are only seeing people, this line get longer and keep on growing. Again, the county keeps on stressing to me, they want to make sure that as long as people are in this line by 9 o'clock tonight, now no longer 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock is the updated time. As long as people are here by 9 o'clock, they will be able to vote. The county says some locations, they have seen lines actually go down. So they're hoping that people are not deterred when they see these long lines. Again, on track to be a record-breaking turnout for this election. In East Hampton Township in Burlington County, I'm Siobhan McGraw. Tracy, send it back to you.
Siobhan, those smart people who brought chairs to sit on, not having any idea that it would be 4 hours that they would be waiting. Siobhan, thanks. All right, let's take a closer look now at some of the races that we're watching tonight. Start in Pennsylvania, the race for Senate. Incumbent Democrat Bob Casey facing his toughest reelection yet, seeking a fourth term, facing Republican Dave McCormick, who also ran for Senate in 2022. If this seat flips, it could affect the balance of power in the Senate. Another congressional race we're watching closely in the 7th District for U.S. House. This covers the Lehigh Valley. Republicans are focusing a lot of money on flipping this seat. Democratic incumbent Susan Wild won her last re-election by a thin margin. She is facing Republican Ryan McKenzie. Pennsylvania also has several statewide races on the ballot, including Attorney General. Race is wide open, no incumbent here. Eugene DePasquale, a former state representative and Auditor General running for the Democrats. The Republican Dave Sunday is the current DA in York County. Across the river in New Jersey, the Senate race has been in the national spotlight following the corruption trial and resignation of incumbent Bob Menendez. Current South Jersey Congressman Andy Kim hoping to retain the seat for the Democrats. His Republican challenger, real estate developer Curtis Bashaw, who is known for leading the historic restoration of several hotels at the Jersey Shore. With Kim running for Senate, that leaves his House seat open in the 3rd District. This is another race to watch. Republicans have cardiologist Rajesh Mohan trying to flip the seat from the Democrats, who have nominated current state assemblyman Herb Conaway. We'll keep you posted as we get any results on that. Right now, let's check with Lauren and talk about the voter turnout, because we've been seeing those long lines, Lauren.
Yeah, Tracy, we've been seeing those in different areas, but I want to hone in specifically on Philadelphia. That's an area very important to Democrats. Anytime you're running statewide, whether you're running for president or you're running for auditor general. So let's take a look at what we have seen in Philadelphia. This is where turnout has been before. I want you to take a look at this, 68.8%. That is when President Obama was on the ballot. Turnout has not been that high since then, although in terms of raw numbers, President Biden did get more there. So 2024, let's take a look. Mail-in ballots. This is as of this afternoon. We have mail-in ballots requested and returned in Philadelphia. So we'll wait to see how many people get those in by the deadline. And this is the mail-in ballots split Democrat and Republican. Of course, you would expect a lot more Democrats than Republicans, because that's who is in Philadelphia, a Democratic stronghold. Let's bring back our panel to talk about Philadelphia turnout specifically. I was just getting a text a few minutes ago from somebody who said that they feel it is a Democrat who said they feel good about winning Pennsylvania. I asked why, and specifically they said Philadelphia turnout. They believe that is high. We have the former council member Maria Quinones Sanchez here. I know you pay close attention to Philadelphia turnout. What were you seeing out there today?
Well, I checked. I have bellwether polling locations where I look at. That's a combination of seniors, new people moving in. South Kensington, for instance, one of the polling places there had met their traditional numbers, and so they were at 50% turnout. Usually in those areas, when the city's at 60-70%, we're usually 20-25% below. So that was promising, and it's an area where we've had an uptick in mail-in ballots. So we hope the combination of those two. I think Philadelphia and elected officials all over the city worked really hard at turnout and energizing the base, and I think people are going to respond. Not to say that some of the rhetoric in the campaign, good or bad, has also inspired and motivated folks, at least in the Latino community. The last couple of weeks have just been tremendous people outpouring and people wanting to come out.
Yeah, as we start to analyze those numbers, those comments that were at Madison Square Garden, Guy, how much are Republicans still concerned that that could be an October surprise that ends up impacting the result?
So you never know. I mean, unfortunately, the last 2 weeks of the campaign was a lot of name calling and a lot of people saying things, from the bad tasteless joke in Madison Square Garden to comments about garbage and voters and garbage. We had a lot of garbage jokes that just didn't really help anybody's effort. Look, come back to in a typical race, none of this would matter. In a race of 1 point, if 5,000 voters get offended or 5,000 voters change their mind, it could tip the balance. I think at the end of the day, cooler heads prevail, and ultimately people go into the ballot box and think about what's good for their family.
Yeah. And ultimately, turnout in a place like Philadelphia could make a huge difference, but we don't know, as you said, whether Donald Trump is going to be able to increase his margin in Philadelphia to the point where he's able to pull some of those numbers. David, as you look at this and we try to read the tea leaves as we're waiting for these results to come in, we've talked about Philly turnout. Where else are you watching statewide?
Well, the basic math of Pennsylvania is pretty clear. If you look at Philadelphia, the suburbs about 45% of the total votes. There's another 12% in Allegheny County, so there's about almost 60% in those basically two areas. So that's the first place you're going to look. And we talked earlier about the Philadelphia suburbs, which I continue to think will be absolutely critical in the race. And then you go up to the Lehigh Valley. You go into the Harrisburg area, the other sort of media markets, and then the hardest place to get a handle on is the the other 50 counties that are out there. That a lot of these places, as they say, have more trees than people.
Well, and you tend to know that they are going to go red. That is traditionally what happened. But we've talked about
how
those
many
margins.
people turn out.
Yeah, we've talked about those margins. Joe Biden was able to cut down on some of those margins. Governor Shapiro was able to do the same thing. Does Kamala Harris have the ability to do that? Certainly, it's something that her campaign has been pushing for, but will she, when these numbers come in, will we see any evidence of that? All right. Thanks so much. We're going to leave it there for now. We'll check back with you in a little bit. Tracy, we're going to toss things back to you.
All right.
We've got some breaking news to deal with.
Yeah. Thanks so much. To this breaking news that we just have in, there's an issue in Chester County. We've learned about it from a commissioner of the Board of Elections. Here's what he put out there. There was a threat to the Government Services Center in Westchester, Pennsylvania. It's being evacuated. Voter Services is located there, and in-person ballots are delivered after 8 p.m. Mail-in ballots are canvassed and tabulated at a different location. This is from Josh Maxwell, Commissioner of the Board of Elections. He says, I will update shortly. Again, we have reporters across the area. They're making phone calls and getting in touch with people to find out more information about that. So we will continue to keep you updated. Now let's turn our attention to Allentown, a swing district in the Lehigh Valley. Could be a factor in the battle for Pennsylvania. Lehigh County is getting a lot of attention, a lot of visits from campaigns, a lot of money being spent there to sway voters. NBC 10's Yukari Nakayama is in Allentown for us tonight. Yukari?
Yeah, well, Tracy, voters who I spoke to today tell me that they've actually had a really easy and quick time casting in their ballots. And here at the Luis Ramos Elementary, we haven't seen long lines, but we have seen heavy foot traffic throughout the day. Now, the voters I spoke to tell me that they know their vote matters, especially in Lehigh County. Latinos make up over half of Allentown's population. Those voters telling me the big issues they're considering include immigration, the economy, and women's rights. One man told me when he was that he was so sure he'd vote for former President Donald Trump, but in the last couple of weeks changed his mind. We've seen a large presence again of Latino voters coming out to cast their ballot today. Take a listen as to what brought them out.
It's more of what's in it for the community. And that's what we have to be really careful with. Some of the platforms that they've been using and talking about can really affect us in every way there is.
I really feel like it's important, especially as a female in this country. I feel like it's really important that we come out and try to put our vote in.
Now, not only did we see Latino voters, but also new-time voters. Among those, a 51-year-old woman who I spoke to off camera, who told me that she came in to vote for the first time in her life because she saw the margins between Harris and Trump being too close. She believes that her vote today mattered most in any other election. That's her own perspective. Again, these polls are about to close in a couple minutes now, but again, if you are in line, you can still cast your ballot. Of course, we'll be here in Allentown just monitoring the action going on, but for now, I'll send it back to you in the studio. I'm Yukari Nakayama, NBC 10 News.
Yukari, thanks so much. Coming up next, a look at the big races in Delaware from Congress to the governor's office. You're watching NBC 10 special streaming coverage of Decision 2024 election night.
You're watching special coverage of NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
We continue NBC 10's special streaming coverage of Decision 2024. I'm Tracy Davidson. Polls are now closed, and we can expect results to start coming in. We are also waiting for a news conference from Philadelphia DA Larry Krasner. He is expected to give us an update on Election Day in the city. We have been covering issues, and we have not heard of any major issues. Claudia Vargas has been following that. We're seeing him getting ready. We'll monitor this live picture, and we will go to him when he gets ready. Here we go.
If everybody's ready, even before everybody sets up, there's just one small point. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Give me the mic.
We apologize. We just lost that feed, but we are waiting for comments from DA Larry Krasner about elections in the city of Philadelphia. Again, we have had a reporter monitoring if there have been any major issues. There have not been. And we're waiting to hear what the district attorney has to say. If we can get that live picture back up.
And Tracy, as we wait for that, District Attorney Larry Krasner does have a task force that is operating every election. Certainly, we have seen him with the police commissioner, with the city commissioners leading up to the election, saying that they are ready for this election with so much scrutiny on Pennsylvania and on the city of Philadelphia. So we are awaiting getting an update from them on what they are seeing, anything that they might be looking into. But as you mentioned, our Claudia Vargas has been keeping a close eye on that as well.
Never seen you not in a suit.
Just a few hours ago, he addressed allegations of cheating in Philly and said absolutely not. We'll see if he talks more about that here.
Yeah, what you're referring to, Tracy, that was a social media post from former President Trump, and I'm going to read you part of the tweet from, or the X post from Larry Krasner, District Attorney Larry Krasner. He said there is no factual basis whatsoever within law enforcement to support this wild allegation. Let's listen in.
But it's time sensitive, so I want to address that first. There is one polling place, 1013 Ellsworth Street, that is going to be kept open late. It will be kept open, as I understand it, from very recent information from election court until 8:23 p.m. I believe that means that if you're in line at 8:23 p.m. at 1013 Ellsworth Street, then of course you'll be able to vote even if there is a line. That polling place was closed for what I understand to be a period of 23 minutes earlier today. And for that reason, there has been a very recent extension of that time. So I say that up front, just in case there may be people out there who tried to vote earlier during that 23-minute period. They were denied access. I want to make sure they get back over there and are able to exercise their right to vote before that time ends.
Was that a result of a bomb threat?
I will be getting into that very shortly, but the short answer is yes. All right. So
Can you expand on it or just give us details?
I'm about to.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. All right. So the big picture is that we were all very hopeful that the city of Philadelphia would have a very smooth election day, and that very smooth election day would look like other ones that we've had, where there were the usual significant number of insignificant complaints. That is essentially what occurred here, with a couple of small exceptions. One of those exceptions does have to do with bomb threats, and the other exception has to do with an individual who has been detained, and we'll get into that. But the essence of it is this: people have been here all day. They have been out in the community. I have been out in the community all day. We have been making sure that when there was any sort of a concern or a complaint, we dispatched an attorney. We dispatched law enforcement. I want to give a special thanks to the Philadelphia Police Department, to the DA's detectives in this office, who have done an exceptional job today of responding to everything that came up. There wasn't that much, but they were great about responding to it. And that, I think, has had a lot to do with how well the day went. The two exceptions that we are going to talk about, and then we'll do a larger summary, but the two exceptions are that there were some bomb threats in Philadelphia. If you've been monitoring what the Federal Bureau of Investigation has said publicly, they have recently stated publicly that this did happen in other locations as well. They stated publicly that there was some attribution to potentially Russian source. They further stated that they were fake bomb threats. And in Philadelphia, they were fake bomb threats. All the locations were cleared. As I said before, only one was briefly closed. That was for about 23 minutes. And that one is being extended for another 23 minutes. So let me say it again. Phony bomb threats. No bombs. No one hurt. No boom. None of that happened. Okay? That did occur. There is a second event that occurred, which is a little unusual, which is that an individual walked into a polling place. That individual made a threatening comment to the effect of he was going to bomb that place. He was detained. Police are continuing to investigate that case. It has not been referred to us for charging yet. That is a developing story, and obviously when we have more information, we will know about it. But once again, there's no indication that it was any more than words. There's no indication that there was a capacity to carry it out or anything of that sort.
Which location was that?
I will get you that information. We're going to have people who know everything, because I was out in the community making sure that the work that was done by this office and done with our law enforcement partners was done correctly, that people were satisfied with that work, that polling places were aware of how to interface with us so that we could do that work. So they are in the details a little bit more than I am, and frankly, they deserve the credit more than I do for the work that they have been doing all day. Standing behind me are a couple of familiar faces. Shoshana Silverstein, Matt Stigler, who spoke earlier. They're available to follow up on the information that was provided earlier today. We also have Brian Collins. He's going to provide updates on the big picture of what happened today. Vinnie Corrigan is behind me working away, as he was this morning. And also Josh Barnett, a key player with the Election Protection Task Force, is off-site right now, as he has been for most of the day, dealing with other aspects of our work here. So let me start out by asking Mr. Collins to come forward and give you a general summary of what has been going on today, so you can have your more or less day's end update.
Good evening, everybody. I can talk a little bit more in detail about the incident with the individual at the polling location in a moment. Let me start off by saying it's obviously been no secret that this particular election was hotly contested throughout the entire election season. There was a lot of heated rhetoric. Passions were high. Given all of that, we are extremely pleased with what we saw today. The vast majority of what we responded to were situations where we simply had to explain to everybody who was out there what the rules were for what they were allowed to do while campaigning, where they were allowed to stand, what sorts of things they were allowed to do. And we tried to be as proactive as we could be, given the number of people that we had available, to try to send them out to do that kind of community outreach, to talk to people and let them know what's going on, what the rules were, so that people could continue to express their opinions about who they wanted to vote for, and people who wanted to vote were able to do so safely and without any disturbance to their ability to vote. For the one incident that we had where there was a detention, that happened at 66 and Chester. It was a single individual. There's no indication that it had any connection to any other incident that happened today. This was a person that was just walking by the polling locations on multiple occasions throughout the day, making a comment to the effect of he was going to blow the place up or something along those lines. As the DA said earlier, it has not been formally referred to us for charging yet. Philadelphia police are still investigating it, but that person was detained, and there's no indication that he had any ability at all to carry out any of that threat, anything beyond just words. So throughout the day today, we've been proactively responding, as I said, to a number of incidents that were simply people campaigning passionately throughout the day. We just wanted to explain to folks exactly what they could not do. And whenever our DAs responded throughout the day, we feel that we were able to respond and make sure that people were able to express themselves as they desired.
Good evening. Earlier today, my colleague ADA Stigler provided some information to you that we received some reports of a person who was using hidden cameras to film election workers. We did investigate these reports, and we have not made any arrests, but we have learned that the individual has left the state. We understand that he is in New Jersey.
We have been listening to more details of a couple of issues that have popped up in the city of Philadelphia. We now want to go back to the issue, the breaking news we're following for you out of Chester County. There was a threat to the Government Services Center in Westchester. We sent Skyforce 10 to be above this. We have learned from a commissioner there that the location has been evacuated. In-person ballots are delivered or supposed to be delivered there after 8. Mail-in ballots are canvassed and tabulated at a different location. This is all information from Josh Maxwell. He's Commissioner of Board of Elections. But again, Skyforce 10 is live over Westchester at a voter services building And we see a number of people outside. We're working to get you more information about exactly what the threat is, exactly what's going to happen, and what they have to do to adjust any plans they have for ballot counting there. We'll keep you updated on that. In the meantime, let's talk to Lauren because projections are starting to come in, Lauren.
That's right, Tracy. We are starting to get projections from NBC News about what is happening outside of Pennsylvania, outside of New Jersey, outside of Delaware, outside of our area that will affect all of us when it comes to the presidential race. And here's where things stand right now. The red you see on the map, those are states that have been called by NBC News for former President Donald Trump. The blue, those have been called for Vice President Kamala Harris. A lot of this not super that basically these are states that we would expect to go this way. But I do want to pay particular attention to Florida. That is a state that used to be a lot more purple. I worked in Florida, for example. It was a lot more purple then, and at times was blue. But really, it has trended red in recent years. And this is a state where Donald Trump is holding his party tonight. His supporters are gathering there. It is also one where we now know that the senator and former governor Rick Scott has been reelected there. So we're watching the Senate as well. But that's where things stand on that map. Now let's pull things back to Pennsylvania and talk to our panel who is here again to join us. And we do have someone new joining us, Republican Dave Galuch from Delaware County. He's part of the executive committee for the Delaware County Republican Party. He is joining us along with former Philadelphia Councilmember Maria Quinones-Sanchez and David Thornburg from Ballot, PA, formerly the head of Committee of 70. Thank you all for joining us. David, let me start with you since you are joining us now. As these results are coming in, tell me what you're hearing in Delaware County and how, what the conversations are that you are having with fellow Republicans as we're starting to see these results come in.
Well, sure, absolutely. I think we all feel pretty good. I think both sides can probably claim that there'll be a historic turnout today. My precinct at 7 a.m. had the line wrapped all the way around the door in Newtown Square. So we're watching Delco very closely. It's a county that I think Hillary Clinton won by the high 20s, and then President Biden won by low 30s. So that'll be a key indicator of how the collar counties go. Excuse me. If the margin continues to move towards Kamala Harris or back towards Donald Trump.
Yeah, and as we look at the suburbs, one of the counties that I'm watching very carefully is Bucks County, because that's a county that has changed since 2020. It now has a majority of registered Republicans, and that didn't used to be the case. Democrats have won it, but narrowly. How are you all looking at Bucks County right now? Before these results come in, how are you all looking at Bucks County? Does that become a new bellwether?
I think you have more families moving in. You have the diversity is changing within the county, and I think you're going to see a bigger participation, I think, in Democrats. You know, I'm now in Montgomery County. I talk to suburban women, and I've asked them, because of 2016, where, in 2020, for Black and brown women feeling like white women were not, in sync with us. I think there's a different feel. I think the Roe v. Wade situation has just made it very, very complicated. Women do not want to have a country where their children, their daughters and granddaughters don't have the same rights they do. And I think you're going to see those women go in, maybe not tell their husbands, they're going to go in and vote differently.
Let's talk about that when it comes to what we just looked at with Florida, a state where you have, literally abortion on the ballot there. And yet, we're not looking at the raw numbers. And certainly we know that it has trended red, but, it wasn't enough for Kamala Harris to pick it up.
Well, I mean, it's been a red state. It is Trump's state, when he stays at his resort there. I think Rick Scott being on the ballot, people liked him. Latinos liked him. He was very receptive as governor. So, the Latinos you have there, whether they're Cuban, the Venezuelans have a very different political leaning than traditional Puerto Ricans that now make up almost 1 million folks in Florida. So I expected that, right? I didn't see anything different. And even with what's happened in the last few weeks, Rick Scott, they're the kind of Republicans we're used to, right? They are the rich Republicans, the folks that you can talk to and work with.
All right, we're gonna have to leave it there for just a moment. We'll check back in with all of you in a moment. But Tracy, let me toss it back to you.
All right, Lauren, thanks. Coming up, House race in Pennsylvania that is hotly contested and could affect the balance of power if it flips. Stay right there.
What part of
You're watching NBC10 News, Decision 2024.
We continue to follow an issue in Chester County. Skyforce 10 is live above the Government Services Center. This is West Chester. It has been evacuated. The Voter Services is located in that building. It's a government center. It houses a lot of government offices, district courts, and that kind of thing. It's been evacuated because of a threat. In-person ballots are delivered or are supposed to be delivered there after 8. We're waiting to find out what's happening. Josh Maxwell is the chair of the Board of Commissioners there. He has put out information about what's happening, but we're waiting for an update on that. We know that Chester County detectives are on scene, Westchester police are on scene, and Skyforce 10 is live overhead. As soon as we get more information about what's happening at that Government Services building in Westchester, we'll keep you posted. Right now, let's talk to Lauren about results starting to come in across Pennsylvania. Lauren?
Yeah, Tracy, these are the first results that we're seeing come in Pennsylvania, and we have them for some of the key counties. So I want to walk you through what we have now. Again, these are just the initial results that are coming in. These are low percentages that you're going to notice here, but I want to walk you through what we have as we are getting them. Let's start over here with Bucks County. We were just talking about Bucks County and how that is a county that both Hillary Clinton and President Biden, they both won that, but narrowly. And now there are more Republicans in Bucks County than there are Democrats. A little bit more than 10% of the vote in here. Kamala Harris, 65%, 66% to Trump, 33%. Again, only 10% in there right now. We go over to Montgomery County, only 0.2% in there right now. We're not going to look at that yet. Delaware County, a little more than 15% in there now. We've got 75% for Kamala Harris, 24% for Donald Trump. Again, this is a low percentage that's in 15%. Dave's here from Delaware County. We're going to talk to him in just a minute about what he sees in those numbers. I want to come over here to York County. We've got about 16% in York County, 55% for Kamala Harris, 44% for Donald Trump. But let's come over here to the western part of the state. This is where we have some of the some higher percents in for ballots at this point. This is Allegheny County. A lot of times we talk about Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, the two parts of the state where Democrats really need to run up the score. We've got almost 30% of the vote in here, 72% for Kamala Harris, 26% for Donald Trump there. This is an area where it is really surrounded by red counties. And I can tell you that those counties have all gotten redder since 2020. Places like Butler, this is where that rally for President Trump happened, where the assassination attempt happened. Then he went back there. That is one of the counties around Allegheny County that we're talking about. Not a lot of votes in there yet, though. And up here, Erie County, this is often considered a bellwether county that has gone back and forth between Democrats and Republicans. Less than 1% of the vote in there yet, so really can't gauge anything from that. But let's bring things back to my panel to see what they see in these numbers here. Dave, you are from Delaware County. You saw those numbers there. It's not a lot of percentage of the vote that we have in yet. Do you see anything in those numbers at this point?
No, it's a little too early to tell. Certainly, I think the goal for the red team is to lose by less in Delaware County. So
Certainly the margin
we have to wait a little bit more.
The margin for Joe Biden in those collar counties was high double digits.
Right.
The Allegheny County is where we've got the biggest sort of batch of votes at this point. David, when you look at where things are in Allegheny County, what do you see in those numbers?
Well, that's my old hometown.
Yeah.
I was just out there a couple of weeks ago. Interestingly, they count votes a lot faster there than they do in Philadelphia.
We see it happening.
Yeah, we're seeing it happening live. And we were just saying, I think that these are all in-person votes that are coming in now, and the mail ballots will come in later. So that seems to me, those are, I think, surprisingly positive numbers for Harris so far. That again, if those are in-person ballots and Democrats have had more mail ballots, so far I think they should be pretty pleased with where they are now.
Maria, did you see anything in those that piqued your interest as we're getting those initial ballots in?
I think, you have Pittsburgh, you have an African-American mayor there, you have Summer Lee, who is a very progressive congresswoman there. I think people are doing the work.
Controversial.
But the numbers come out, right? She had a very highly contested race and did very, very well. And I think that's what you're seeing there. You have a lot of young Latino diversity coming into the city and in the suburban area. So I think those folks are going to come out in greater numbers.
Yeah, I'm curious. Also, you said young voters, and we are seeing those lines at colleges, near colleges, where young voters are turning out. We don't know who they're voting for. We just know that they are showing up and standing in line. So I'm curious as we get more. Center County was one of the counties that I visited as we did a tour across Pennsylvania. What will the turnout be like there in terms of Penn State University is there, and where will things land there? Yeah. All right, guys, we're going to check back with you in just a bit. Tracy, I'm going to toss things back over to you. It is a busy night as we get our results coming in.
All right, Lauren, thanks like that. Thanks so much for that. We'll be right back.
You're watching special coverage of NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
Good evening and welcome to NBC 10 streaming coverage of Decision 2024 on election night. I'm Lauren Make.
I'm Tracy Davidson. We have been with you and we will continue to be with you throughout the night, have you covered as the results start to come in, and they have started to trickle in. We have some issues that have popped up. This is one of them. This is Chester County. This is Westchester. Skyforce 10 is over this. This is their government services building that has been evacuated because of a threat, also a polling place. We're working to find out more information. We know police are on scene, and we just learned from Chester County officials that they will be giving us a briefing at a different location coming up at 9 o'clock. So we will find out more about that. Also, just a few minutes ago, we listened to DA Krasner, Philadelphia DA Krasner, who talked about one of the polling places in Philadelphia just being open another 23 minutes. So it's already closed. So it stayed open until 8:23 because people had been evacuated because of an issue there for 23 minutes. And so.
Yeah, so he certainly wanted to get the word out to anyone who might have been at that particular Ellsworth Street Center earlier today when it was closed, so that they can come back and make sure they participate.
Right. So our races to watch focus on Pennsylvania right now. The U.S. House, Pennsylvania's 1st District, covers Bucks County, parts of Monco. It's a rematch of 2022 incumbent Republican Brian Fitzpatrick faces Democrat Ashley Ehaws.
Yeah, he won this race, obviously, back in 2022 against her, and has been able to hold up against Democratic challengers. This is an incumbent Republican that Democrats have tried to take this seat over and over again. We've just been talking about Bucks County and how it is shifted to the right. Brian Fitzpatrick has been known as a fairly independent and moderate Republican and has been able to hold on to this seat.
But not much campaigning this time around, right?
No, it has been very quiet from him. We have not seen or heard much from him. Certainly, we see some Republicans who show up at Trump rallies and are really sort of a part of that campaign. We have seen that from Dave McCormick, the Senate candidate. That is not the case with Brian Fitzpatrick. Congressman Fitzpatrick, he's really never aligned himself with the former president. And we are seeing that happen again in this re-election campaign from him.
Let's check in with NBC 10's Deanna Durante. She's live in Newtown, Bucks County at a Republican watch party. Deanna?
Republicans here cheering every time a state is called for the former president. They're celebrating here. Of course, the polls have closed. We can tell you that Bucks County was certainly a hot spot when it came to mail-in voting. Many Republicans taking advantage of it. The county sent out more than 151,000 mail-in voting applications, and 123,000 plus have been returned. Early returns are coming in. Bucks County posting those numbers on their website. Let's talk about the 1st congressional district race here. As you mentioned, that's Brian Fitzpatrick. You also talked about how he kept a low profile this race. He was staying away from interviews and trying to make any connection to the former president. The former FBI agent has held on to his moderate reputation, but Democrats have been putting a lot of money behind Ashley Ehaws as she's tried to unseat Fitzpatrick in an attempt to try and flip the House. The last 2 presidential races, Bucks County has gone blue for presidential candidates, and this race has seen an increase in registered Republicans. And again, that Republican push for mail-in voting, the push here is so large that the deadline for those votes extended for days so that people could line up, get those mail-in applications in, and cast their votes early. But the rub here is that counting those votes, that's going to take some time because of Pennsylvania's law when it comes to those mail-in votes, that they couldn't be opened or pre-canvassed until this morning. We can tell you that sheriff's deputies have picked up the information from the polling locations, the cartridges there. Things are now heading to voter services in Bucks County for the process of being counted. And as we've told you, some of the returns are starting to be posted, but these are very early numbers here in what is going to be a long night and likely into tomorrow, as all of those votes still need to be counted. It's the very latest reporting live in Newtown, Bucks County. Deanna Durante, NBC 10 News.
All right, Deanna, thanks for that. Now let's talk about the presidential race. Polling shows a razor-thin margin, as you know, between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Donald Trump voted in person this afternoon in West Palm Beach, Florida. Former president said he's very confident going into tonight. A reporter asked if this would be his final campaign, no matter the final result. Here's what President Trump had to say.
I would think so. I mean, I would think so. Sad and very fulfilled. I think we're going to have a very big victory today.
As for Vice President Kamala Harris, she voted by mail a few days ago. She said her mail-in ballot was already on the way to California. NBC's Bree Jackson is with the Harris campaign at Howard University in Washington. Bree, tell us more.
Hi there, Tracy. So right now, the president of Howard University is on the stage. He's welcoming the crowd, and we're seeing thousands of students and supporters here for the Harris campaign. This is where the vice president is expected to come later tonight as the election results are rolling in. And early numbers are showing, at least NBC News has projected, that Harris has picked up some early states, including Vermont, Massachusetts, and Maryland. Now, the campaign says it is hoping to get results from some of those key battleground states tonight, in particular Georgia as well as North Carolina. And an NBC News exit poll actually shows that in Georgia, Harris has actually, or at least former President Trump has failed to make inroads among Black voters there, according to early exit polls. But on the flip side of that, those early exit polls show that Latino men, another key demographic, they are breaking for Trump by a 10-point margin, 54% to 44% to Vice President Harris. And that is a major reversal from 4 years ago when an NBC News exit poll found that President Biden had a 23-point margin over former President Trump. But bottom line is these are still early results, and all eyes will be on Pennsylvania, the results there, which we don't expect to have tonight, as you know. So it's still early in the night. We do expect Vice President Harris to be at this event later on, and all eyes are on these election results as they continue to pour in.
Bree, thanks so much. We will check back with you. Speaking of election results starting to pour in, Lauren?
Yeah, Tracy, we are getting new results, new states being called by NBC News tonight. Let's take a look at the map here of where things stand. Red, of course, for Donald Trump, blue for Kamala Harris. We do know that the state of Delaware here in our area has now been called by NBC News for Vice President Kamala Harris. That is not one that is considered a battleground state. It is not one that is a huge surprise, but it is continuing to fill in our map here as we wait. As we just heard, Pennsylvania is the one that a lot of people are waiting for, but you see there Delaware being called for Vice President Kamala Harris, 57% to 42% there. I do want to mention another result that we just got in, not in the presidential race, but a race that has gotten a lot of attention, which is the North Carolina gubernatorial race. The Democrat Josh Stein has won that race. And really, it is not Stein whose name you might recognize, but Mark Robinson, the lieutenant governor, who has been extremely controversial. And he was the one whose name a lot of folks may know, but he did not win that race. It is Democrat Josh Stein. Let me bring in our panel to talk about what we are learning here tonight. That North Carolina gubernatorial race, not a big surprise, guys, but it is North Carolina itself that we are still waiting for. It's really a state that Vice President Harris has tried to make inroads on, even though it's usually red.
Yeah, that to me is of the early reporting states, Pennsylvania not being one of them. That's really critical. North Carolina and Georgia, and it is not a shock that Robinson lost, because, like, where do you find someone like that? I mean, are you kidding? And I don't think it's hard to believe that he had any sort of downward pull on Trump. But we'll wait to see how that comes out.
Yeah, we'll wait to see what those numbers are. But certainly, that North Carolina one, that would give her a path. Even without Pennsylvania, that could give her a path.
We believe it shows a good trend. Again, that's one of the states where Latinos, Unidos US, other groups have done some work, because we have, again, a growing diverse community, a growing Latino community there. So we're hopeful that shows us a good trend.
Yeah. And then, Dave, of course, as we've talked about, you've got states like Florida, also a big Latino community, but it has become solidly red.
Yeah, and I think I was just looking at the results from some other states. You see the Phoenix suburbs, you see the Dallas suburbs, you see Loudoun County, Virginia, which has a growing Hispanic population. All of those appear that they've swung to the right a little bit. Now, obviously, not all the vote is in, but it appears that it'll be somewhere between a 3 to an 8 point swing right, depending on the county. If Loudoun County actually swings 8% right from 2020 to 2024, I think that will surprise a lot of people, including me.
All right, we're going to keep an eye on that. We want to go now to Governor Josh Shapiro, who is speaking and giving an update tonight with Secretary of State Al Schmidt. Let's listen in.
Oh, wow.
It's at the website at electionreturns.pa.gov. I want to reassure Pennsylvania and all the folks across the country who are paying attention to our Commonwealth that every legal eligible vote will be counted accurately and that the will of the people will be respected. I also want to respectfully ask all Pennsylvanians and Americans and those in the media who are interested in these election results to be patient. Counting millions of votes accurately, it takes some time. Our goal is to get it right. How quickly news organizations call our elections for president on down to state legislature always depend on how close these races are. The closer they are, the longer it takes to know who won, because we will always make sure that every legal eligible vote is counted accurately. I also want to reassure Pennsylvanians that our county partners know how to process and count votes accurately. Secretary Schmidt has spent the last year visiting all 67 counties and meeting with election staff all across Pennsylvania. His great team at the Department of State has been working with our county partners over the last 2 years to train election clerks all across Pennsylvania and ensure that they are ready to administer elections freely and fairly. All 67 counties are now prepared and ready to process and count ballots securely and accurately. I've been asked many times over the last several months what improvements have been made since the last presidential election here in Pennsylvania. Let me walk you through a few of the differences. First, all 67 counties now have far more experience handling and processing mail ballots. Since 2020, our election partners have successfully administered 8 elections that saw a large percentage of votes cast by mail. Second, county officials have purchased new equipment that allow them to process votes more quickly. And thanks to Act 88, which became law in 2022, counties are now mandated to count votes continuously through the night until they've completed the task. And third, in 2020, about 2.5 million Pennsylvanians voted by mail, which meant 2.5 million mail ballots had to be processed and counted. This year, it appears that the final number of mail ballots needing to be processed and counted will be closer to 2 million. That's not a reflection on the energy around the presidential race or any race in Pennsylvania, or a reflection of Pennsylvanians' interest in voting. Rather, it is a reflection of how people chose to vote, and it seems that more people showed up at the polls in person today than in 2020. As county officials now work diligently to count every ballot, I want to thank every Pennsylvania voter who voted by mail or showed up at the polls to exercise their right to vote, regardless of their preferred candidate. I want to applaud the nonpartisan election administrators who are diligently serving our Commonwealth and our country by doing this critically important work. And I want to share Pennsylvanians' immense gratitude to the state, local, and federal law enforcement officials and first responders who continue to work together even right now to ensure voters are able to cast their votes safely. As the votes are counted, I urge everyone to be patient, to avoid spreading or repeating any mis or disinformation, and to rely on trusted sources of election information like the Department of State's election returns website. Every legal eligible vote will be counted and counted accurately, and the will of the people here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania will be respected. I want to thank Secretary Al Schmidt and his terrific team at the Department of State for their important and meaningful and extraordinary work. And with that, I'd like to welcome Secretary Al Schmidt to say a few words.
Thank you, Governor.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you, Governor, and thank you all for being here on this important day. I'm pleased to report that Pennsylvania has once again held a free, fair, safe, and secure election day. Today's success is a testament to the dedication and preparation of our county election officials who I've met during my 67 county visits in the past year. I want to express my thanks to those hundreds of county election officials and the approximately 45,000 poll workers who made democracy happen today in the Commonwealth. Because of them, Pennsylvanians were able to vote at 9,153 polling places across our 67 counties. In addition to what the governor mentioned a moment ago, as in every election, a few Pennsylvania counties reported isolated, localized issues at the precinct level. Those counties worked quickly to address those issues. The only countywide issue that we encountered today was in Cambria County, where the court took appropriate action to extend voting hours to 10 p.m. tonight so that all voters can have the opportunity to cast their vote. In Luzerne County, at a polling place in Laughlin Borough, voting hours were extended until 9:30 tonight because of the precinct opening late this morning. To the voters at these locations, I remind you that if you're in line before 8 p.m., you could stay in line and you'd be able to vote. Every election day sees isolated issues, even when county election officials work diligently in advance, as they did this past year. The department is confident that all counties took the necessary steps to ensure voters who wanted to cast a ballot today could do so. We know many voters encountered lines at the polling places today, and we thank them for their patience as poll workers who are their neighbors work hard so that they could cast their vote. Although we won't have in-person turnout numbers tonight in total, reports from election workers on the ground indicate that polling places were very busy, even for a presidential election year. With a successful general election under their belts, election workers in all 67 counties now undertake the task of counting votes. I'd like to echo what the governor said. Please be patient. This work takes time. Accuracy and integrity are the priority. It's important to remember that counties could not begin even processing and opening the millions of returned mail ballots until 7 a.m. today, and that the last of them would have been received just a little bit ago until 8 p.m. You can track the latest unofficial results as counties submit them on the Pennsylvania Department of State's website, electionreturns.pa.gov. Because voting continues in Cambria County and Laughlin Borough and Luzerne County, I'll return at 10 p.m. to provide an update and to answer whatever questions you might have.
All right, we're going to pause for a minute and get ready to join our viewers on television for an election update. Back in just a moment. Stay with us for more special coverage of Decision 2024 on NBC Philadelphia News.
You're watching special coverage of NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Jacqueline London.
And I'm Fred Shropshire. All eyes are on Pennsylvania for this historic election between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
Here is a look at the current poll numbers in Pennsylvania. The polls closed at 8 o'clock, but there are still people in line ready to cast their vote.
Here's where all the votes are being counted in Philadelphia. This is the ballot processing center in Northeast Philadelphia. Workers started counting ballots once the polls opened this morning. We're told it could be late into the night before all the votes in Pennsylvania are counted. Philadelphia's District Attorney Larry Krasner held a news conference in the last 30 minutes to talk about a security incident at one polling place.
Individual walked into a polling place. That individual made a threatening comment to the effect of he was going to bomb that place. He was detained. Police are continuing to investigate that case.
And NBC News is projecting Democrat Lisa Blunt Rochester as the winner of the U.S. Senate race in Delaware. She will become the first Black woman to represent the state in the U.S. Senate. And here's a look at the highly contested race for Pennsylvania Senate. Incumbent Bob Casey trying to stay in Washington for another term. He is facing Dave McCormick.
And NBC 10's Brian Sheehan is joining us live from Scranton tonight, where Bob Casey's camp is hosting an election party. Brian, what is the scene like there right now?
Yeah, Jackie and Fred, this is the race to watch, and there is a lot at stake. You can see behind me, Senator Bob Casey's supporters have started to fill here at the Scranton Cultural Center here in downtown Scranton. We are still waiting for the senator and his family to arrive so that they can watch the returns come in. Senator Casey is trying to seeking a fourth term in the U.S. Senate. Republican Dave McCormick is looking to unseat him. Casey is positioning himself as someone who has served the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for many years, and he wants to continue doing so, serving the interest of Pennsylvanians. McCormick describing himself as a businessman and an outsider. McCormick is watching the returns come in with his family in Western Pennsylvania. He voted last week, went to the polls with his wife today. Of course, we will be watching the results come in here throughout the evening, and we'll have the results as that happens. For now, live in Scranton, I'm Brian Sheehan, NBC 10 News.
Brian, thank you very much. And NBC News projecting Democrat Matt Meyer winning Delaware's governor race.
And we do know NBC News has called Delaware for Kamala Harris. Our local coverage continuing streaming.
Certifiable, a good thing when it comes to weather. Only one team is certified most accurate 9 years in a row. Who's keeping track? Weather Rate, analysts who compare all forecasts to what actually happens. Just so happens that NBC10 First Alert Weather get it right more than anyone. Your neighborhood, your weather, more on point, period. No matter where you are, certified most accurate. Who else can say that? No one. NBC10 First Alert Weather. Count on it.
Count on NBC 10 to give you more of the local stories that matter to you.
More opportunities to listen to you, so we tell your stories the right way.
How can we become a bigger part of your community?
More access to the biggest events in town. The most accurate forecast from your First Alert weather team for your neighborhood.
Always get more, anytime, anywhere with NBC 10. Count on it.
Good morning and welcome to NBC 10 News Today.
Is that not happening enough now?
They're delicious.
Don't worry, we're going to give me one. A great cause where you can make sure your kids are ready for school.
Can your wife cook?
Yeah.
I guess it's true opposites attract.
I think Bill will be unfazed.
You guys keep talking over there and I'll do the weather.
She's really got me. She's got a strong grip. I just want to show you this really quickly.
Don't hurt me. You're natural. Thank you.
Go Birds.
Birds.
Skyforce 10, we have a police chase on 95 North.
Breaking news happens fast. If you're late, don't even bother showing up. And having the coolest tools in the sky means nothing if you don't know how to use them.
Jacqueline, we're right over the suspect's car.
NBC 10 knows in this town, breaking news happens fast. But Skyforce 10 is faster. Count on it.
Skyforce 10, en route.
You're watching special coverage of NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
Moments ago, we were live at Howard University where Kamala Harris is expected tonight. Now we go to NBC's Alice Barr. She's with the Trump campaign at Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida. Alice?
Hi there, Tracy. Yeah, we're here where supporters have been gathering steadily throughout the evening, and really for hours they've been getting in front of that stage there. They want to have a front row seat for when former President Trump is expected to come address supporters later tonight. We don't know exactly what time. Presumably once we have a better idea of where the results are headed. And as he has been announced as the winner of several states that have been called so far, you're hearing a whole lot of cheers, of course, around me. You're hearing the enthusiasm building. The former president has been watching those results come in with family and friends and close advisors at Mar-a-Lago, which is not far from here. And earlier in the day, he visited a campaign headquarters, spoke to some of his campaign staffers there. He started the morning, at least on the public-facing portion of it, by going out to vote with his wife Melania at his side. And he took that opportunity to stop and talk to the media. And the biggest question that folks had for him was about what he is going to say when he, we believe, comes out to speak later tonight. The big question goes back to 2020, when he did come out on election night before all of the votes had been counted and prematurely declared victory. So he was asked earlier today if there's any circumstance where he would not do that tonight, where he would not come out and declare victory before all the votes are counted. He said, no, that he's watching what everyone else is. He said there are a lot of states where he feels like he is ahead, but that he's being told that the numbers are not going to be in for potentially days. He then later said, in response to a question, that he would accept the results of a fair election. That's something he said before, but then he went on to say that from what he's seen so far, he believes this election has been fair so far. Now that goes counter to some of what he's been saying out on the campaign trail, where he has been casting doubt on the election process, the integrity of the machines, the length of time that it takes to count ballots when you use these more modern technologies. But what we heard from him, his last public words today, were that he would be prepared to accept the results of a fair election, and that's what he's seeing so far. So again, supporters here, a whole lot of media packed in here, all waiting to see if we are going to hear from former President Trump. Tracy, back to you.
We will all see together. Alice Barr reporting for us. Thank you so much. Now I want to update you on some breaking news out of Chester County that we've been following for you, a threat that had shut down and had evacuated the government services building. This is the most recent update from Chester County government. Polling hours have been extended to 10 o'clock. Here's why. Chester County emergency officials investigating a bomb threat sent to the Chester County Government Services Center, which mirrors the bomb threat sent to election offices across Pennsylvania and the United States. Chester County election officials are redirecting voters who vote at the two polling places located at the Government Services Center to neighboring polling places where they will be able to cast their votes provisionally. The voting hours for the two neighboring polling places, again, have been extended to 10 o'clock for those voters only. We'll keep getting you more information on that, and we're getting new numbers in. We'll have much more as we continue our live team coverage.
You're watching special coverage of NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
NBC 10 special streaming coverage of Decision 2024 on election night continues now. I'm Tracy Davidson here with Lauren Make, who continues to get new numbers coming in from counties around Pennsylvania. Lauren?
Yeah, Tracy, it has been an hour now since polls have closed in Pennsylvania. In most places, we do know that there are some places where there are special exceptions to keep them open. But we want to give you an update on what we are seeing in the results that are starting to come in some key areas around Pennsylvania. So let's move over here to the map and take a look at what we have now. Let's first take a look at where we are with Philadelphia. That's about where it was last time I checked. So things haven't been moving real fast in Philadelphia, just 17% of the votes in there. In the collar counties, it's been about the same. I'm just checking in to see where things stand. Bucks County, just about 12% in there. That is a very purple, very split county that's being watched very carefully. But let's take a look at an area where we do have some more results coming in, a little bit higher of a percentage there. Oops, we didn't mean to do that. We wanted to take a look at Lackawanna. Oh, almost 40% in for Lackawanna. This is where Scranton is. This is where President Biden has roots, and there has been a question of how well Kamala Harris will do in Lackawanna County without Joe Biden at the top of the ticket. Certainly he has deep relationships there, and people had known him for a long time. So we're watching to see where things were there. I can tell you, and I'm going to check my notes here. This is where Joe Biden won by 54% there. Harris appears to be exceeding that at this point. But we're going to check back in with that for in just a little bit. Right now, we want to go to South Jersey, where Congressman Andy Kim is speaking.
Individually trying to do to meet that moment. I look out in this room and I can tell you I see so many people from all different moments of my life. You are here in this room because in one way or another you have touched my life. You have helped me in ways I may never fully be able to express to all of you. Whether I met you in elementary school or on the campaign trail, I want to start by saying thank you. I want to start with my congressional team. For the last 6 years, we've served the 3rd Congressional District, and I hope that we have made the people of the 3rd Congressional District proud of the work that we've done. We have a team of incredible public servants, all different ages, everyone working together, many of them here, and I just have to say how proud I am of that team. My campaign team, who carried out our message of change going forward. I know that many of you took risks to join this campaign. You had people doubt your choice to join this campaign. You worked long hours and struggled and stressed about the challenges we confronted. I hope you take pride in this moment. Whoever says young people don't care about politics haven't met the young people that are the engine, power, and all over this nation. And to our supporters, look what we've accomplished. Look what we've been able to do. By most standards of what is possible, this moment right now should not be occurring. A year ago, 6 years ago, few believed we could show that what we could accomplish. That we showed that politics isn't some exclusive club just for the well-off and the well-connected. Right. That we built something that epitomizes the grassroots. I hope this experience has brought you closer to understanding the essence of our democracy, that you have a deeper understanding of what it means to be a citizen of this great country, and that you feel empowered by that. You've heard me say this quite a lot, and I'll say it again tonight, that I believe that the opposite of democracy is apathy. And by extension, I hope that you see that our campaign as a means of being the opposite of that helplessness. I hope this moment is every bit as meaningful for you as it is for me. I want to say thank you to my family. My parents and my sister are here, who gave me the grounding in service and purpose that powers me every day. To my wife, Cammie. Cammie, look what we've accomplished. Look what we've done. For them, right? Yep. I'm just so proud of our family and what we've been able to do, our humble family. Be able to take this kind of action. To my boys. I'm proud of the two of you. Now, I know that this has been tough. I know it hasn't been easy. And I know there have been moments where I haven't always been there for you the way that I wish I was as a father. But I hope you're proud of me. And I hope that when you learn about this moment in America, that you come to understand why I did what I did.
Democrat Congressman Andy Kim declaring victory in his New Jersey Senate race over Republican Curtis Bashaw tonight. And now let's turn our attention to the race for Senate in Pennsylvania. Bob Casey, Dave McCormick, they were just tied in a poll that came out just yesterday. Christine D'Antonio from our sister station in Pittsburgh is live with the McCormick campaign right now.
Okay,
Christine, go ahead.
Biden 4 years ago by 4 points. Okay, so Trump right now flipping that county. You know, is there a minority vote out there that is helping? We got to consider. Other thing I want to point out, just while I got you here, okay?
Obviously, we're having a little bit of trouble with her audio. Another feed is coming in. Shall we try to go with NBC10's Brian Sheehan? He is live at the Casey campaign in Scranton. Brian, bring us up to speed on what's happening there.
Yeah, Tracy, as you can see behind me, supporters are filling into the Scranton Cultural Center here in downtown Scranton. This is going to be Casey's headquarters for the evening. He is expected here with his family at any moment, where they will come and join these supporters and watch the results come in. Senator Casey went to Scranton High School early this morning with his family to cast his vote shortly before 10 o'clock. He is seeking a fourth term and is Pennsylvania's second longest serving U.S. Senator, behind Arlen Specter, who represented the Commonwealth for 30 years. Casey easily won his 3 previous elections, beginning in 2006, then in 2012, and again in 2018. But this is a race to watch. He called it one of the toughest re-election challenges of his career. There is a lot of stake. The winner of this race could determine which party wins control of the Senate. I had the opportunity to speak with the senator before he went inside to cast his vote this morning. Here's what he had to say about why he is the better candidate to represent Pennsylvania in Washington.
I've been delivering for this state, delivering for the people of our Commonwealth in every single one of our 67 counties. While I was doing that, he was delivering for China. So he's been delivering for China and adversaries, making a lot of money by investing in China, helping Vladimir Putin with his debt just before he invaded Ukraine.
Again, Senator Casey and his family are expected to come here to the Scranton Cultural Center at any moment to watch the returns come in. We'll be following it closely. Now live in Scranton, I'm Brian Sheehan, NBC10 News.
Certainly right about a race to watch. $344 million spent in that race, the second most in any Senate race across the country. Let's go back to Christine D'Antonio from our sister station in Pittsburgh. She is live with the McCormick camp. Christine?
Well, it is very loud to hear here inside of the Dave McCormick watch party. Take a look at just the amount of people who are here. We are live here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania at the Fairmont Hotel, where this watch party began tonight at 7:30 to invited guests only. Now, you can see that there is a very heavy turnout here as supporters of McCormick are waiting to see if he will be the next U.S. Senator. Now, McCormick is up against incumbent Bob Casey, who's held the position for 3 terms. McCormick has positioned himself as a change that many in Pennsylvania say they want. McCormick has focused much of his campaign on the pillars of duty, honor, and country. Bob Casey has held his Senate seat since unseating Rick Santorum in 2006. The last Republican to win a Senate seat in Pennsylvania was Pat Toomey in 2016. So again, back out here live in Pittsburgh at the Fairmont Hotel, the Dave McCormick Watch Party, where you can see wall-to-wall people just waiting for those election results to come in. Reporting live in Pittsburgh, I'm Christine D'Antonio. Back to you.
All right, Christine, thanks so much. Speaking of election results, let's go to NBC10's Leah Uko. She is live in Montgomery County in Norristown, where we're waiting for more information. Leah?
Yeah, so we have a lot of updates. So the polls are closed here in Montgomery County. We have the first election results coming in almost exclusively, we're told, by the commissioners. It is mail-in votes. And we're seeing that Kamala Harris has won this race so far by 50,000 votes in this county, almost exclusively mail-in ballots. They say they're going to update us every 30 minutes. Some of the changes that we're told this county made to make this voting process easier and as well as efficient in terms of counting the mail-in ballots, they added about 3,000 total poll workers to work these different polling locations. They added more satellite locations, about 6 of them, bringing the total to 18. And another change that they did was they had a mobile service. So basically meeting voters where they were to make sure that everybody can cast their ballots. Listen from the commissioners right now as they ask for patience as they continue to tabulate these ballots.
Kamala Harris has 71,072 votes. Donald Trump has 21,931 votes. We will have the in-person votes completed by around midnight tonight. We will still have about 70,000 plus mail-in votes to count, which is happening at the same time. It's happening about 7,000 votes an hour, and that'll be done by tomorrow morning, provided there's no disruptions.
I think no matter what the outcome in this election is, there's going to be multiple issues. We've seen it before, and I'm sure we'll see it again. Maybe that's just how a country runs. Maybe that's just how this country runs. I don't know, but I just hope that everyone can be unified.
And they also added devices in different languages to assist with these voters. That man you just heard from was a first-time voter going into Norristown High School minutes before it closed today. Overall, polling places today, we're told that the lines not long. Other results to give you are in regards to the auditor, Kenyatta, in the lead now with 66,000 votes. Treasurer McClellan in the lead too with several thousand votes. And as well as Bob Casey, 69,000 versus 22,000 votes with McCormick. So these are mail-in votes. We're told that overnights, about 2-3 o'clock in the morning, that's when all of the mail-in votes should be done being counted. And by tomorrow morning, if not the early afternoon, is when all of the in-person votes and the mail-in, everything will be done. But they're going to update us every 30 minutes throughout the night. I'll send it back to you. We're live from Norristown. Leah Uko, NBC10.
Thanks so much. We will check back with you when you get your next update. Right now, let's talk to Lauren about the updated numbers she's seeing. Lauren?
Tracy, we're getting new numbers from some of the key counties in Pennsylvania. I want to hone in on this area here. This is Luzerne and Lackawanna County. It is where Scranton and Wilkes-Barre are. Let's take a look at where things stand right now. Lackawanna County, this is some of the biggest numbers that we are seeing in terms of what is in so far in Pennsylvania. 65.2% in, 55% for Vice President Harris, and 44% for former President Trump. And that is about where things landed in 2020. That is significant also because that is President Biden's hometown of sorts in Scranton. And there were some questions about whether or not she would do well there. So only about 60% of the vote counted so far, but that's where we are. More than a quarter of the vote counted in Luzerne County. Harris at 55%, Trump at 43% there. Trump won Luzerne County, both in 2016 and in 2020. I want to bring in our guests to talk about this area of Pennsylvania right now. Jeff Bartos, Republican Jeff Bartos, is joining us now. Jeff, you have run for office statewide, both as for lieutenant governor and also for Senate. And you also used to live in that area. You used to live in the Scranton area. So what do those numbers tell you at this point?
Well, I would like to know the breakdown. I think you would probably like to know too. What's the breakdown between early or mail-in ballot of that percentage, and what are the election day totals as they're coming in? And then getting down to the precinct level, where are they coming in? Are they from the city of Scranton? Are they from the more rural parts of the county? But Cheryl and I lived in Clark Summit for a year when we were newlyweds, and so the county is very diverse. It'll be really interesting. It's a bellwether, so is Luzerne. And again, it'll be interesting to see those breakdowns as those numbers come in. Pennsylvania, I'm understanding, different than 2020, we're counting the mail-in ballots first, generally are being reported first, and now we're going to see election day totals roll in, which is the exact opposite of 2020. Always got to keep it interesting in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, we don't know until all the votes are in. We actually want to go right now to the Philadelphia City Commissioners giving an update on where things stand there. So we're going to leave it there for 1 moment, and we're going to check in with them.
We the people, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness were principles that founded this great nation. And at the core of it is open, and free, and fair elections. I'm proud to stand beside our colleagues. Philadelphia, we showed the world how beautiful Philadelphia is. We had over 701 polling locations open that covered 1,700 precincts. We had 11 satellite locations that were open before Election Day. We had historic investment from City Council, our mayor, and we also had funds from the state. I would like to thank the Republicans, Independents, Democrats, everyone who stood up for democracy today. Just think about the sacrifices. Chris Zadix, Octavius Catto, Medgar Evers, Dr. King, the 4 little girls in Birmingham, Bloody Sunday. Think about it. Every block, every voice from Philadelphia was heard from today. We mailed out 240,000 mail ballots. As of today, we returned 189,000 ballots. We posted 115,000 mail results, and our next update will be by 11:55 p.m. at vote.phila.gov/results. I'd like to thank everyone again for a historic day, and I'm going to pass this over to our Vice Chair, Lisa Dilly.
You've been listening to a news conference from the city commissioners in Philadelphia. Let's head on over to Chester County, where we're getting an update there. Take a listen.
Safety and secure measures were then put in place.
Good evening. I'm Christopher Deborena Sarobe. The last name is spelled D-E space capital B-A-R-R-E-N-A hyphen capital S-A-R-O-B-E. I'm Chester County District Attorney. I'm here to echo what Sheriff Dykes said, that the building is safe and secure. We've worked, the Chester County detectives, local law enforcement, provided some assistance to secure the building, but we also contacted the FBI immediately. We've been in coordination with the FBI about this threat. I can tell everyone that this appears to be overseas in origin. I'll defer to the FBI's statement about where it is, but I know they're working off an idea that some of the IP addresses are coming from Russia. And what is clear from all the recent news reports and information from the FBI is that this is part of a persistent, coordinated attempt to call in bomb threats to swing states in order to disrupt the election. And we've prepared here in Chester County for something like this. We deployed all of our resources just like we planned. And I'm happy to say that the building is safe, that the threat appears to be dubious, and we are functioning as if, just like we planned. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to Commissioner Maxwell to talk about his team's great effort to make sure that every voter has a chance to vote tonight and get out the information about where they can vote if they were disrupted.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Josh Maxwell, Chair of the Board of Commissioners and Elections here in Chester County. To my left is Commissioner Marion Moskowitz, who's going to talk about some of the, and Commissioner Eric Rowe are going to talk about some of the things the DA mentioned. In Chester County, we take election security and security in general very, very seriously. We were prepared for the GSC and our other government buildings for any threat that might come through on this election day, or quite frankly, any other day. So our staff was very prepared for this bomb threat, got the GSC up and going after some dogs were able to look for bombs. And some of our work was delayed for a short period of time, but our election staff is still full throttle, ready to go. Emergency services staff is made quick work of this because of the preparation that they had. And we're incredibly proud of our election team, our emergency services team, and all the law enforcement in Chester County that did a great job keeping us all safe today. With that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Commissioner Marion Moskowitz.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Marion Moskowitz, Marian Moskowitz. I am Vice Chair of the Board of Commissioners. And I just want to talk a little bit about this coordination because it involved not only our district attorney's office, our sheriff's office with our dogs, our amazing dogs, the FBI, our Department of Emergency Services. Everybody has been prepared in the event something happens, and everybody did what they
All right, we've been listening to a news conference in Chester County, an update on a bomb threat there at a polling location, hearing from both city officials and law enforcement. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more Decision 2024.
You're watching NBC10 News, Decision 2024.
Welcome back to our special Decision 2024 streaming coverage tonight. I want to bring in former Republican Congressman Charlie Dent, who represented the Lehigh Valley, to talk about what we are seeing as these numbers come in. Congressman, it's good to see you. Before we get into any specifics, let me just ask you what you are hearing about what is happening in your home area of the Lehigh Valley and in Pennsylvania.
Well, first, I think it's a little too early for us to make too many decisions about what's happening. Not enough votes in, not only in Pennsylvania, but around the country. But I will tell you this, I've been telling everybody who will listen, watch Northampton County. It's a great bellwether. I suspect whoever wins Northampton County will win the presidency, or will win the Commonwealth, and then probably the presidency. So watch that in the presidential race. You have to watch Erie County. I'm watching very closely Bucks County, because of the collar counties of Philadelphia. It is certainly the most competitive one. I expect Harris to win that county. The question is by how much. We're watching Lackawanna County, where Scranton is, very carefully as well, because that county has been starting to move toward the Republican column, and it might move there this election cycle. We'll see. So right now, too early to tell. I thought that Trump did not close his campaign well, with all the what happened up in Madison Square Garden with the Puerto Ricans talking about Arnold Palmer's crotch and all the shooting of Liz Cheney and the media. I mean, I just didn't. He was off message. And I think that hurt him going into these final hours. But again, the people are going to make that decision today. And so right now it's hard to say. And we are seeing a lot of mail-in votes. I know Philadelphia dumped a lot of mail-in votes fairly early tonight at 8 o'clock. And that's very different than what we saw in the last, in 2020, where the mail-in votes tended to come in later. And we're seeing some mail-in votes coming in fairly early. So I'm not sure if we're going to see a red mirage or a blue mirage in this cycle. But I say stay tuned. I think in a few more hours, we'll have a better sense of where things are heading.
And Congressman, Vice President Harris and her campaign spent a good deal of time really trying to reach Republicans like yourself and get them to vote for her, choose her over the party's nominee. What is your sense? I know they won you over, but are there enough out there that you think it could make a difference?
Well, I have seen some data to suggest that Trump is not, he needs to get probably 93, 94% of the Republican vote to win. I was not convinced that he was there. I thought he was closer to 90%, which could be a problem. But maybe he closed the gap between those last polls and this one. We don't know, but I think he does have a bit of a base problem. There are a lot of disaffected and dispirited Republicans who want a new direction for the party. We should remember that in 2020, Republicans not named Donald Trump did rather well in Pennsylvania. Tim DeVore won the Auditor General's race. Stacey Garrity won the Treasurer's race. And Republican candidates down ballot did quite well. Will that happen in 2024? We don't know yet, but it could, because there are a lot of people who are going to vote maybe Republicans who may not vote for Trump, but then will vote straight Republican down ballot. That is something that could happen. We saw it in 2020. It might happen again this time.
All right. Former Congressman Charlie Dent, who represented the Lehigh Valley. We appreciate your time. Good to talk to you.
Thank you. Great to be with you.
Tracy, we're going to toss things over to you. We have an update from our reporters in the field.
Yes, NBC10's Miguel Martinez-Valle is at a Democratic watch party in Northern Liberties. Miguel, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. We are here at the Democratic Party in Philadelphia, the Young Dems, the PA Dems throwing this watch party. You can see the room pretty full behind me and pretty reactive. They've been watching here some of the polling numbers come in on MSNBC, and people have been cheering, especially for anything that's local, anything that's around here, including the Delaware projections. But of course, they're watching for the Pennsylvania projections and the Pennsylvania numbers. Now, as we are here with the people watching the votes trickle in, earlier we were checking with voters in South Philadelphia. Voters there also telling us that they were excited to get out, make their voices heard. Actually, the Committee of 70, the nonpartisan voting group, they added music, they had food for voters, trying to make today as enjoyable as possible. They are projecting this to be one of the busier voting days since 2016. But with Pennsylvania being one of the most, if not the most important swing states, voters felt the pressure. Still, they say they wanted to make their voices heard at the election day festivities. Helped a little bit, is what they told me.
Just to take the day back and make it as fun and joyful for people to come out, bring their kids. We want that family experience.
The ice cream they give out, and also the weather's pretty nice today, so it makes it less nervous.
Yeah. So I don't want no violence. We don't believe in violence, contrary to what people may believe in. Everything. I don't care who you vote for. That's your choice. But just stay calm and no problems.
Yeah, that's what some of the voters were saying earlier. Now, we have been speaking throughout the night here with people in this room. They're saying, yeah, the pressure's on. They feel the pressure, definitely, especially having voted here in Pennsylvania. We're also expecting to see some figures from the local party here, including we heard possibly Mayor Cheryl Parker could make a stop by. We did see some council members that were here earlier. So this is really the watch party in the city of Philadelphia. And of course, we'll be getting reaction throughout the rest of the night. For now, I'll send it back to you guys. I'm Miguel Martinez-Valle, NBC 10 News.
Mayor Parker earlier today saying all roads to the White House go through Pennsylvania. Thanks so much, Miguel. We'll check back. Our special streaming coverage of Decision 2024 on election night continues. We'll be right back.
You're watching special coverage of NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
Good evening. It's just after 9:30. Welcome to NBC 10's special streaming coverage of Decision 2024 on election night. I'm Lauren Make.
I'm Tracy Davidson. We are with you throughout the night as we are covering the results as they come in, as the races are getting called, and we're getting dribs and drabs of information about all of the races. One race we're watching for you is in Pennsylvania, the race for Pennsylvania's 7th district. A lot of money spent here, a very close race, Susan Wild and Ryan McKenzie.
And our Aaron Baskerville is live at Congresswoman Wild's headquarters tonight. Aaron, we can see the crowd forming behind you. What's the mood there now?
Yeah, well, folks are slowly starting to get excited, and you said the crowd just started to get here about 45 minutes ago or so. There's just an announcement made about 15 minutes ago that Congresswoman Susan Wild is on her way, so we hopefully can expect to see her real soon. They told us too, when she gets here, there's a chance that she will make some brief remarks as people continue to watch the results come in. You can see the crowd here as we pan the room. We're inside the Da Vinci Science Center in downtown Allentown. And as most people know, right now we're inside Pennsylvania's 7th district. It is a hotly contested race here. This is a swing district in a swing state, the biggest swing state in the country. We know that a couple of years ago in 2022 that Susan Wild won a very, very close race, and people expect this one to be close as well. We had a chance to talk to State Representative Peter Squire here a little while ago. He was out and about canvassing and campaigning for the Congresswoman. Here's what he told us about an hour ago.
I've never seen this level of turnout anywhere in the Lehigh Valley. The Lehigh Valley has really been the center of the political universe for years and decades. This is the most intense I've ever seen. No stone was left unturned. We talked to voters in high-rise apartments, in old converted row homes. We've talked to folks who've never voted before, young people, old people. It has been remarkable.
So you can hear the passion in his voice right there. We also had a chance to talk to the mayor of Allentown, who also was out campaigning for the Congresswoman, and he seems very excited. He believes that she's going to get this done. In his words, she's run through the tape already, and he expects a victory. So hopefully in the next 15 minutes or so, the Congresswoman will arrive. And like I said before, we could maybe expect some brief remarks as she hits the stage, and then folks will just stay here waiting and watching for those results to come in. And let's send it back to you guys.
All right, Aaron Baskerville reporting from the Susan Wild campaign watch party tonight. Thanks so much. Now let's take you to the Ryan McKenzie campaign watch party in Allentown as we take a live look. And just to reiterate a couple of things that Aaron said, this is an important race, could determine control of the House, one of the most competitive. In fact, people in Susan's own party have said this is one of the most vulnerable seats right now. She has said that the district has chosen the president the last 7 election cycles. She says as the greater Lehigh Valley goes, so goes the nation. But again, this is a live look at Ryan McKenzie, State Representative Ryan McKenzie's watch party. We'll be watching for either one of them to come forward and get more information, maybe some new numbers coming out on that race shortly. In the race for the U.S. House in Pennsylvania's 1st District, that covers Bucks County, parts of Montco. This is a rematch of 2022. Incumbent Republican Brian Fitzpatrick faces Democrat Ashley Ehaws. NBC10's Deanna Durante is live in Newtown, Bucks County at a Republican watch party. Deanna.
Good evening, Tracy. Boy, the room goes loud here as those early numbers looking like it is going Republican there. It's an exciting room here of many GOP supporters, volunteers that have gathered here to watch and see who is going to take not just the House District of Pennsylvania's 1st District, but of course the down ballot races and the White House. Now, we do know that about 15% of the vote is in Bucks County, is being counted at this point, but that still means that there's about 500,000 votes that they are still processing, still collecting at this hour from the various polling places across the county, bringing them to the central location. Now, voting machine tabulation is making faster, of course, for those ballots, those that were cast in person. But when you look at Bucks County and the last minute push for mail-in ballots, some of the latest numbers we have, more than 150,000 mail-in ballots in Bucks County, and more than 123,000 of those ballots have been returned, which means that it's going to take some time to go through those ballots, not just here in Bucks County, but statewide. So election officials here in Bucks County, in all the collar counties, are saying that it's going to take a lot of time to get through the sheer number of mail-ins here, because state law did not allow them to be pre-canvassed, opened, flattened out, checked to make sure that they could be counted until 7 o'clock this morning. So all of those ballots need to be counted as well. So it's going to be a late night, early morning, and perhaps long day for those election workers here in the state of Pennsylvania. Reporting live in Newtown, Deanna Durante, NBC10 News.
Yeah, just a few minutes ago, Governor Josh Shapiro said, please be patient. It's going to take a while. Deanna, thanks so much. Now let's go to Delaware. Tom Carper not running for re-election, leaving his Senate seat open. Current Congressman Lisa Blunt Rochester has been declared the winner of that race. You can see the results here. She makes history with that, the first woman and the first Black person to represent the state of Delaware in the Senate. She addressed her supporters just a short time ago.
Delaware, I know that I know that I know bright hope for our future is real. This campaign has been about your hopes, your dreams, your fears, and your aspirations. And my time in the Senate will always, always also be about you. We all know that
Lisa Blunt Rochester addressing her supporters right there. Let's talk to Lauren right now about the new numbers that are coming in across the state of Pennsylvania. Lauren.
And Tracy, we were just hearing from currently Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester and her now ascending to the Senate. That also sort of continues the influence and line of President Biden. She is a close ally of President Biden. As a matter of fact, they just met together in Delaware recently, and she was the co-chair of his campaign. So close ties to President Biden, now becoming a senator from Delaware, which is of course a position that he held. Let's take a look over at Pennsylvania, though, and see what we are getting in with the numbers that are coming in there. We've been watching Philadelphia to see where that turnout is landing. That could be critical when you look at a statewide race. More than a quarter of the votes in here, and 140,000 for Harris, 28,000 for Trump, and 115,000 of these of this entire bucket we know are mail-in votes. That those are votes that were counted first in Philadelphia, so we know that that is where some of those are coming from. I also wanted to take a look here in the Lehigh Valley. You just heard former Congressman Charlie Dent talk about Northampton County, saying he thinks that could be a bellwether. That is a county that went for President Trump in 2016, that went for President Biden in 2020. We've got about a quarter, actually that just jumped. We've got about a quarter of the vote in here, currently with Vice President Harris ahead there significantly, but only a quarter of the votes in there. And then Lehigh County, which tends to be bluer than Northampton County. The numbers are about the same at this point. I do want to check back over to see where we are in Allegheny County, because they have been counting fairly quickly. I'm only about half of their votes, 47%, 48% of their votes in there, 65% to 33%, with Harris in the lead there. That's where things stand in some of these key counties. And I want to talk to our panel about what we are seeing now. We've got some new faces on our panel. Joining Republican Jeff Bartos, we've got Reverend Mark Tyler, who was a delegate for initially going to be for Joe Biden and then for Kamala Harris at the DNC, and Shauna Shamas, a professor at Rutgers University. Shauna, let me start with you, because one of the things that we've been hearing about tonight is the interest of young voters in particular, and long lines that we have seen at some college campuses. What have you heard from your students, and what does that tell you?
I think it's a real generation gap in both kind of the interest in this race and especially in partisan preference, right? So that the higher the turnout among this group, the better for Harris. A high turnout among college students is a good sign if you're part of the Harris campaign. And the reports that we're hearing, it's hard to tell, right? We don't know exactly who has voted yet. But the reports that we're hearing, it just suggests an unusual for this young group level of enthusiasm, which I take as good news for democracy overall. It's certainly more excited about this race, I think, than a lot of their elders.
Jeff, do you read anything into that interest there? I know the Harris campaign has sort of flagged that enthusiasm as something that they are paying attention to. But we also have seen some younger supporters for former President Trump. I've seen them at his rallies.
Yeah, sure. And I would say right now there's still some polling places in the Commonwealth open, both in Cambria County, where it was extended till 10 p.m., and at least one borough I'm aware of in Luzerne County because of some irregularities and some paper things. So we still have people in line. I think the overall message to our fellow Pennsylvanians is stay in line. Make sure your vote is counted. However you're voting, make sure your vote is counted. With respect to young people, and MSNBC was absolutely fixated on it today. They stood outside that polling place at Temple University, and they had actors handing out pizza and water. And one of your colleagues, Nicole Wallace, was offering to Venmo the students money so they could buy more pizza right online. It was a strange thing. They were so focused on it because it felt like they didn't have anything else to focus on. Turnout was lower amongst key demographics that the Harris campaign needed to come out. While conversely, we're seeing huge turnouts in the rural parts of the state, some upwards of 80%, I think, in some of the congressional districts that you're going to see as it's reported through the day. So I think this narrative, when I asked reporters, well, where are you getting this information from? And they say, well, I talked to so-and-so who happened to be another reporter. So it seemed to be this circular thing going around.
We don't know anything until those final numbers come in. And all we have are the ones that we're getting right now, certainly.
I think the professor's right that it is important to focus on it. 2 days, 3 days hence, what do we learn from who turned out and who they voted for? But in the here and now, I noticed a lot of reporters just sort of like looking for a story today.
Again, we've got to wait till those numbers come in. Let me ask, Reverend Tyler, let me ask you about what we are seeing in Philadelphia and what you're seeing in Philadelphia. We've got about a quarter of the votes, and turnout in Philadelphia is something that we have really, talked about and wondered where that is going to land, because that could be so crucial statewide. Tell me what you're seeing there.
Well, I spent the entire day on a motorcycle with a motorcade, so I ride. And so we do something called Black Bikers Vote, and we had a big digital sign truck with us, so 12 bikes, literally going through the lowest performing historically, wards in the city. And I'll tell you that the energy that was on the street this time compared to the last two was noticeably different, much higher. A lot of people wearing their buttons. I mean, I know that Jeff and I have been kind of debating about whether we can really believe what people are saying, but I'm just saying the visceral feeling. 2016, it felt like there was a wet blanket over the city as far as voting is concerned. 2020, you couldn't really get your hands around it because it was COVID. But I mean, you could actually feel it. People were excited, and we kept crisscrossing like all the different people that were out. I mean, that was what was surprising to me, that there were so many motorcades, so many sign trucks, just people working every poll and door knockers everywhere. So it feels different. I'm not going to be surprised by a higher turnout.
All right. Again, we will see if energy turns into votes.
Right.
I'm going to toss things back to Tracy. Tracy?
All right, Lauren, thanks. We want to go to NBC10 Siobhan McGurl. She has been covering voting in Burlington County, New Jersey, where the response has been overwhelming. The lines have been very long. They even extended the voting for a bit. Siobhan?
Yeah. Hey, Tracy, a judge ruled to grant that extension until 9 o'clock, so an hour after polls were supposed to close. Actually, it's tough to tell if it made any difference here at this polling location we're at in East Hampton Township in Burlington County. We didn't see anyone get online after 8. The people in this line, we're at the front of this polling location right now. At this point, they've been waiting for hours. They'll get inside that building. That line still wraps around. This has been the story here for quite some time. We've been here since around 3:30 this afternoon, and we've seen a similar sight. You see people in line here with their chairs out. Again, at this point, people were telling me at this point in the line, around 3 hours. Is that right? Around 3 hours. Yeah, since 6:20, someone just yelled at me. So they have their chairs out here. You know, I have to tell you, we have seen some people who have been frustrated. We have seen some voters who have left so that they weren't going to wait in this line. But as you can see, a lot of people are sticking it out undeterred, including this group. In fact, they tell me that they didn't start out knowing each other, but they're now all buddies, right?
Some of us know each other.
How long have you been waiting this line?
We've been waiting over 3 hours.
And how's your reaction?
I'm a little shocked. I've never seen it like this. We've lived here over 12 years, and I've voted in every election. I've never seen it this busy.
But you're going to wait in line.
We're going to wait in line.
Why? Important.
It's important to vote.
This woman over here actually just got pizza for the whole group. Undeterred.
Yes, undeterred. We're here and we're making the best of it. You know, got to lead by example. So
there you go. Important note: the county keeps on saying that if you were in line by that 9 o'clock extension, do not leave line. They say that as long as you are here, they want to make sure your vote counts. So that's what they're encouraging people. Tracy, I'll send it back to you.
Siobhan, what are you hearing from other locations? This can't be the only one that has a line like that.
No, Tracy. In fact, when I spoke with some county spokespeople earlier today, they said that there were some other locations with lines like this. They say the turnout likely going to break records this election. Incredibly high voter turnout, lines like this throughout the county. At one point, the county did tell me that some other locations saw the lines die down. That's when the polls were still open. They were still encouraging people to come out. But Tracy, like I said, we've been out here since this afternoon, and we've just seen steady long line the entire time.
Yeah, those are determined voters, not only showing up to vote, but then staying in line hour after hour. Siobhan, thanks. We'll check back with you. We're going to pause for a moment, get ready to join our viewers on television for an election update. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us for more special coverage of Decision 2024 on NBC Philadelphia News.
You're watching special coverage of NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
Thank you for joining us on this election night. I'm Jacqueline London.
And I'm Fred Shropshire. It is 9:49, and we could be hours away from finding out who will become the next president of the United States.
Kamala Harris and Donald Trump zeroed in on Pennsylvania. Here are the latest poll numbers in the Keystone State. Kamala Harris with 52% to Donald Trump's 47%, with 34% of the precincts reporting. A new NBC News exit poll found voters in Pennsylvania said the state of democracy and the economy were the most important issues to them in deciding how to cast their ballot for president. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro told voters tonight to be patient for all votes to be counted. He said counting millions of ballots takes time and they want to be right. Governor Shapiro addressed several bomb threats today at polling places and said there was no credible threat to the public.
And NBC News hasn't yet called New Jersey, but Kamala Harris holds a large lead. Here you can see on your screen 53% to Harris to Donald Trump's 45%, 60% of the precincts reporting. And staying in New Jersey, Andy Kim has come out and declared victory in the race for Senate against Andy Bashaw. Here's a look at the numbers there. 54% to Kim, 44% to Bashaw, 56% of the precincts reporting. NBC News has not yet projected a winner in this race. However, Kim took the stage a few minutes ago. Listen.
Thank you, everyone. How are you feeling right now? I can't tell you how incredible this is. I'm having a hard time processing this moment right now.
NBC News projecting Democrat Lisa Blunt Rochester as the winner of the U.S. Senate race in Delaware. She will become the first Black woman to represent the state in the U.S. Senate.
Also in Delaware history is made. NBC News projects State Senator Sarah McBride the winner in the race for Congress. The Democrat becomes the first openly transgender person elected to Congress.
And the race for U.S. House District 1 in Pennsylvania, the incumbent Republican Brian Fitzpatrick facing off against Democrat Ashley Ehasz. You can see the numbers there, 53% to Ehasz and 47% to Fitzpatrick, 20% of the precincts reporting.
If you want to watch our local coverage of the election results, you can watch on the NBC Philadelphia streaming channel now until 11 o'clock, and then we'll be here for NBC 10 News tonight at 11. That is the latest on the local races this election night. I'm Jacqueline London.
And I'm Fred Shropshire. We'll see you again in about an hour.
Right now in the Lehigh Valley, Congresswoman Susan Wild is speaking. Let's listen in.
And that kind of thing. It's because we're in the middle of a gigantic drought for any of you who are out of town, from out of town and don't realize we desperately need rain here. But let me just say, you all know this has been a long, hard-fought campaign, not just mine, but all, up and down the ballot. It's been quite an election year. We ended up with a nominee different than the one we started with, which was unprecedented and nobody thought it could be done, and here we are. But Senator Casey's in, a very, very tough race himself. I'm quite confident he's going to pull it off, but nobody would have ever thought that Bob Casey would be in a tough race this year. And then I don't have to tell any of you who live here that my race has been nothing short of at times ugly and nasty, and that's what happens when something like $20 million of outside dark PAC money comes in against you. And if you recall, last cycle 2 years ago, ours was the most expensive race ever in Pennsylvania and the third most expensive House race in the country, and we're right on track to be there again, that's not something to clap about. Whoever's clapping, that's a horrible thing. We got to get money out of politics. I will tell you right now, I know I've got members of my team here, and I'll introduce some of them in a minute. One of the first things I want to introduce is a bill to shorten the amount of time that a political campaign can last. And we need to start doing it like other countries do, where we're not, we don't have people running for president for 2 and 3 years. It probably won't go anywhere, that bill, but I'm going to introduce it nonetheless. But I have to tell you, the hardest part about this job is the nasty attacks and the damage to your personal reputation and listening to all kinds of horrible things being said about you in these attack commercials that never tell you the truth or the whole story. And I just thank all of you for standing with me through all of that crap. And there's no other way to put it than to say it was just a lot of crap. So it's, as you know, my fervent hope that I will win re-election tonight or sometime tomorrow or whenever. To my 4th term in Congress, it has been, as I say often, the absolute honor and privilege of my lifetime to represent Pennsylvania 7, to represent the greater Lehigh Valley area. This is a wonderful, wonderful place to live. I say that as somebody who grew up, and a lot of you have heard this too, grew up in an Air Force family, moved every 2 years as a kid, never established roots until I moved here in the 80s. I might talk about that a little bit more later, but then my kids were born and raised here. It never dawned on me that I would be living here almost 40 years later, representing this district. So it really is just the greatest honor of my lifetime, and I truly hope everything goes the way we want it to go tonight, so that so that I'm able to go back to Washington and continue to represent this amazing place. And you know, I also have to say, you've all felt it, especially if you live here. We've been the center of the political universe this year, right? Pennsylvania is always kind of the center of the universe. Pennsylvania 7, I've been saying to anybody who will listen at the national level and state.
That's Congresswoman Susan Wild from the 7th District in the Lehigh Valley speaking to supporters tonight as we wait for the results in her race. Right now, there are less than 900 votes between Congresswoman Wild and State Representative Ryan McKenzie, who is the Republican challenger. Speaking of Ryan McKenzie, here is his campaign headquarters tonight, happening in Allentown. This is a live look inside that headquarters. Of course, Congresswoman Susan Wild has just been speaking. We have not yet heard from State Representative Ryan McKenzie as we wait for more results from that race and others. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more.
You're watching special coverage of NBC10 News, Decision 2024.
NBC10's special streaming coverage of Decision 2024 on election night continues now. As we are focused on the race for Senate in Pennsylvania, a race being called by NBC News as too close to call between Bob Casey, the incumbent seeking a fourth term, and Dave McCormick. NBC 10's Brian Sheehan is live at the Casey campaign headquarters in Scranton right now. Brian?
Yeah, Tracy, still no signs of Senator Casey or his family here at the Scranton Cultural Center in downtown Scranton. But as you can see here behind me, his supporters are here waiting for him. They have been here all night long watching the results as they come in. But as you said, this race is just too close to call. It is one of the most closely watched races here in the entire country and most expensive. Casey has called it one of the toughest re-election challenges of his career, and there is a lot at stake nationally. The winner of this race could determine which party wins control of the Senate. Casey is seeking a fourth term and is Pennsylvania's second longest serving U.S. Senator behind Arlen Specter, who represented the Commonwealth for 3 years. Casey easily won his 3 previous elections, beginning in 2006, then in 2012, and again in 2018. Now he is hoping to add 2024 to that list. Now let's turn our attention to Casey's challenger, Republican Dave McCormick. This is his second run at U.S. Senate. He narrowly lost the 2022 U.S. Senate race primary to Dr. Mehmet Oz. Oz then lost the general election to Pennsylvania's Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman. McCormick now looking to unseat the longtime politician, and he positions himself as a businessman and political outsider. McCormick is a 7th-generation Pennsylvanian, a West Point grad, and a veteran-turned-businessman. He classifies himself as an outsider. While we are following the Casey campaign here in Scranton, McCormick is back home in Western Pennsylvania in Pittsburgh, watching the returns come in with his family. Again, this race at this point just too close to call, but of course, we will continue to monitor the results as they come in. For now, live in Scranton, I'm Brian Sheehan, NBC 10 News. Tracy.
I'll pick that up from there, Brian. Thanks, Brian. That's Brian Sheehan. He is in Scranton with the Casey campaign. And let's stay on the issue of the Senate race. This is the map that I have up right now of the Senate race. We've been looking at the presidential one. We do, wonder how closely they will track together. I want to point out one county here, and oops, not Wayne County. We want to go to Lackawanna County. That's where Scranton is. That's the home county, the hometown of Senator Bob Casey that we were just talking about. We've got about 90% of the vote in here. Casey coming in at 54%, McCormick coming in at 53%. We would expect Senator Casey to do really well there. And let's bring in our panel to talk a little bit more about this Senate race. Jeff, when you look at that number from an area that you know well, is that about what you would expect things to track at?
I would actually expect Senator Casey to have a little higher margin in his home county. The Casey name is legendary in Pennsylvania, both his father and now the senator for almost 30 years in elected office himself. So that is a legendary name. 56% seems a little low to me, although it would be interesting to see how he performed in 2018 and 2012 in his last 2 re-elections.
Reverend Tyler, as we look at this Senate race, which has been so expensive, and there have been so many ads about it, it still gets kind of lost amid all of the talk of the presidential race. Is that a danger for Senator Casey that people aren't focusing on it as much? Does Dave McCormick maybe benefit from that?
Well, I mean, it just seems like Casey is tied together with Harris, and likewise McCormick is tied with Trump. So, I mean, I think at the end of the day, in spite of what the numbers look like now, the fact that we don't really know what's happening in Philly yet, when those Philadelphia numbers come in, obviously Casey is going to benefit greatly. And so the question is, once he jumps ahead with those numbers, are there enough numbers out there for McCormick to catch up and do those run, together? So I guess we have to wait till 11:55 to find out.
Probably we may have to wait past 11:55. 11:55, you're saying, because those next mail-in ballots come in from Philadelphia. And Shauna, as we're looking at this is one of those races that really could make a difference nationwide, not just here in Pennsylvania, but you think about what the next president's going to be able to do in terms of confirming anyone that they want to head up an agency, confirming Supreme Court justices. This could be really crucial.
Absolutely. I mean, the control of the House and the Senate is really what will determine policy. right? There's only so
What they
much
can
the
get through.
president can do. Exactly, right? And divided control between the House and the Senate will make that policy difficult. Also, divided control if Congress is going to be different than the White House will make it even more difficult to get policy through. We've had a lot of presidents in the last two and a half decades really governing a lot by executive order, right? Because Congress has not been able to agree enough. So we've seen a rise of kind of presidents using executive orders to get things done, but those are temporary, right? That's a temporary fix. And that's usually undone by whenever the next administration comes in. So if you're talking about really governing, that's Congress and not the president.
Yeah. And Jeff, we've sort of talked a little bit about ticket splitting tonight. I know that as the Harris campaign was trying to push into the suburbs even more and get Republicans to vote for Kamala Harris, I asked some of them if they were splitting their ticket, and a couple of them told me that they were not voting for McCormick because of his support for Donald Trump. The fact that the Harris campaign pushed so hard on getting Republicans, do you think that then bleeds into the Senate race as well?
No, I don't. I think, and by the way, I would mention in terms of the control of the Senate, it looks like we're about to see Ohio called for Bernie Moreno, which would be that 51st vote. Tim Sheehy in Montana, probably the 52nd vote. Then Pennsylvania could be the 53rd vote, and we'll see where Michigan and Wisconsin break down, and then we start have Nevada and Arizona. So the Senate is really something to watch, but I think we can say with pretty high confidence that the Senate is going to be controlled by the Republicans in January of 2025. But I don't think, I really don't think that hurt Dave. I've volunteered for Dave for over a year. Dave's run his own campaign. He's worked really closely with President Trump, and they have been together a lot. But Dave has run a terrific campaign. It's the closest we've ever seen Senator Casey in his 3 terms. And I think before the evening's up, I think we're going to see President Trump win Pennsylvania, and I think we're going to see Dave likewise win.
And this is closer than we've seen in Senator Casey's former races, but those races, in those races, the other Democrats at the top of the ticket also had big margins. Those just happened to be years where you had Democrats with bigger margins. This time you've got a closer presidential race in Pennsylvania, so you've also got a closer Senate race.
Senator Casey's only run one other time in a presidential in 2012, and that was President Obama's reelect. And yes, that was about a 5-point race, as I recall, for Senator.
They were pretty comparable to the other folks on the ticket. We're going to have to wrap with you guys for now, and we'll check back in with you in a bit. Tracy, we're going to toss it back over to you. I know we are monitoring a lot of things tonight.
A lot of things, and we're getting new numbers in about the mail-in ballots in Philadelphia. NBC10's Francis Wang has been live all evening at the Ballot Processing Center on Roosevelt Boulevard, Northeast Philly. Francis, what can you tell us?
Well, Tracy, we just heard from Philadelphia city commissioners about the first batch of mail-in ballots. Those were the ones that have been stored here at the Philadelphia election warehouse for some time. Those were the mail-in ballots we've been watching all day that election workers were finally able to, under Pennsylvania state law, start canvassing, processing, and counting all day today. Now, of those 115,000 mail-in ballots that have already been counted and the results posted, that's of the 200,000 roughly that city commissioners are expecting to get in total at some point later tonight, including the mail-in ballots that were being dropped off today on Election Day. Voters were still able to do that up until the polls close at 8 o'clock tonight. We can tell you of those mail ballots already counted, again, 115,000. About 87% went for the Kamala Harris and Tim Walz ticket. That's nearly 100,000 votes. And about 12% for the Donald Trump J.D. Vance campaign, more than 13,000 votes there. That is what we expected, as voter history show. A lot of Democrats vote by mail, and even the numbers that we got actually from the state earlier this morning showing that 79% of voters who had returned their mail-in ballots before today were registered as Democrats. Now, I'll also tell you, the election workers inside, they're going to be working in 8-hour shifts. They're all going to be working 24/7 until the vote counting is done. Commissioners explaining why we are getting the mail-in ballot numbers in 3 different drops.
Just to be clear, so everybody understands, the mail that we put up are the mail ballots that we received up until like a couple days ago, right? So that's the mail we're counting now. That's the number of mail that you saw up. That's the result, and we're going to continue through the balance of that. And then what we're going to see come in tonight is the mail that it was in our drop boxes today, and the mail that the United States Postal Service delivers today. That also has to be counted.
So we're expecting all the mail-in ballot numbers to be reported by tomorrow morning. There's going to be a second drop, Tracy, we're told, just before midnight. We also asked city commissioners about the in-person voter turnout. They say they don't have numbers or statistics just yet. It's still too early to say, but they do say it appeared to be high. It appeared to be great. That's something they expected, especially because, of course, we are no longer in the COVID-19 pandemic like we were in 2020. And a little bit about that process, Tracy. So when you go in person to vote, you do so electronically. There's a USB that your vote goes on, but there's also a paper ballot trail. Those paper ballots will also make it here to the Philadelphia election warehouse at some point. So those paper ballots, your mail-in ballots, everything is going to end up stored and secured here until the canvassing and the auditing and the election process is over. Tracy.
All right, Francis, thank you so much for that update. Let's turn our attention to Chester County. A threat caused issues tonight there and extended voting. NBC 10's Johnny Archer joins us now in Westchester, where two neighborhoods wrapping up that extended voting. Tell us how this all started, Johnny.
Yeah, Tracy. So this all started with an email, and officials here in Chester County say they received an email about 6:50 tonight, and that email was a bomb threat. Now, they say that bomb threat, that email apparently has an IP address from Russia. And I want to quote officials here in Chester County. They say this appears to be a persistent, coordinated effort to disrupt swing states. Now, officials also tell us that at the same time, about 10 counties around the country, including Center County, also received a similar bomb threat. Now, this bomb threat here in Chester County happened at the Government Services Center off of Westtown Road. If we can go to some video from Skyforce 10 earlier, when there was an evacuation, officials got there. They had to evacuate the building because of this threat. They say they received this threat through email, and it said that there was a bomb and there was going to be some type of explosion. Now, police investigators got there. They got the dogs, the explosive dogs. They went around the building to make sure everything was okay. The dogs didn't find any explosives. There was no danger, but the people were evacuated for about an hour in that building. Now, that building off of Westtown Road, the Government Services Building, is a polling location. And Tracy, as you were saying, those polling times were extended until 10 o'clock. So what they had to do was they had to get a judge's order and a judge's permission and authorization, and that judge signed an extension until 10 o'clock. So that polling location that was on Westtown Road had been moved to another polling location nearby. So any of those voters that were going to use that polling location at the Government Services Center, they have an extension until 10 o'clock. And obviously that just passed about 12 minutes ago. So they had that 2-hour extension to go to the polling location until 10 o'clock. I will say, again, no bombs were found. There was no danger at the building, and officials tell us that there were no major disruptions to the polling, or excuse me, the election process here in Chester County. But it's very interesting that the FBI is involved. They're looking into this right now. They say that it appears that the IP address is from Russia to disrupt the process here in the United States, the election process. A very concerning situation, but officials say they were prepared for any type of disruptions that might happen during this election process in Chester County. Tracy, will send it back to you in the studio, though.
Johnny Archer reporting from Westchester for us tonight. Johnny, thanks so much. We have reporters stationed with key races across our area as we continue to watch results come in. Lauren Make is here analyzing what we're seeing so far with her guests, her experts, and we'll continue our live team coverage of Decision 2024 election night when we return.
You're watching NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
And our live team coverage continues now with NBC 10's Miguel Martinez-Valle. He's at a Democratic watch party in Northern Liberties with the Pennsylvania Democratic Party Chair and State Senator Sharif Street. Miguel?
Yeah, this is the Philadelphia Democrats watch party here. We have a room full of young voters, energized voters, but of course, Senator Sharif Street, we were with me. You had an early morning. You said 5 a.m. start. You've been all over. What have you seen with the enthusiasm in Philadelphia for voting today?
Look, I think the enthusiasm has been good. I think that we're going to do well, and I'm cautiously optimistic that Kamala Harris will win Pennsylvania. People all over the place were turning out in big numbers, and I feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, and we know that there's been throughout the area, people have been waiting in line, waiting patiently. Some people haven't had to wait in line, but have you noticed any big issues other than what the commissioners and the district attorney have already addressed?
No, I mean, look, I think there were lines because people were showing up in big numbers. There were lines because there was a significant amount of enthusiasm. But overall, I think people were pretty good spirits. People waited in line, and I think we're gonna do well.
And something that's been really interesting and something that we can see here is there's a lot of young Democrats, young voters. I spoke to several first-time voters today. So what do you see about that younger energy, younger voters coming out and showing up?
Look, I do think that I really think that the young people came out in big numbers. The college kids were enthusiastic. I think that the young people will be really helpful to Democrats, and so I feel good about that. And look, I also think Latino vote was up. That was another really good, strong point for us. And so I think overall we had great turnout.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I'll send it back to you guys. I'm Miguel Martinez-Valle out here at the Democratic Watch Party for Philadelphia.
All right, Miguel, thanks. So we go from Philadelphia to Delaware. NBC 10 Delaware reporter Tim Furlong is live now in Wilmington. Tim?
Yeah, I'm with Delaware Senator Chris Coons, who looks calm tonight because he was not running for anything tonight. You got to sit back and watch. That's got to be a good feeling, right, when you're not the one running?
As a co-chair of the Harris-Walz campaign, I am watching with great interest and some anxiety the results coming in out of the state of Pennsylvania. But here in the state of Delaware, we've had some really great results. A new senator, a new congresswoman, a new governor, a new mayor, a new county executive. So it's been a great election.
It's going to be an interesting time, because we're shuffling the roles a little bit. Governor Carney going to be Mayor Carney, which is weird. It's going to be weird for you, right?
He'll be a great mayor. I've known John for decades, and he'll serve very well.
I think it's more just the title of calling the governor the mayor. But anyway, what are you thinking about what's coming out of Pennsylvania? What are these other results that you're seeing? What's your take on this? Because I think some people thought everybody'd feel a little more confident about Kamala Harris at this party right now, at this moment, not feeling as confident.
Well, look, there's results coming in from all over the country, from Georgia, North Carolina, Michigan. I have campaigned in all of these states, and I am most optimistic about Pennsylvania, given the sea of volunteers. I've seen the organization on the ground, the energy, and the strength of our candidate. I was in Philadelphia last night for Kamala Harris's closing argument to the American people, and I think the contrast between her hopeful, positive, and forward-looking message and the former president's message ought to carry the day, but it's unclear right now exactly how this is going to land.
I did hear Lady Gaga wanted to duet Poker Face with you, but you said no.
Not exactly sure, no.
Not exactly that one. Well, congratulations on Lisa Blunt Rochester, and have a good rest of the night and get some sleep tonight because it could go for days.
Thanks. It's going to be a long couple of days, I think. Thank you very much.
That's Senator Chris Coons from Delaware, who will have a new fellow Senator, Lisa Blunt Rochester, who's taking over for the man at the podium right there, Tom Carper, who's been a senator for quite some time. He's retiring. He's stepping down. Lisa Blunt Rochester, our congresswoman, will become Delaware's first Black and African-American person, Black woman to become senator from the state of Delaware. Sarah McBride just was in this area over here a little while ago. She's going to be the first trans elected official in America at the federal level. So a lot of history made. And like we talked about there, Governor Carney, who's term limited, is going to be the mayor of Wilmington. He lives in Wilmington, wanted to be the mayor. So I still think it's weird to call a governor mayor because it usually goes the other direction. But that's Delaware, 302. It's the Delaware way. Sometimes it's a little bit wacky, sometimes a little bit weird, but that's how it's going to go. We're live in Wilmington. Tim Furlong, NBC10 News.
A lot of firsts coming out of Delaware, Tim. Thanks so much. So Senator Coons says he's hopeful about what's happening in Pennsylvania. Lauren Make, let's talk about that.
Yeah, and actually, Tracy, before we get to Pennsylvania, I do want to have a bit of news from NBC News is calling Iowa for former President Trump, which does not, on its face, sound like something that would be a surprise that it would go to the Republican. But we saw that poll recently that had that gave Kamala Harris and her supporters some hope, saw her doing very well. However, that did not materialize when the votes ultimately came in, which is something that we do have to keep in mind. These polls only tell us so much until the votes come in. At this point, NBC News has called Iowa for Donald Trump. Let's take a look at some of the exit polls that we are getting from NBC News right now, giving us a sense of what voters are telling us as they are going to the polls. I want to show the support for former President Trump and how that has changed among different groups. If we look at white voters, Black voters, Latino voters, I particularly want to take a look at this and the increase here that we are seeing in support for former President Trump with Latino voters going from 27% in 2020 to 42% in 2024. We know that the campaign has really pushed to make inroads there. However, we also saw those comments by the comedian at Madison Square Garden, which really, damaged those efforts. And we saw some people, especially Puerto Ricans, coming out against him afterwards, even though those words were not said by him, but by somebody at his rally. Also take a look, the numbers for Black voters not moving a whole lot, numbers for white voters not moving a whole lot. Those, by the way, were Pennsylvania numbers. Let's take a look nationwide. These are national numbers. Black men voting Republican. That is something we have also seen a big focus on from the Trump campaign, saying they are getting more and more support from Black men. And what we are waiting to see now is whether that will materialize in the numbers. Here's what we saw from 2012, 2016, 2020, and 2024. We do see an increase here from almost double what we saw in 2012 with the anticipated, according to what people are telling us, vote will be for Donald Trump in 2024, about 20%. Again, these are exit polls. This is what people are telling us, and this is nationwide, not Pennsylvania. Let me go and bring in my panel to talk about what these numbers are telling us. Reverend Tyler, this has been a question about whether or not these numbers will really materialize. What do they tell you? What do they not tell you?
So I think one of the things that always kind of drives me crazy about those numbers is that 80%, even if that number is true, and I don't necessarily believe that it's totally 20% of Black men voting for Donald Trump, but let's say it is, 80% are not supporting him. So that means, like, behind Black women, what other constituency and what other group votes in that number for either of these parties, right? So that is an extremely high number. And so again, I think that what we saw at play in the last, you kind of look at the numbers there, it's been inching up.
Almost double when you go back to 2012.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But again, I'm not necessarily buying that. I look back at the numbers from 2020. So I saw the exit polls in 2020, and I don't think the actual numbers bore out that it was really 19%. So I'm not sure if you can find those numbers, but yeah, so again, they're numbers at this point, and that's more anecdotal than actual, you're showing us actual real numbers.
Yeah, Shaj, did you want to?
Yeah, I know it's such a moment right now, and all of us are trying so hard to understand so much data, and that it feels really important to know as much as we can in this moment. Uh, it the exit polls are useful data in the big picture, but I never believe them when it gets down to exactly the percent, and especially if we're talking about something that is razor thin like this race, right? I don't think either the polls that give us survey data or the exit polls about how people did vote, there's so much uncertainty in how the surveys are conducted and whether somebody will answer or not, right?
And
they
really,
just make us feel better right now, but I don't think it's real data yet.
really, when you look at all of those numbers, the number on Latino voters is really, really the most dramatic one, and that's
that one you could probably believe, right? There's some momentum that number is tracking, even if it's not to the exact percent.
Well, I would add, you didn't have a demographic up there for it or a survey for it, but I believe and the professor's absolutely right. Like, we should wait to see all the numbers come in. But I believe we're going to see historic moves, both not only for Latino voters, but also for Jewish voters, from the Democrat Joe Biden in 2020 to Donald Trump in 2024. Now, is that a broad remaking of the Republican coalition going forward? We'll see. But I think the attack on Israel and the dramatic rise in anti-Semitism over the last 13 months in the United States and across the Western world has impacted a lot of Jewish voters here in the Philadelphia suburbs and across the Commonwealth and across the country. I think we're going to see that. But the Hispanic vote, the Latino vote, is a really dramatic change. And I think this idea that somehow voters have a home and that's where they belong and that's where they're going to stay. Every vote should be up for grabs. And the Harris campaign, look, we're past the voting, so nobody's in line anymore. But it was born in desperation
there may still be some
when they switched. When they switched candidates. And in fairness, I think the vice president really struggled to find a message. She was still trying to find a message, even as we got to the close, and that the closing message was all over the place. And so it would be natural for people who are thinking, well, you know what? Gas was cheaper 4 years ago. Groceries were cheaper. My job was better. My take-home pay was better. The world was safe. The border was secure. I think we should give credit to voters, not in a demographic group, and just simply say some voters are looking at their pocketbook and the world and the border and saying, I'm voting for Trump.
We actually did see exit polls specifically that we talked about a little earlier in the evening on the financial situation and how that's changed. And we're going to have to talk to a quick break. We'll be back with you all shortly. We'll be right back.
You're watching special coverage of NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
Good evening and welcome to NBC 10's special streaming coverage of Decision 2024 on election night. I'm Lauren Make.
I'm Tracy Davidson. We are following results as they come in the race for U.S. House in Pennsylvania's 1st District. That covers Bucks County, parts of Montco. This is a rematch of 2022. Incumbent Republican Brian Fitzpatrick faces Democrat Ashley Ehaws, and NBC 10's Deanna Durante is live in Newtown, Bucks County at a Republican watch party. What are you hearing there, Deanna?
Well, here they're predicting a win for incumbent Brian Fitzpatrick. But again, the numbers in Pennsylvania just too close to call for the majority of the races, including for the White House. When you take a look behind me here, supporters have been packing the Newtown Athletic Club for several hours here, many vowing to stay all night long until the numbers are in. Of course, we're waiting for the White House and those down ballot races, many state races. What's going to be part of their wait this evening is counting the ballots, clearly, but the number of mail-in ballots in Bucks County is high. You had 151,000 plus ballots go out after those applications were filed, and more than 120,000 now need to be processed. We just checked the latest Bucks County numbers from the polls, and while the votes have been brought to the central counting location, only 24% have been counted. That's about 140,000 votes of more than 500,000 that need to be counted. So it's going to be a long night here, a lot of ballots to be counted. And, you know, again, with those mail-in ballots, so many of them, and such a popular way for Republicans to have voted, it is going to be a long time before they can get through all of those. Again, you can't pre-canvass those in Pennsylvania until 7 a.m. on Election Day. So that's when they began opening those envelopes. And now they have to go through every one of them and make sure that they are filled out correctly, they've been signed and dated properly, and that they can be counted. Reporting live in Newtown, Bucks County, Deanna Durante, NBC 10 News.
A lot of counting to do and a lot of very close races. And Lauren is here to talk about one close race that you just got information on, Lauren.
What we are watching, in addition to the presidential race and the Senate race, we're also watching some state house races. One of them is in Northeast Philadelphia with incumbent state senator Jimmy Dillon. And can we pull those numbers up? Do we have those numbers? This appears to be a very close race. This is a race that this is actually the House. That was actually the House race. We can take a look at that too. That's fine. That is the Azaz. There we go. The Jimmy Dillon race right there. And Senator Jimmy Dillon is the incumbent there. 50-50 is what you see there with the separating them. That is 14 votes. 12 votes now. 12 votes between the two of them. State Senate race. This is in Northeast Philadelphia. The incumbent is Senator Jimmy Dillon. The Republican challenger is Joe Picozzi. And this is with 41% reporting here. So we still have a ways to go, but 12 votes between the two of them. We knew this would be a tight race. I know that Democrats have sort of surged into Northeast Philly. We have seen him in there with Governor Shapiro. We've seen the mayor also with Senator Dillon recently trying to hang onto that seat because Democrats really would like to take over the state Senate if they lose this seat. This certainly doesn't help them. Let's take a look at the House race also in Northeast Philadelphia. This is another one that we've been watching closely. This is a race that, this is a seat that used to be held by Kevin Boyle, State Representative Kevin, it's still held by State Representative Kevin Boyle, but he did not, he lost in the primary to Sean Doherty, the Democrat here. This is not quite as close of a margin. Sean Doherty is currently ahead here in this race. This is the state House race. But again, this is a seat that Democrats currently hold now. The margin in Harrisburg in the state House is very, very slim. So Democrats want to hold onto this. If Republicans were to pick up this seat, this could help them to flip the state House and control of that chamber. So Tracy, we'll toss things back to you, but we wanted to check in on those races in Northeast Philadelphia.
All right, Lauren, thanks. Turnout across the area has been very high, including in Burlington County. We checked in with Burlington County, a couple of polling places there a few hours ago, and the lines were hours long. They did get extended, the deadline, to 9 o'clock. Because of earlier issues. And NBC10 Siobhan McGurl is at a polling place in East Hampton, Burlington County. She has been there all night. And when you first got there, the line was about 4 hours long. And they said, no problems here, just unprecedented numbers of people showing up. Give us an update on what's happening now.
Tracy, that's right. They say likely voter turnout is record-breaking for this election. I'll show you the line right now. If you look behind over here, you can see that is the end of the line. The first time we've been able to show you the end of the line in one shot like this, because for most of the day it has wrapped around the entire building. Again, the county saying unprecedented voter turnout, really high voter turnout leading to these long lines. They say this is not the only polling location in Burlington County where they saw lines like this. You can see people had their lawn chairs out. We've seen people order pizza here, sticking it out. Though I have to say, we have met some voters who were frustrated. Some did turn away. But for the most part, we've met people who were undeterred by this. I checked in with these ladies a little bit earlier. What are we at now, guys? How long?
We are at 4 hours.
4 hours.
4 hours.
And you can see the light.
We can,
But I think that's the next 2-hour wait once you hit the door.
Yeah, 2 hours wait till we get
Not undeterred, though. You guys are still here. Why?
We need to vote.
Gotta vote. Gotta vote for the people who can't vote, you know?
Gotta vote. The county keeps on saying, as long as you're in line, as long as you were here by 9 o'clock after that extension, they're asking people to stay in line. Yeah, they say you gotta work. You were here this morning, right?
Yeah, it was I had to leave because I was gonna be late for work.
So she went to work and then she came back and now you're voting now.
Yes.
Making sure her voice is heard. It's been fun though, as people have been coming out, they've actually been cheering for the voters, Tracy. So again, there are some people who are frustrated, but morale for the most part high, and they are cheering now as they see some of the voters coming out. So hey, the line continues, Tracy.
They're cheering because they are one step closer to casting their ballots.
Yes.
Siobhan, thank you. All right, so from South Jersey, we go back to Pennsylvania. And we take a look at the race for Pennsylvania's 7th district, could determine control of the House. Big names have come in to campaign for both camps. Incumbent Susan Wild trying to hold on to her seat against Republican challenger Ryan McKenzie. NBC 10's Aaron Baskerville is at Susan Wild headquarters with more. Aaron?
Yeah, Tracy, I can tell you that Susan Wild showed up about 45 minutes ago, maybe an hour ago. She took to the podium and thanked her supporters, and then she left the podium and came down here and was shaking hands and talking to a lot of her supporters for a while. She was calling this race nasty and ugly at times. She knows how serious this race is and how close it could be, being that she won in 2022 by only a few percentage points. This is the Pennsylvania's 7th district. She called it the center of the universe in the political world. You know, basically half the voters are Democrat, half the voters are Republican. You can see the room right here. We are inside the Da Vinci Science Center in downtown Allentown. I did have the chance to talk to Wild one-on-one off camera for a little bit. She was basically saying she doesn't believe that the returns, all of them will be back tonight. She's not expecting to see who won this race tonight. She believes that will happen sometime tomorrow. But we did have a chance to talk to the mayor of Allentown. He's been campaigning for Wild for several weeks and months, and here's what he told us a little while ago.
Congresswoman Wild has been such a tremendous ally to the city of Allentown. So I felt confident from day one about her. Every year that she serves in Congress, she shows the people of Pennsylvania 7 just how good she is for the district. So I felt good from day one of this election, and I think that she's run through the tape. She's showing she finished strong.
So, of course, he is extremely optimistic. Once again, the Pennsylvania 7th district is that swing district in the biggest swing state in the country. So, of course, people are still here. They are waiting and watching. They believe this race could determine, like you said, the power in the House, and also whoever wins this race, that could be a predictor of who wins the White House. Let's send it back to you guys.
As the Lehigh Valley goes, so the country goes. It's been said. Aaron, thank you so much. Let's take you to Lauren right now. Oh, Then we're going to just take you to the Ryan McKenzie campaign, also in Allentown, as we take a live look. Latino vote so critical to win this race. And again, as Aaron mentioned, we have heard from Susan Wild. We are still waiting to hear from Ryan McKenzie. When we do, we'll bring it to you. Lauren?
Thanks, Tracy. Let's take a look at the Lehigh Valley and where things stand. I'm going to flip over to the presidential race from the congressional race. We'll see how closely they track together, but we have been watching Northampton County and Lehigh County, as well as Monroe County in that district. Northampton County has quite a bit of its vote in. We've got almost 73% here reporting 51% for Trump and 47%, almost 48% for Harris there. This is a county that is flipped back and forth. So we're watching to see whether Trump is able to take this one back again. And then right next to it, Lehigh County, with Harris doing better than Trump there. We just lost that. But we are starting to see more of the votes coming in Erie County. That's one of the ones that we've been watching, and our panel knows that's been sort of stuck at under 1%. We're starting to see about 30%, but it's still not giving us a whole lot. That's just one of those counties. It's, I visited it on my tour of Pennsylvania. It's not very big. It's smaller than any of the collar counties, but it does sort of have this, outsized influence. Shauna, how do we get these counties that get that reputation of it's not very big, but we watch it so closely?
I think there's so much history in the whole state, and so much attention to good stories that are anecdotal, right? That Erie is somehow different or special, or it's going to be predictive, right? So that it gets this reputation. But it really, I think we like to call it in my field anecdata, right? That you get, right, good stories that make you feel like you know something.
Well, and
when often you don't know all that much.
I can tell you,
it's a small, unrepresentative, right, portion of people, right?
When I was in Erie, it felt a lot like being in Iowa, where people there know that they're being watched,
right.
And know that people are watching to see what they're going to do. But really, it's all about those raw numbers, which brings us to places like Philadelphia, which we kind of keep refreshing to see when that next dump of numbers from Philadelphia comes in, to see what that turnout is, and whether or not that will be something that helps push Kamala Harris across the line, whether Donald Trump is able to pick more up in there. As we've been looking at these numbers, Reverend Tyler, is there anything else that you're seeing in here that you're not expecting to see?
Well, I mean, listen, I keep checking in with persons that I know who are really tied into the numbers. And I mean, I'm sitting here, everything I've been getting all day is that these numbers are better than 2020, and that Harris,
in terms of turnout or in terms of actual
in terms
results?
of everything for Philadelphia for Harris versus Biden. And I know Jeff and I have been kind of debating this since we were in the green room. So we'll see. But again, I've checked as recently as 3 minutes ago, and people are still holding firm that they're feeling good about it and feeling pretty confident that she'll take the state as a result. So I'm going to just kind of rest in that right now.
Well, I would get back to answer your question about Erie for a second. What's interesting about Erie?
Everybody wants to talk about
What's
Erie.
interesting about it, my friend Selena Zito wrote her book about the 2016 election, and she talked about, much like where I grew up in Reading, the industrial power of a county like Erie,
right,
and then the deindustrialization and the policies that brought it on, and the shipping of jobs overseas, and what that means to the forgotten women and men who came out and voted in droves in 2016 and flipped Pennsylvania for the first time since 1988. And the real question, again, we'll be talking about this for weeks. Shauna does this for a living, but we'll be talking about this for weeks. But I think when the story is written about Pennsylvania, and I believe President Trump is going to prevail in Pennsylvania, I think Dave's going to prevail in Pennsylvania, and we're going to win up and down the ticket, because those forgotten women and men, not only in the rural counties, but in counties like where I grew up in Berks and in Erie and other places of once proud, great industrial cities, they've had enough. And the economy has really hurt them over the last 4 years. The border, crime, veterans issues, and energy. We haven't talked once tonight about energy.
Let's go over to the western part of the state then. Let's talk about that.
Energy is a really, really important issue.
Let's talk about that. Actually, I do want to do a quick check-in in Allegheny County, though, because they've been counting their votes fairly quickly tonight. We've got 82% in and reported here. Harris 60%, Trump 39%. We'd expect that to be heavily blue. Really, it's the raw numbers, just like in Philadelphia. It's not really the percentages that matter as much in Allegheny County. It's really the raw numbers. How many votes are Democrats going to get out of that? How much is Donald Trump going to cut into that margin and be able to get some votes in there? But these are the counties you're talking about, Jeff.
Yep.
You're talking about Washington County, for example, where we just heard this week that the Attorney General got an injunction to stop a Pyrex plant from being closed in Charleroi in Washington County. This is one of those areas you're talking about. 61% here for Trump, 38% for Harris. You're also talking about places like Beaver County here, which used to be more Democratic, has then trended more red, both in registration and also the way it's voting. Also sort of an area, I visited one town there where there was a steel mill that had closed. It changed the nature of things. So that's Beaver County. We're talking about Butler County here with 95% of its votes in, where Donald Trump has had several rallies. That's where the assassination attempts took place. And he returned there just weeks ago to have another rally. And clearly it would be expected to do well there. All of these counties surrounding Allegheny County that you're talking about, Jeff, where fracking is a big issue, energy is a big issue. These have all turned redder when it comes to registration since 2020.
And those used to be, if you go back multiple elections, those used to be reliably blue, if we're going to speak in blue and red, right? Those used to be reliably Democrat. Fayette and Greene in particular, old coal mining country that almost feels more like West Virginia than it does Pennsylvania. I give you a lot of credit, and it's not just because I want to be invited back. I give you a lot of credit for going out and doing that whole tour of all 60. Well, you didn't tour all 67
No,
counties.
we did not tour all 67.
I have.
May have felt like you have.
I've had the pleasure to do that through multiple election cycles. And when we live here in the Southeast, it's a big, beautiful state, as you reported on your tour of Pennsylvania. I give a lot of credit to that because the viewers here in the Southeast don't get that perspective. So credit to you for showing that.
It was really a great experience to talk to people all throughout Pennsylvania. We are going to have to toss it over to my colleagues right now. We're going to pick that up for the next part of our coverage.
You're watching special coverage of NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
Thank you for joining us this election night. I'm Jacqueline London.
And I'm Fred Shropshire. We are in the 10 o'clock twilight of the hour tonight. The battleground states are still too close to call in this presidential race.
Kamala Harris and Donald Trump both focused in on Pennsylvania the last few weeks with $300 million in ads. Here are the latest poll numbers in the Keystone State. Donald Trump with 51% to Kamala Harris's 48%. That's with 61% of the votes in.
Let's check out some of the local counties in the state to compare. Here is how the presidential ballot looks like in Bucks County. You have 34% of the precincts reporting, 54% going to Kamala Harris, 46% going to Donald Trump. And compare that to Philadelphia, where Kamala Harris dominates. There are 165,000 more registered Democrats in Philadelphia than Republicans. NBC News projecting Democrat Lisa Blunt Rochester as the winner of the U.S. Senate race in Delaware. She will become the first Black woman to represent the state in the U.S. Senate. Here's Rochester on stage a short time ago.
Tonight's victory is because of you, and so too will our victories in the Senate be. These victories will be a result of the work we do together.
Also in Delaware, breaking barriers. NBC News projects State Senator Sarah McBride the winner in the race for Congress. The Democrat becomes the first openly transgender person elected to Congress. Voters in South Jersey still in line waiting to cast their vote. People have waited several hours in line and were in line before the polls closed, so their vote will count. NBC10's Siobhan McGurl has been covering polling locations in Burlington County. NBC News has not projected a winner yet in the Garden State. And staying in New Jersey, Andy Kim has come out and declared victory in the race for Senate against Andy Basha. Here's a look at the numbers. There you can see Andy Kim with 53% to Curtis Basha's 45%. Just minutes ago, NBC News has projected Kim the winner.
And here's a look at the highly contested race for Senate in Pennsylvania. Incumbent Bob Casey trying to stay in Washington for another term. He is facing Dave McCormick, and you see there 49% for Dave McCormick, 48% for Bob Casey, 65% of the precincts reporting.
And we have a team of reporters spread out all across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Stick around for NBC 10 News at 11. Then at 11:35, we will continue on our NBC Philadelphia streaming channels until midnight. I'm Jacqueline London.
And I'm Fred Shropshire. We'll see you back here in a few minutes as Kamala Harris and Donald Trump race for the magic number of 270 electoral votes.
The race for Senate in New Jersey. Let's take a look at that. Andy Kim is the projected winner from NBC News against Republican Curtis Basha. Congressman Kim has been representing the 3rd District in New Jersey, and he ran for Senate, actually declaring that he was going to run for Senate while after Senator Bob Menendez was indicted on corruption charges. He has since resigned his seat and been convicted, and Congressman Andy Kim, now becomes expected to be the next senator from New Jersey, meaning that Democrats will hold onto that seat. Let's turn now from New Jersey back to Pennsylvania and talk a little bit about that with our guests here. We have Shana Shamas from Rutgers University, we have Reverend Mark Tyler, who was also a delegate to the DNC for Kamala Harris. And we have Republican Jeff Bartow, former candidate for Senate and also for Lieutenant Governor in Pennsylvania. Actually, before we talk about Pennsylvania, let's talk about New Jersey. Shauna, you are in New Jersey, know a lot about politics there. This is really sort of, one of those moments where we saw this full circle coming after the conviction of Bob Menendez and now the ascension of Andy Kim.
It's been a remarkable political career of Andy Kim so far. He's just kind of beaten the odds each time. And this win, I think, was expected for New Jersey for Senate. But I also wanted to point out that I think his actions in bringing a lawsuit in New Jersey about the way that parties did ballots is really changing the way that New Jersey can conduct elections. I mean, that too is something that Andy Kim has been responsible for.
It changes the power
It
structure in
completely
New
has-
Jersey.
right.
These county parties had so much power
It's just
to
broken this
determine where you
open.
were on the ballot, which
Right.
is something that in Pennsylvania seems foreign because it's just not the way it's done in Pennsylvania. But in New Jersey, it could be everything.
This could change Jersey politics.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it could.
Good.
And the interesting thing also about Andy Kim and Curtis Bashaw is both of them really overcame obstacles to even get to that final matchup between them. Curtis Bashaw was not the one that Donald Trump had endorsed in that race, and Andy Kim was originally going up against the First Lady of New Jersey, Tammy Murphy, until she dropped out of the race.
Right. It was a real struggle. I mean, as soon as there's an open seat, right, there's this power struggle to fill the vacuum. I don't think it was a surprise to people once we have that matchup that the Democrat will prevail. But it was a really interesting and important race to watch. It's been interesting to see what a Republican who didn't follow Trump so significantly, what happens there too.
Yeah. All right, we're going to toss things back over to my colleague Tracy. She's going to pick things up from here. Tracy.
All right, Lauren, thanks so much. Our special coverage of Decision 2024 continues after the break. We'll be joining our viewers on television for NBC10 News at 11. So we're going to hand things over to Fred Shropshire and Jacqueline London. Thanks for watching. For Lauren Make, I'm Tracy Davidson. Back in 2 minutes.
in the rural areas of Virginia than there was for Biden. I mean, I think we need to start saying out loud that, what is different between Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Everybody thinks they're exactly the same on policies, but one is a woman of color and the other is a white man that everybody was really comfortable with, that were moderates and knew him well and had known him for decades. So I think you're seeing more Trump support in some of the areas where Biden could cut in. And you're not, but Virginia's going to be fine. She's going to win Virginia.
But you might see that maybe in like a Lackawanna County or something in Pennsylvania, that same dynamic that you're talking about.
Yeah.
We shall see. Okay. We want to pause just a moment. We've got a lot more to get to. Top of the hour, we're going to have the big poll closings in California. Got an election alert. Poll closing in about 20 seconds or now. So there'll be some biggies out there to talk about.
Yeah, you see California, Idaho, Oregon, Washington. Those will all be closing here in about 10 seconds. And then, of course, we'll have the latest characterizations. We're going to pause for a moment while some of our East Coast stations go to.
This is NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
Right now on NBC 10 News at 11, it's election night in America and across our area. People waited in long lines and packed polls. Thank you for joining us. I'm Fred Shropshire.
I'm Jacqueline London. We are keeping track as the results roll in for races in our area. And of course, the biggest race of all, the one for the Oval Office. We're getting a look at where ballots are being counted in Philadelphia. This is a live look inside the ballot processing center in the Northeast. Election workers here have been processing ballots for most of the day. We will have a live report from the Northeast in just a moment. But first, a look at the results so far in the nationwide race for president. You can see Donald Trump with 52% to Kamala Harris's 46%. That's with 59% of the votes in. Our area could be the deciding factor in this presidential election. We have a team of reporters fanned out across the area for the next hour. NBC 10 is bringing you the latest results, turnout numbers, and the mood of voters in our area.
All eyes on Pennsylvania as it is one of the most critical swing states in this election.
We begin our team coverage with NBC 10 political reporter Lauren May. Lauren.
Jacqueline and Fred, let's dig into those Pennsylvania numbers you just mentioned. This is where we start. We have Donald Trump leading Kamala Harris at this point in Pennsylvania. We are still waiting for those ballots, for those votes to come in. And let's take a look at some of the key counties. Let's start with Philadelphia, which is where we are right now. That is in at about 73% here. Harris would be expected to take Philadelphia. That's not what we're looking at here. We're looking at the raw numbers. How many votes will Democrats get out of Philadelphia? That is critical when you're talking about a state that where most of the counties are red. Look at that. You see most of the counties are red. That's why you need, as a Democrat, so many votes out of Philadelphia. Also out of Allegheny, that's over here. They've been counting their votes fairly quickly tonight, 85% in here, with almost 60% for Kamala Harris and 39% for Donald Trump. Let's take a look here, though. This is Northampton County. We talked to former Congressman Charlie Dent earlier today. He said, watch Northampton County. He thinks this will be a bellwether. It is a county that former President Trump won in 2016 and lost in 2020. So will he be able to pick it up again? Right now, he's ahead with about 90% reporting here, 52 to 46. So this is one of those counties we are closely watching. This is also an area where there is a congressional race that we are watching closely. So the Lehigh Valley is one that we are watching here. Also Lackawanna County, this is where Joe Biden is from, President Biden is from. There had been questions about how Kamala Harris, how Vice President Harris would do in the Scranton area. Would she be able to have that same strength there? Right now, she is running under where Joe Biden was in 2020, here at 51%. He was a little above that. So she's running a little under that. We're going to keep watching that. Again, Donald Trump ahead in Pennsylvania. NBC News tells us this is too close to call. Pennsylvania tight at this moment. We knew it would be. We're going to keep watching. Guys, we'll toss it back to you.
All right. Thank you for breaking that down county by county for us, Lauren. Votes are being counted at a ballot processing center in Northeast Philadelphia.
Election workers have been opening up and checking the mail-in ballots all day. NBC 10's Francis Wang joins us live from that election warehouse. Francis, a very busy night out there.
Yeah, Fred, Jackie, very busy out here and inside the election warehouse here in Northeast Philadelphia. Right now, we are waiting for the second batch of mail-in ballots results to drop. We are expecting that to come down within the hour. We can tell you, though, earlier we learned more than 115,000 mail-in ballots have already been processed, counted with the results posted, with a majority, about 87%, going to the Harris-Walz campaign. Now, again, that is just mail-in ballots, and that is more than half of the total mail-in ballots that city commissioners are expecting to get this election cycle. And based off the numbers we were given this morning, that's about what we had expected. We were told how many people had requested and returned mail-in ballots. We knew and learned from those numbers it leaned heavily Democrat. Now, when it comes to in-person voting numbers, those are also being uploaded on a rolling basis as the election workers here at the Philadelphia warehouse continue to work 24/7, switching every 8 hours until every ballot is counted. Now, while commissioners insist everything here has gone smoothly at the warehouse, there were some issues outside of these fences, including the former president claiming that cheating was happening in Philadelphia without proof. Here's how Philadelphia election leaders responded.
Misinformation, disinformation is nothing new. They're trying to intimidate people so that they won't want to vote. But we saw the resilience in Philadelphia, our fighting city, that people still came out to vote.
The allegations about massive cheating in Philadelphia are absolutely false. There's no evidence whatsoever of massive cheating. We worked closely with the RNC and everyone across Philadelphia anytime that they had a complaint about anything. We handled it in real time. And if anybody has evidence of widespread cheating, please send it in because we'd like to see it. And I guarantee you there won't be any.
And Jackie, Fred, another issue that city commissioners addressed just earlier tonight, bomb threats at various polling places across our area. They tell us that 10 polling spots were affected, with one that had to be closed down for a short period of time, but the hours were extended. That way every Philadelphian could get their vote in. But again, here at the election warehouse itself, they say things are going smoothly. This is where all those mail-in ballots are being processed and counted, and even the paper trail ballots for those who vote in person, they're all going to end up here at some point. This is where they're going to be stored, canvassed, and processed until this election process is completely over. Jackie, Fred.
All right, a secure process underway, at least it appears. Thank you, Francis, for that. A polling place in Chester County was evacuated with less than an hour to close after a bomb threat there.
It happened at the Government Services Center in Westchester. We are told no one there was hurt. NBC10's Johnny Archer is joining us from outside the center with the latest on the investigation and what this means for voters. Johnny.
Yeah, well, I'll start with what officials are telling us about this bomb threat. The Chester County Sheriff says they received a bomb threat via email around 6:50 tonight. That email was delivered to the general Chester County Voter Services email. And in that email, it said that there was a bomb threat at the Government Services Center off of Westtown Road. And that is the location of 2 polling locations and 2 polling precincts in Chester County as well. There's also several government departments there, including the voter services and where votes will be counted. Now, the sheriff says the building was evacuated for about an hour while the bomb-sniffing dogs cleared the building. He says no bombs or threats were found, but the Chester County District Attorney says the FBI is investigating and found that the email originated from Russia.
I can tell everyone that this appears to be overseas in origin. I'll defer to the FBI's statement about where it is, but I know they are working off an idea that some of the IP addresses are coming from Russia. And what is clear from all the recent news reports and information from the FBI is that this is part of a persistent, coordinated attempt to call in bomb threats to swing states in order to disrupt the election.
So you heard earlier Francis Wang reporting about 10 other counties receiving bomb threats as well, not only here in Chester County, but also in Center County, Pennsylvania. That's the same county as where Penn State is located. They received a bomb threat at the same exact time to their voter services via email as well. Now, back here in Chester County, people were allowed to go back in the building after an hour after that building was cleared, but those 2 voter precincts, they were moved to another location, and impacted voters were given an extension until 10 o'clock to vote. But one of the county commissioners says that everything is running smoothly now, and they are continuing the election process. We're live in Chester County. Johnny Archer, NBC10 News.
Johnny, thank you. We saw long lines everywhere in New Jersey as well tonight.
Yeah, check out the line outside the Macy Middle School in Marlton earlier. At one point, the wait was about 4 hours long. We're told it's all because of a larger than expected turnout. That wasn't the only polling location with long lines in Burlington County. NBC10's Siobhan McGurl joins us live with more. Siobhan.
Yeah, hey guys, the county says in all likelihood they are seeing record-breaking turnout just after 11 o'clock. And you can see this line to vote still stretches outside the door here at this polling location. It wraps around the sidewalk here, though I have to show you the end is in sight. This is the shortest we have seen this line all day. We've been here since around 3:30 this afternoon into the night. We saw the line wrap around the building. A county spokesperson told me this was not the only location they saw the long lines. Voting hours were extended until 9 o'clock in Burlington County after the New Jersey Attorney General filed suit. But it was tough to tell what difference it made here at this polling location. We didn't see anyone get online after 8 o'clock. Some voters were frustrated. We saw a handful walk away and decide not to vote. The majority of people we met, though, did stick it out. They are still sticking it out, bringing lawn chairs and ordering pizza, whatever it took to make sure they could vote despite these long lines.
Because this is a very crucial election, and you got to make sure you put your vote in.
It's just crazy. It's not this line. I mean, in today's day and age, we're waiting in line for 5 hours to vote.
I'm feeling this is absolutely worth it, worth every minute. Definitely undeterred.
Back here live with a look at this line into the polling location. As I was talking to some voters who are just now leaving, they say it took them about 5.5 hours to get inside and cast their ballot. At this point in the line, these people tell me they've already been waiting for around 4 hours. The wait continues. They say determined to stay here and stick it out as the hours go on. In Burlington County, I'm Siobhan McGurl, NBC10 News. Send it back to you.
And coming up, Pennsylvania Democrat Bob Casey is facing his toughest battle yet in keeping his Senate seat.
But first, an historic night in Delaware. Here's NBC10's Tim Furlong.
That's right, Fred. We told you some history could be made in a few different ways today in the state of Delaware. Some of the historic storylines came true. We're going to talk about those and hear from Delaware's next governor when we come right back.
And I'm First Alert meteorologist Brittany Shipp. We are tracking record warmth as we head into tomorrow. Plus, our dry streak continues. I'm tracking all the details coming up in your full forecast.
Sunday at 11:50 p.m. NBC10 has unrivaled coverage of every local team. More than just highlights, we're telling the stories you need to hear. Only on NBC10. Sponsored by Toyota, proud partner of the Philadelphia Eagles and official automotive partner of the NFL.
From Tina Fey and the creator of Saturday Night Live comes Mean Girls, the hilarious hit Broadway musical.
Wait, why don't I know you?
Come see Mean Girls at the Playhouse on Rodney Square, November 15th through 17th. On sale now.
Nothing feels as good as driving a new Hyundai. And now you can get a great deal on your favorite model at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Plus, every Hyundai is backed by America's best warranty. Hurry to the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event before this offer ends. Make your next getaway your best one yet. Drive away now in the Santa Fe with 1.99% APR for 72 months. Only during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
I never thought I'd buy flooring from a service I saw on TV. It's just not me. But I heard great things about National Floors Direct. Name brand flooring, great installation, and an amazing price guarantee.
At National Floors Direct, we offer next-day installation of beautiful name brand carpet and luxury flooring, and will beat anyone's price by 15% or it's free. Call 888-400-FLOOR.
I saved $2,000 off my best quote and no interest for 1 year.
Call National Floors Direct at 888-400-FLOOR. We bring the store to your door.
Find Philly's best kept secrets on Philly Live. Tune in every weekday at 11:45 a.m. for all things Philly, food, fashion, and fun. Philly Live. Nobody knows this place like us.
NBC10 First Alert Weather. Certified most accurate. Count on it.
We're back with a tough battle for Pennsylvania's U.S. Senate seat.
That race between incumbent Democrat Bob Casey and Republican challenger Dave McCormick. Casey has held the seat since 2007. This is considered his toughest re-election yet. McCormick lost the Senate primary in 2022.
Let's go to NBC10's Brian Sheehan live in Scranton tonight at the Casey Watch Party. Brian, what is the atmosphere like there right now?
Well, earlier in the day, we were told that Senator Bob Casey would join his supporters here at the Scranton Cultural Center, where they're having the watch party after the polls closed and once the votes started coming in. Well, his supporters have been here now for several hours, but Senator Casey has not taken the floor to greet them at all. This race is extremely close. In fact, too close to call at this point. It is also one of the most closely watched Senate races and the most expensive in the entire country. Casey has called it one of his toughest re-election challenges of his career, and there is a lot at stake nationally. The winner of this race could determine which party wins control of the Senate. Casey is seeking a fourth term and is Pennsylvania's second longest serving U.S. Senator, behind Arlen Specter, who represented the Commonwealth for 30 years. Casey easily won his three previous elections, beginning in 2006, then in 2012, and the last one in 2018. Now he is hoping to add 2024 to that list. Let's turn our attention to his Republican challenger, Dave McCormick. This is his second run at the U.S. Senate. He narrowly lost the 2022 U.S. Senate race primary to Dr. Mehmet Oz. Oz then went on to lose the general election to Pennsylvania's Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman. McCormick now looking to unseat the longtime politician. He positions himself as a businessman and a political outsider. Now, while we are following the Casey campaign here in Scranton, McCormick is hosting his own watch party back home in Pittsburgh. And I can tell you, back here live, we saw a lot of people here earlier, a lot of supporters for Senator Casey here. That crowd has since dwindled. It is hard to read the room as the results continue to come in. But of course, we will be monitoring throughout the night. Live in Scranton, I'm Brian Sheehan, NBC10 News. Fred and Jackie, we'll send it back to you.
All right, we await his take on that lectern there, and a historic night in Delaware to talk about, with a lot of first wins in the first state.
NBC News projects Kamala Harris has won the 3 electoral votes in the first state. She was widely expected to win this state of her 2020 running mate, President Biden.
NBC News is projecting Democrat Lisa Blunt Rochester as the winner of the U.S. Senate race in Delaware. You can see she got 56% to Eric Hansen's 40%, with 99% of the precincts reporting right now. Blunt Rochester will become the first Black woman to represent the state in the U.S. Senate.
Democrat Matt Meyer beats out Republican Mike Ramone for governor. Look at the numbers here. Matt Meyer with 56% to Mike Ramone's 44%, with almost all of the votes at 99%. And in the race for U.S. House, Sarah McBride wins the state's only House seat, becoming the first openly transgender person elected to Congress. And in the race for Wilmington mayor, projected winner, John Carney, as Delaware mayor of Wilmington there. Current governor of Delaware, and no challenger, so obvious. Now let's head to NBC10's Tim Furlong. He has been live in Wilmington for us the entire day. Tim.
Yeah, projected winner, John Carney. He didn't run against anybody, so you can project him very confidently that he will win. And you know that Semisonic song, Closing Time? That's what it feels like here at the Chase Center on the riverfront. The lights came back on, last call kind of deal. But Democrats, despite the party being over now, they had quite a bit to celebrate tonight in Delaware. Some of the storylines you mentioned, let's talk about those again. Let's take a look at the video. Newcastle County executive, former school teacher, Democrat Matt Meyer beat Republican Mike Ramone. He will become Delaware's next governor. State Senator Sarah McBride won her race for Delaware's lone seat in the U.S. House. She's the first trans person elected to national office. She's going to fill the seat left vacant by Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester, who will become the first African-American and first woman to represent Delaware in the U.S. Senate. She is replacing longtime Senator Tom Carper, who is retiring. We can also tell you again that term-limited Governor John Carney will be the next mayor of Wilmington. Like we said, he ran unopposed, so the projection, you can be very confident there. Let's hear now from Delaware's next governor, Matt Meyer. I asked him what will be his priorities come day one of his administration.
For me, I've been very clear where my heart lies. I'm in this business because I'm a 6th and 7th grade math teacher who decided to run for office, who thinks we need to do better by our kids. There are amazing educators working every day in Delaware public schools. The results aren't there. We need better leadership. We're going to provide that leadership starting on day one. Is there anything crazy?
Yeah, we've mentioned a couple of times too that a third of Delawareans voted early voting this time around. And Matt Meyer tells me he thinks we can even do better than that. He thinks you could do more with absentee ballots, mail-in ballots, things like that. So it looks like the Meyer administration, one of the things they're going to focus on is making it even easier to vote. It was easier this time, but when you went to the early voting, you sometimes found a super long line. So the sort of the downside of the early voting was a very long line. He thinks we can do better. He says that's going to be part of his administration moving forward. I also asked him if he had any like crazy things that he wants to do out of the box, bike trails, things like that, that might be something unique that some of his predecessors did or did not do. Some things he tells me that he has a bunch of ideas that he doesn't want to share with me just yet. He says he needs to keep something as a surprise when he gets inaugurated. So we're going to keep you posted on that. But again, a historic day in Delaware. A lot of the storylines we told you could happen did happen. We're live in Wilmington tonight. Tim Furlong, NBC 10 News.
And one of the most competitive races in the country is in our backyard.
We'll have more election coverage when we come back.
Philly Live, weekdays at 11:45 on NBC 10. Count on it.
Hey, thanks for driving. Of course. How's your car? Like new. NJM's been great. An insurance company that treats you right?
Seems like a myth, doesn't it? Apologies for eavesdropping, but NJM is magical. They put their policyholders first.
Are you?
Their mascot? Oh, heavens no. Simply a fan of legendary service.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Hi, I'm Paul Muller, president of the Tri-State Toyota Dealers Association and a proud Vietnam veteran. Toyota is proud to salute all our area's veterans and all those who bravely served.
I'm Sergeant Michael DeBonis of Langhorne, Pennsylvania. I'm a proud Vietnam veteran, military police.
I'm a proud Marine Corps veteran of Vietnam.
I'm a proud Army veteran of Operation Iraqi Freedom.
This Veterans Day, Toyota and your local Tri-State Toyota dealers thank and honor all those who have bravely served our nation.
Raymore and Flanagan's Veterans Day sale is on now with savings up to $1,300. Don't miss unbeatable deals like $1,300 off the Carson Power Sectional, $900 off the Coventry bedroom set, and $750 off the Castleton dining set. Plus, get it before the holidays with delivery in 3 days or less on thousands of items. You can also save big on top mattress brands or take advantage of financing and pay no interest for 72 months. Grab Veterans Day savings today at Raymore and Flanagan.
When seconds count, accuracy matters. That's why we built Storm Ranger 10 for you. To get closer and lower to severe weather than any other radar. To see details no one else can in real time. To keep you prepared and your family safe. Neighborhood by neighborhood. Storm Ranger 10. Driving the region's most accurate forecast. On air and right now on your NBC 10 app. Count on it.
Certifiable, a good thing when it comes to weather. Only one team is certified most accurate 9 years in a row. Who's keeping track? Weather Rate, analysts who compare all forecasts to what actually happens. Just so happens that NBC 10 First Alert Weather get it right more than anyone. Your neighborhood, your weather, more on point, period. No matter where you are, certified most accurate. Who else can say that? No one. NBC 10 First Alert Weather. Count on it.
Voters have been lining up to cast their votes across our area today, even before the polls opened.
Many locations in our area are reporting high turnout. We've seen that with the lines. NBC 10's Miguel Martinez-Vai is joining us live from a huge watch party with more on the effort to get people to the polls. And Miguel, we just heard from Philadelphia Mayor Sherrell Parker.
That's right. And the mayor very, very proud of how many Philadelphians got out to vote today. We know that there's been people knocking nonstop on doors. You and I have probably gotten nonstop texts and calls making sure that we had a plan to vote, that we knew where to go vote. So those efforts, you saying, and many election officials and officials that I've been speaking to at this party have been saying those efforts seem like they worked and they got people out, got people motivated. And I want to give you a look around this room because as it gets later in election night, this Philadelphia Democrat election night watch party that has the young Democrats, it has the PA Dems out here. More and more people are just glued to the results, to the numbers that are coming in from states like Pennsylvania, but also states throughout the country. So people definitely glued and nervous about what's coming next. But something else that the mayor touched on today that was interesting was she also responded to any claims, including claims from Donald Trump on social media about cheating in Philadelphia. Here's what the mayor had to respond to that.
Despite some fraudulent claims on social media, even including one from Donald Trump himself, this election was conducted without major incident or incidents in Philadelphia.
They're still working through some of the numbers, but
yeah, so basically the two big takeaways, the two big messages that the mayor had at the watch party tonight were, one, Philadelphians that they got out to vote, they are having their voices heard. And the second one being that Philadelphia is ensuring and has a free and fair election. Those were her messages for the crowds out here. Now the crowd very much paying attention to the results as they keep trickling in. I'll send it back to you. I'm Miguel Martinez-Valle, NBC10 News.
Okay, Miguel, thank you. Let's talk about the forecast right now. We haven't heard from you in a while.
Yes, there's a lot going on
a lot
tonight.
going on.
So
Certainly, the weather didn't play a role in preventing people from participating in this election.
it did not. In fact, this was one of the warmest election days ever recorded. So we just continue to break these records, and we'll be on record watch tomorrow as well as our temperatures start to soar to 80 degrees. But just to look back at some of the facts here, 76 degrees. That was our daytime high today. The last time we saw an election day that warm was November 3rd, 1936. So you have to put our year 2024 right up there. November 4th, 1924, 100 years ago, we did see a high of 72 degrees. So again, mid 70s for us today. More than 15 degrees above average. Allentown at 75, Reading 77 degrees today. And take a look at what we're expecting for tomorrow, 80 degrees. The average for this time of year is 59. Our record for tomorrow, 79. That was set back in 1948. So yes, we're on record watch, not just for Philadelphia, but take a look at Reading. We're expected to break the record. Same thing in Wilmington, also in Trenton. So we'll be watching this closely. We are going to see warmer air coming up from the south that started for us earlier today and even yesterday, and now it will continue. Tomorrow will be the peak of our warmth, and then we'll start to see a cold front move through. It could trigger a few isolated showers for us as we head into Thursday. We still need measurable rain in order for us to stop our counter here. We're at about 35 days of consecutive dry days. So until we get that measurable rain in here, we will continue to see a new record. We're looking at your bus stop forecast for tomorrow, 7 a.m. You're at 56 degrees with lots of clouds, a little bit of sunshine peeking through at 8 a.m. But our daytime highs tomorrow are impressive, up to 80 degrees in Philadelphia, 81 in Vineland, 77 in Wildwood, 81 tomorrow in Dover. Our temperatures in Doylestown up to 80 degrees, upper 70s in Westchester, and 79 will be your high in Allentown. Looking ahead to our 10-day forecast, it shows a cooling trend as we head into the end of the work week. By Friday, you're at 67 degrees. Nice start to the weekend at 63, but by Sunday, finally, a better chance of showers here. Temperatures in the mid 60s. And then as we head into next week, we'll see a few more shower chances and seasonable temperatures will remain. Stay with us. You're watching NBC 10 News.
Pella has 5 window lines, great for your current home or your new dream home.
I've just got one window, but 3 different colors and sound effects.
Pella's showroom is conveniently set up so you can compare every option.
Our entire showroom is in my car.
Right now, get 55% off your installation or 48 months, 0% APR. 855-77-PELLA, PellaPhilly.com.
Forgot the window. Nope, there it is.
Hi there, I'm Jill Martin, Today Lifestyle and Commerce contributor, sharing something all new from Steals and Deals. This is Last Chance Market, the destination to shop my favorite finds from fashion to tech. And everything here is up to 84% off. Just scan the QR code to start shopping. Let's start with this super soft, one-size-fits-all shawl. Wear as a scarf, layer over an outfit, or use it as a blanket. And it's 60% off, just $39. Next, this slim tracking device helps you keep tabs on your belongings, store in your wallet, purse, backpack, or suitcase, and track its location right on your phone. With 75% off, this deal is so good, only $25. And finally, this suede bag is so chic and can do it all. Make it your everyday handbag or use it for travel travel. There's 3 inside pockets and a zipper up top. Snag this deal for only $89. That's 84% off. To shop these exclusive deals, scan the QR code or go to NBCnews.com/lastchance.
Skyforce 10, we have police chase on 95 North.
Breaking news happens fast. If you're late, don't even bother showing up. And having the coolest tools in the sky means nothing if you don't know how to use them.
Jacqueline, we're right over the suspect's car.
NBC10 knows in this town, breaking news happens fast. But Skyforce 10 is faster. Count on it.
Skyforce 10, en route.
Most people will never know anybody that's been murdered.
Nobody can understand unless they've been there. This is the moment you became the architect of a murder.
They see you as a monster.
You could have let her go.
What was it about you that said, I'm going to keep fighting?
That had to be a terrible time. You fought pretty hard to find out who killed her. What do you think at that moment?
You've been chasing an unknown attacker for decades.
You ready for what's coming?
We are back with a look at one of the biggest races in the Lehigh Valley and one of the most competitive in the country.
In the race for U.S. House District 7, it's incumbent Susan Wild going up against Republican State Representative Ryan McKenzie. Back in 2022, Wild won re-election by just 2%. NBC10's Aaron Baskerville is joining us live now from Allentown with more. Aaron.
Yeah, Jackie and Fred, we are inside the Da Vinci Science Center in West Allentown. As you can take a look around, a lot of folks have left believing that they're not going to get those final results tonight anytime soon, probably tomorrow, but there's still a couple of folks dancing. The band is still playing. Susan Wild showed up here around 9:30, 9:45. We have some video of her when she did arrive here. She took to the podium briefly, thanking supporters, basically saying this has been a nasty and ugly race at times. She was hugging her supporters as well. This is the 7th district. We know this is a big swing district in Pennsylvania, which is a big swing state. We had a chance to talk to her one-on-one. Here's what she told us. Do you expect to hear tonight the race to be called, or you think that's going to go into tomorrow? Or
I suspect because the last poll just closed, I would expect it to be sometime tomorrow, maybe in the early hours. I think the presidential will probably be a couple of days. But listen, Pennsylvania is the center of the universe this year. And I will say the enthusiasm of voters this year is heartwarming.
Well, I can tell you that Wild believes that this race could, of course, determine power in the House, and they also believe that this race could be a predictor of who wins the presidency. Let's send it back to you guys.
Strong indicators. Aaron Baskerville, thank you for that. We'll be right back.
NBC 10, explaining local stories that impact you. Count on it.
And the next thing I knew, I woke up in a hospital bed.
Has a friend ever told you a story about an accident? Someone says,
you should probably sue them.
forget your friend. Call Ponley Hockey Giordano.
We're an injury law firm that's recovered billions of dollars for our clients.
And with our vast network of attorneys throughout the country, we know we can do the same for you.
So if you've been injured in an accident, give Ponley Hockey a call.
One conversation is all it takes, and you won't pay a dime until we win.
Waiting for the right time to buy a vinyl floor? Well, right now at National Floors Direct, you can get an entire room of luxury vinyl flooring installed the next day for just $788. Just $788. Today, vinyl flooring is luxurious. It looks and feels like real wood, tile, or stone, but it's durable, waterproof, and soft underfoot. Call 888-400-FLOOR and get a luxury vinyl floor from world-famous Shock with no interest for a full year. Call 888-400-FLOOR and we'll bring the store to your door.
Nothing feels as good as driving a new Hyundai. And now you can get a great deal on your favorite model at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Plus, every Hyundai is backed by America's best warranty. Hurry to the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event before this offer ends. Make your next getaway your best one yet. Drive away now in the Santa Fe with 1.99% APR for 72 months. Only during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
The story of humanity is more than ancient history. At the Penn Museum, we connect stories about communities who lived thousands of years ago to here and now. From innovations like the first alphabet from the Eastern Mediterranean and writing in Mexico and Central America. From timeless traditions of Native American voices to contemporary art about Africa, our past connects us to our future. Open your mind and your world at the Penn Museum.
Count on NBC10 to give you more of the local stories that matter to you.
More news in more places when you want it, so you're more prepared.
More help when you need it.
I am so happy that I called, and I really appreciate you guys.
The most accurate forecast from your First Alert weather team for your neighborhood.
Always get more, anytime, anywhere with NBC10. Count on it. Stream live local news anytime, anywhere with NBC10. Count on it.
NBC10 First Alert Weather. Certified most accurate 9 years in a row. Count on it.
Welcome back. Now let's get a look at the race for president. You see there Donald Trump with 51%, Kamala Harris with 47% of the electorate, 69% reporting there.
And thank you for joining us for NBC 10 News at 11. I'm Jacqueline London.
And I'm Fred Shropshire. Thank you for making us your choice for election coverage tonight. We have more live coverage ahead. Streaming channel NBC 10 News, Philadelphia.
This is NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
It is going to be a fight to the finish on this election night. We are waiting to learn who will be the next president of the United States. Thank you for joining us on our streaming channel for the rest of our election night coverage. I'm Jacqueline London.
And I'm Fred Shropshire. Ballots are being counted at this ballot processing center in Northeast Philadelphia. Volunteers will be there all night, ensuring every vote goes through. They've been there for most of the day.
We want to take a look at the race for presidency. Donald Trump right now with 51%, Kamala Harris with 47%, 69% reporting.
Pennsylvania still too close to call. It is one of the most critical swing states in this election.
And let's take a look at how the presidential race is panning out in the Commonwealth so far. NBC 10's Lauren Make is live here in our studios to break it down for us. Lauren.
Jacqueline and Fred, we're actually going to take a step back and take a look at where we are in a number of states, including Pennsylvania. You mentioned too close to call Pennsylvania. We've been watching those numbers come in all night, but let's take a look at some of the states that have been called and where that puts us now in this race to 270. You just mentioned where the vote where the percentages are. Really, then it all comes down to who can get to 270 electoral votes. Pennsylvania has 19 of those. Those are a big prize tonight. So we'll see who wins that. But let's take a look at where we are now. Things are, at first glance, falling where you would expect them to fall in most states. I want to point out a couple of them to you. Actually, we're just getting word that we do have some new information coming from NBC News that they are calling North Carolina for Donald Trump, for former President Donald Trump. This is significant. North Carolina is a state that Vice President Harris had hoped to pick up. She had spent time there. They had put money in there, and Democrats were hoping they might be able to pick that up. I also should note North Carolina is one of those states that if she had picked that up, it would have given her a path to get to 270, even without Pennsylvania. So the fact that this is going to Donald Trump right now, North Carolina, this narrows the path for Kamala Harris, for Vice President Kamala Harris to win the presidency, and it makes it easier for Donald Trump to win. Let's take a look at where we sit right now. He is at 230. She is at 172. Now, we still have a number of these swing states, a lot of the swing states left to call, Pennsylvania being one of them, Michigan, Wisconsin. I want to draw your attention down here to Georgia. We have just gotten word recently from the Secretary of State in Georgia, who says that, I'm going to check my notes, Donald Trump has an insurmountable lead. That is coming from the Georgia Secretary of State, who says that Donald Trump currently has an insurmountable lead in Georgia. We are still waiting for those numbers. There is no call from NBC News on that state, but that's the word from the Secretary of State there. We also know that Georgia is expected to report the vast majority. Those are the words that we were given, the vast majority of its votes by midnight. So within about 25 minutes, we should have the majority of those votes in Georgia. So that's significant. I want to also bring your attention over here to Ohio. Ohio is red. Donald Trump has won Ohio. That was anticipated. But we also have a Senate race here that is significant. That is the Senate race between Sherrod Brown, the Democrat, the incumbent, and Republican Bernie Moreno. That race has now been called for Republican Bernie Moreno. So that gives a flip. That gives an additional Senate seat to Republicans. So that Senate race there certainly is good news for Republicans. That is also one that when we talk about the Senate race here in Pennsylvania, you think about Ohio and Pennsylvania and some commonalities there. There was even an online video that Bob Casey and Sherrod Brown did together. Bob Casey is still waiting to find out whether he will keep his seat. We now know that Sherrod Brown in Ohio will not keep his and that seat will go to Republicans. So we are still waiting to see a number of these seats, all of these striped states, these swing states, we are waiting to get calls on. But North Carolina, that is a big one going to Donald Trump, narrowing the path that Kamala Harris would have to win the White House. We'll throw it back to you, Fred and Jacqueline.
All right, tight races going on. Thank you. Voters in Bucks County aren't just choosing a president, but who will represent them in Congress. Incumbent Brian Fitzpatrick, seeking another term, the Republican from Levittown, has served since 2017 and is facing a repeat challenger from Democrat Ashley Ehas. In the race for U.S. House District 1, Pennsylvania incumbent Republican Brian Fitzpatrick and the Democrat Ashley Ehas, you can see on the screen, Fitzpatrick with 56% to the 44% from Ehas, with 50% of the precincts reporting. Joining us now is NBC 10's Deanna Durante live in Newtown, Bucks County at a GOP watch party. What are you seeing out there tonight, Deanna?
Well, obviously a lot of excitement from the Republicans here who have been watching these numbers come in, not just locally, but across the country. You can take a look. They're watching carefully here. And as the states are called for Trump, there has been a lot of excitement. Of course, they're still waiting for a little bit more information on those down ballot races, including the congressional race that you mentioned. Now, counting has begun. Last check with Bucks County, 42% of the vote has been tabulated. That's just a little over 209,000 votes. But the presidential race, according to Bucks County data, neck and neck here. Clearly, folks are hopeful the county will go red, which it hasn't done in the last two presidential elections. The votes being counted here, the majority of those are those in-person ballots. Remember, Bucks County had their mail-in voting deadline extended for a couple of days. That goes to show you how much voters wanted to be able to vote in that fashion. Those votes are going to be taking longer to tabulate. I was talking with people who are at voter services there. It is going to be an all-nighter for them, and also they're going to continue counting well into tomorrow before we have those official results here in Bucks County and many counties across the state. Reporting live in Newtown, Deanna Durante, NBC 10 News.
Deanna, thanks. Young voters in Pennsylvania could play a critical role in this election. Registration up 11 points for the 18 to 29 age group compared to the same time for the 2020 election. On the main line, students hit the polls today. Skyforce 10 flew over Villanova University earlier this evening as a long line wrapped around the building while people waited to cast their ballot. Many of the students we talked to say it's their first time voting in a presidential election. They spoke with us about which issues matter the most to them.
The two most important issues to me personally are abortion and gay marriage, just because I have gay moms. They just got engaged a couple years ago, actually. And so that's something that's very important to them, and they passed it on to me. And so that's kind of where my vote's going, just to support them and their decision.
I'd say immigration's probably my number one. I also care about democracy and also abortion rights.
Abortion and reproductive rights. I also think democracy is pretty important too. And I'd say just like human rights in general, I would say.
Very important and very interesting takes. It lines up with NBC News exit polls. What you just heard, they're showing young voters nationally are focused on abortion, the economy, and democracy.
Philadelphia Mayor Sherelle Parker joined her predecessors at the polls as she cast her vote for Kamala Harris. Mayor Parker went to the polling location on Lime Kiln Pike and West Oak Lane alongside former mayors Wilson Good, Michael Nutter, and Ed Rendell, all emphasizing how historic this presidential election is.
Everyone knows that the path through the White House comes through our Keystone State of Pennsylvania, and you can't get there without Philadelphia.
We're not going to have a speedy count, and people should not take anything from it. That doesn't mean there's chicanery going around. It's just the law, and we'll get it done, and we'll get it done properly.
The mayors said, let the system play out and that all of the ballots may not be counted tonight. We are going back to the processing center in Northeast Philadelphia where ballots are being counted.
NBC10's Francis Wang joins us live from that election warehouse with Philadelphia City Commissioner Seth Bluestein. Francis.
Yeah, Fred, Jackie, Commissioner Seth Bluestein, one of the 3 city commissioners overseeing this process. You gave us an election warehouse tour just a few weeks ago. You've been filling us in throughout the day. You're really involved in every aspect of this. We were just talking about how Commissioner Bluestein really knows the nuts and bolts. At this hour, what do you want voters who have gone out today or for the last few weeks voted by mail to know?
Yeah, so we are currently still calculating all the results. We have an update to the mail ballots that will be released right before midnight, and the in-person results are still coming in.
And earlier this morning, the first thing you said was everything is going smoothly, everything is going quickly. And even a couple weeks ago when we were all here for the election warehouse tour, there was a lot of confidence coming from all 3 of the city commissioners. You know, today we've been hit with issues from former President Trump claiming that there's cheating going on here in Philly with no proof. Obviously, we've been talking about some of the bomb threats at various polling polls. Is that frustrating for all of you, especially because you do say things are going smoothly in here where the votes are being counted?
It is frustrating because everything under our control has gone really well. The ballots have gotten counted very efficiently. Voters were coming out and voting no problem. So it really is a shame that these types of outside factors have infiltrated what should be a really celebrated thing. Having voters come out and vote for our democracy, it should be celebrated, and it shouldn't be under threats of violence.
And obviously those outside factors, very hard to predict and very shocking to many people who are working hard inside here. But something you did predict was that the voter turnout this year would be high, of course, much higher than 2020 when we were facing the pandemic. Any predictions? I know earlier you guys were not really trying to give numbers out.
Yeah, it's really hard to predict turnout, especially because the ballots are still getting counted, and we'll have provisional ballots that get counted later in the week. So I don't really like making predictions, but we're going to make sure that every single Philadelphian's vote that was cast gets counted accurately. And at the end of the day, we'll know the winner of the election sooner than later.
But based off what you saw, you seem to be happy. And we had heard from Vice Chair Lisa Dealey, who went out to Temple, and she seemed very pleasantly happy with all the turnout.
I'm always happy when people come out and vote. We want every eligible Philadelphian to participate, and I'm really happy when they do.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Bluestein. We appreciate your time right now. And of course, throughout this process, again, we are waiting for that next batch of results of those mail-in ballots to drop within the hour. And then we should hear all the results of those mail-in ballots at some point tomorrow morning. Is that correct?
Yes. So we'll have another update sometime in the middle of the night, not a huge one. And then we'll have the rest of them really tomorrow morning.
All right, well, we'll be sure to keep you updated, of course, throughout this whole process on NBC10 as well as NBC10.com. Jackie, Fred, we'll send it back to you for now.
Francis Wang at the nerve center of this battleground state. Thank you. A day of voting takes a scary turn.
Coming up, a threat leads to the evacuation of a polling location in Chester County. What officials are saying. We're talking about it after the break.
Dan loves a good sale.
Sale?
You need a hand, Dan?
Yeah, I'm good. Canola's on sale, gonna grab that.
We have a situation in aisle 7.
Hi, Dan.
Whatever the moment,
Angela, thank you.
We'll meet you there. Stop and Shop. Feed the moment. This week, stop and shop for great deals. Purdue fresh boneless chicken breasts are 30% off. And Stop and Shop Baby Bella mushrooms are free when you redeem 50 Go points using a special offer. Stop and Shop. Feed the moment.
Young junior, 46%. That's with 86% reporting tonight.
A polling place in Chester County was evacuated with less than an hour to close after a bomb threat.
It happened at the Government Services Center in Westchester. We're told no one there was hurt. NBC10's Johnny Archer is joining us from outside the center with the latest on the investigation and what this means for voters. Johnny.
Yeah, so we're actually outside a government building in Westchester right now. Where this actually happened was about 10 minutes away from us on Westtown Road. But the Chester County sheriff says that they received this bomb threat around 6:50 tonight via email to the voter services email. And in that email, it said there was a bomb threat at the Government Services Center off of Westtown Road. Now, this location is also the location of 2 polling precincts in Chester County. It's also where several government departments are, including the voter services, and where they will be counting votes as well. Now, the sheriff says that the building was evacuated for about an hour while the bomb-sniffing dogs cleared the building. He says no bombs, no threats were found at that building, but the Chester County District Attorney says the FBI is investigating and found that that email that they received originated from overseas in Russia.
I can tell everyone that this appears to be overseas in origin. I'll defer to the FBI's statement about where it is, but I know they are working off an idea that some of the IP addresses are coming from Russia. And what is clear from all the recent news reports and information from the FBI is that this is part of a persistent, coordinated attempt to call in bomb threats to swing states in order to disrupt the election.
So we're outside a government building where government officials here in Chester County held a press conference a little earlier tonight. The district attorney says the FBI is investigating several other bomb threats to possibly 10 or more other counties in swing states around the country that received these bomb threats, including Center County, Pennsylvania. They received a bomb threat via email the exact same time here in Chester County. Now, the building here in Chester County, folks were allowed to go back inside after an hour after those bomb-sniffing dogs cleared the building. But those 2 precincts, they were moved to another location, and impacted voters, they were given an extension to vote until 10 o'clock tonight. But a county official says that everything is running smoothly, and they are counting those votes right now. We're live in Chester County. Johnny Archer, NBC10 News.
All right. Thank you, Johnny. Let's talk about the race for president in New Jersey. We can see here from what we see on your screen here that Kamala Harris has 51% to Donald Trump's 47%, with 85% of the precincts reporting in the state of New Jersey. For the Senate race in New Jersey, Democrat Andy Kim is projected to become New Jersey's first Asian American senator. He is projected to beat Republican Curtis Bashaw and take the seat vacated by Bob Menendez. You see the total there, 53% to the other percentage there. Race for the U.S. House District 1, New Jersey Democrat incumbent Donald Norcross, Republican Theodore Teddy Liddell. You can see Norcross with 57% to Liddell's 40%, 83% of the precincts reporting.
And the race for U.S. House District 2, New Jersey Republican incumbent Jeff Van Drew against Democrat Joseph Salerno. Van Drew with 58% to Salerno's 41%, with the 83% reporting. In the race for U.S. House District 3, New Jersey Democrat Herb Conway against Republican Rajesh Mohan. Rajesh with 51% to Herb Conway's 47%. And in the race for U.S. House District 12, New Jersey Democrat incumbent Bonnie Watson Coleman with 59% to Darius Mayfield's 38%. That's with 81% of the votes in. And let's now go to NBC10 Siobhan McGurl live in Burlington County, where there were a lot of long lines today. We've seen you ever since 4 o'clock, those lengthy lines, and those lines still long at this hour, Siobhan.
Yes, but we are at the end of one of those long lines right now. These voters in East Hampton Township, they have been waiting for more than 4 hours. They're not quite there, still some time to go, but they can literally see the light at the end of the tunnel leading into this polling location where they will finally vote. We've been here since around 3:30 all afternoon. We saw the line wrap around the building. The county spokesperson told me this wasn't the only long line, with incredibly high voter turnout reported countywide. The voters say they've voted here in past elections. They've never seen a wait like this. Some were frustrated, some left line. Most that we met, though, they stuck it out with lawn chairs and pizza deliveries. We spoke with one voter who said she waited for 5 hours.
I'm kind of disappointed at how long we've been waiting outside, but I realize the importance of me being here. We got a nice crowd, some music going, we got some free pizza, so I'm hanging in there. I waited all this time. I'm not going to stop now.
Determined to stick it out. The wait continues. You can see this line now entering that hallway there, though once they get inside, it does wrap around more. So almost midnight, and the wait continues for these voters here in Burlington County. I'm Siobhan McGraw. Send it back to you guys.
All right, a patient bunch there, determined. Siobhan, thank you. We'll be right back with more election coverage.
We are following races in all three of our states and across the country, of course. The presidential race, an election that's already been historic in so many ways. Let's take a look at the 25 days that changed this race and American politics. It began on June 27th when President Biden and Donald Trump took the stage for a presidential debate in Atlanta. The president's poor performance led to immediate questions about his mental fitness. By July 2nd, the first Democratic lawmaker called for him to drop out of the race, and dozens more followed, but the president held his ground and refused. Then on July 13th, the attempted assassination of Donald Trump led to more turmoil in the presidential race and Republicans uniting even more around their nominee. July 17th, President Biden was forced to leave the campaign trail at a critical time after being diagnosed with COVID. Then just 4 days later, the president announced his departure from the race and endorsed his Vice President Kamala Harris as the new nominee.
And we'll go back to Lauren Make one more time with a look at how the presidential race is panning out in this Commonwealth so far. It is a tight race across the board here.
Yeah, Fred and Jacqueline, we are still waiting for more numbers to come in from Pennsylvania so that NBC News has enough information to be able to call Pennsylvania. We know that those numbers have been close. One of the places we are still waiting for is in Philadelphia. We are waiting to see how many raw votes come out of there. That will give them more information about the state as a whole. Let's look at the entire country, though, and take a look at where this race stands that Pennsylvania has been such a critical part of. This is where things stand right now. Donald Trump at 230, Kamala Harris at 185, 270. Remember, that's the goal. That's what they're both trying to get. And you see all these states that are shaded here, Pennsylvania, and this is what's known as the blue wall for Democrats. They want to hold all of these states here. It is unclear whether they will be able to do so. But all these ones that are shaded with stripes, those are the states we don't know about yet. Those states have not been called. Recently, we did hear that North Carolina, NBC News has called that state for Donald Trump. So that is significant for him. That narrows a path for Kamala Harris to be able to win the White House. And that is good news for the Trump campaign. Georgia is one that we are keeping a very close eye on because the Secretary of State there has said that Donald Trump has an insurmountable lead. We are also expecting that at any moment we will get more information from Georgia. They had said that by midnight, they would have the majority of their votes in. I also want to draw your attention to Iowa, which went for Donald Trump, which was expected. However, a few days ago, a poll came out showing Kamala Harris ahead in Iowa, and that sort of shook things up and made people wonder whether she may have more strength in the Midwest than people realize. We now know that it wasn't enough for her to take Iowa. And again, this is where things stand. 230 for Donald Trump, 185 for Kamala Harris, with quite a few battleground states, including Pennsylvania, still outstanding. Fred, we'll throw it back to you.
All right. Thank you, Lauren. And now we are going to take a look at the results so far in Pennsylvania.
The race for president in Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris with 48% right now to Donald Trump's 51%. That's with 82% reporting. The race for Senate in Pennsylvania, incumbent Democrat Bob Casey with 48% to Republican Dave McCormick's 50%. That's with 83% reporting. In the race for U.S. House District 1, Pennsylvania incumbent Republican Brian Fitzpatrick against Democrat Ashley Ehas. Fitzpatrick with 56% to Ashley Ehas's 44% with 57% reporting.
And in the race for U.S. House District 2 in Pennsylvania, incumbent Democratic Brendan Boyle with 69% to Aaron Beshear's 39%, 65% of the precincts reporting. And in the race for U.S. House District 4, Pennsylvania incumbent Democrat Madeline Dean has 58%, with 42% going to David Winkler with 71% of the precinct reporting. Let's take a look now at the race for U.S. House District 5 in Pennsylvania. Democrat incumbent Mary Gay Scanlon has 65% to the 35% from Althea Goodwin, with 92% of the precinct reporting there.
In the race for U.S. House District 6, Pennsylvania Democrat incumbent Chrissy Houlihan, 54%, the projected winner there, against Neil Young with 46%. And in the race for U.S. House District 7, Pennsylvania Democrat incumbent Susan Wild with 49% to Ryan McKenzie's 51%, the Republican there. And then the race for Attorney General, Pennsylvania Democrat Eugene DePasquale against Republican Dave Sunday. DePasquale with 46% to Sunday's 51% with 82% of the votes in. And the race for Auditor General in Pennsylvania, Democrat Malcolm Kenyatta with 45% to Timothy DeFore's 52%.
And a historic night in Delaware with a lot of first wins in the first state.
NBC News projects Kamala Harris has won the 3 electoral votes in the first state. She was widely expected to win the state of her 2020 running mate, President Biden.
NBC News is projecting Democrat Lisa Blunt Rochester as the winner of the U.S. Senate race in Delaware. Blunt Rochester with 56%. To the 40% from Eric Hansen with 96% of the precincts reporting. Blunt Rochester now becoming the first Black woman to represent the state in the U.S. Senate.
Democrat Matt Meyer beats out Republican Mike Ramone for governor. You see the numbers there on your screen, 56% to Ramone's 44%. And in the race for U.S. House, Sarah McBride wins the state's only House seat, becoming the first openly transgender person elected to Congress. And in the race for Wilmington mayor, unopposed, John Carney wins that seat, was not against anyone.
And soon officials will be providing an update to us on ballot counting in Philadelphia. You can watch that live on our website, NBC10.com, or our NBC10 app.
And thank you for joining us for this special election night coverage. We've seen long lines the entire day, those long lines extending into the night, people knowing this is such a consequential and historic election, people exercising their civic duty to vote today. I'm Jacqueline London.
And I'm Fred Shropshire. Let NBC 10 be your go-to for election results. We'll have much more on the winners on NBC 10 News today, starting at 4 a.m.
And make sure you go to our live blog. That is up right now. It's at NBC10.com. It is your go-to source to watch election results as they come in. You can find that on the homepage of our website and the free NBC10 app. Have a good night.